Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, A Decision. 3 elderly individuals sat in a comfortable room within a meeting chamber. They all gazed at the young prince before them, who, at first glance, did not appear particularly remarkable. However, the fact that he had the audacity to meet with them was already something to admire. Gilgamesh looked at these elderly men seated alongside him and took a moment to assess the situation. The dangerous eyes of these men stared at him intently, their eyebrows conveying both softness and strength. The bodies of these old individuals exuded a natural aura of coldness and a killer's roughness. In the gleam of these elders' eyes, there was a certain spark of anticipation and others of tranquility. Apparently, none of them had underestimated him, which only increased Gilgamesh's respect for these men. I can assume that none of you will leak the information you acquire in this place. Asking such a question could be disrespectful to all of you. Therefore, I want to know one thing: what do you think of the Azura kingdom? As he posed this question, Gilgamesh was subtle with his words, leaving several openings to gather more information about these elders' thoughts. This is a rare and unexpected question. Even if I considered that it wouldn't be like the others, it still surprised me, Prince Gilgamesh. The first to speak was Caspian Black Crow, who continued, "Of course, I admire this kingdom and would be willing to die for it." What's the purpose of this question? I agree with the old crow's question. What's the point of this question? Alarian Harrington, who was the least sensitive about the matter, thought that Prince Gilgamesh struggled with expressing himself. However, Jax Ivanov, being an old war veteran, possessed greater experience and observation than the foolish elders in this meeting. He understood the underlying meaning of this question but chose not to interfere for now. I want to delve more deeply into what you think of this kingdom and what your greatest disappointments are. How about I start? Most of the nobles in this kingdom should disappear. Not only was the Prime Minister a swine, but it turns out my father is afraid to wield a sword. Gilgamesh smiled broadly at these elders and said, "They have tried to take my head on multiple occasions but have never succeeded. So, as punishment, I plan something truly sublime for the future of this kingdom. For that, I need families of great knights who excel in aspects I can relate to. That's why I contacted you." Old Jax Ivanov widened his eyes but remained silent. His hands trembled slightly upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, and he immediately thought, "Huh? I thought he would directly ask us to join his faction to become king. I never imagined he would present such complex and delicate matters before 3 elders. Do you understand the meaning of the words you're saying? Fourth Prince, I understand that you may not know who is attacking you and that you're desperate, but uttering these words does not instill confidence in us to continue discussing this matter." Alarian Harrington furrowed his brow and stood up with a cold expression. Listening to Gilgamesh's words, they realized that if this information were to become public, they could be executed for high treason. Not even their knightly families could escape the consequences of speaking with someone who still didn't grasp the dangers of politics. Ha ha ha, I agree with those words, Prince Gilgamesh. There are plenty of families that have been consumed by the kingdom's complacency, doing nothing but fornicating and drinking until their kidneys malfunction. Tell me, what do you want from us? Jax Ivanov laughed, sensing the subtle aura surrounding Gilgamesh, and the dozens of eyes possibly watching from dozens of meters away. Old Ivanov. Have you gotten completely mad? Caspian Black Crow erupted, seeing the naivety of the old man beside him. I need new knightly families to swear loyalty to me in regions currently under the control of other noble families. Swear by my name that if they ever attack me again, I will shatter all their illusions slowly. That's why I ask, do you want to be the next nobles to serve a respected emperor? At that moment, a golden aura enveloped Gilgamesh, causing the surroundings to feel a temperature that not just anyone could endure. This made the elders, who were battle-hardened experts capable of matching a sword king, feel small. What kind of battle aura is that? Caspian Black Crow growled with a furrowed brow, still impacted by the words he had heard from this young prince. Jax Ivanov ignored that and instead asked a more pointed question. Prince Gilgamesh, when you say you want to be an emperor, are you saying that you'll rule over the entire central continent? What? Alarian Harrington withstood Gilgamesh's aura and said, no one has ever considered that. Even the current king, who fought tooth and nail to rule just under half of the central continent, and that's still debatable due to the spaces. It's known that the central continent was formerly part of a larger landmass known as the Great Continent, which also included the Demon Continent. This gigantic continent, however, split into the current Central and Demon Continents at the end of the Second Great Human-Demon War due to a mana calamity caused by an unknown entity. After the war ended, the Central Continent and the Demon Continent reformed, with the Ringa Sea in between. The western half of the Great Continent was predominantly populated by humans, and naturally, after the division, the Central Continent had a majority human population. There's no need to get alarmed. Of course, that was just a passing thought, but it's not ruled out to completely reform this kingdom if I decide to become a future emperor of the entire central continent. Gilgamesh waved his hand dismissively before the alarmed elders before him, though the most excited of them was Ivanov. Gilgamesh's eyes sparkled with a hint of bitterness as he continued, "You might believe that I speak without grounds, but I'll give you a current account of my faction to substantiate my words. Alastor, please come in." "Yes, my lord." In the blink of an eye, Alastor appeared at Gilgamesh's side, exuding a calm aura but an indescribably terrifying pressure. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "Give an honest assessment of our current forces." Alastor bowed slightly and said, "According to this week's calculations, our faction boasts over 300 sword kings, 5 sword emperors, and more than 1,000 warriors at the Holy Sword Realm. It's estimated that by the end of this year, our forces will increase by 400%. "Impossible." Alarian Harrington exclaimed in a choked voice. This was simply impossible to fathom. A 10-year-old prince could not command such forces, or he would have already become the king if he so desired. With a faint smile, Alastor asked the elder who spoke, "Are you questioning my lord's word?" At that moment, a stifling battle aura erupted, causing even the elders who had experienced thousands of battles to feel fear. They were unquestionably facing a very powerful sword emperor. Ivanov looked Gilgamesh in the eyes and said in a cold tone, "If the fourth prince can show me the pinnacle of power and make my family as impressive as the people under your command, you have the full support of the Harrington family." "Have you gone senile with age, old Ivanov?" Caspian Black Crow retorted in an unnatural tone. "If you promise to improve the state of the kingdom before making any other decisions, I, Alarian Harrington, will be willing to support you." Alarian also yielded, leaving Caspian with no way out. "You old fools, I'll kill you if we're heading down a dead-end path," Caspian said as he reluctantly bowed his head to Gilgamesh. "Very well, then I will prove with actions that my words are genuine. First, accept these swords, each of you, and you will witness a stronger and cleaner Azura kingdom than the heavens." Gilgamesh's eyes gleamed as these elders formed a binding oath. It was only natural, everyone was drawn to his confident words and actions, and no one could refuse to accept him as their lord after he had demonstrated a fraction of his power. With this alone, he had managed to assemble a faction more powerful than his siblings, who had the support of the kingdom's major noble families. Chapter 52, Looking Toward the Future. As night fell, Gilgamesh stood atop the Tower of Uruk, gazing at the city of Aerys as it shimmered faintly below. The idea of becoming a king had arisen almost overnight, fueled by anger. He wanted to punish all those who believed they could imagine themselves above him. Of course, he wouldn't be the one to disrupt the peace among the realms, and his mention of conquering the central continent was merely to give his servants an idea of the extent of his power if he put in some effort. Furthermore, being a king was something that could potentially happen, and he might use his sister, Ariel, to be the voice of leadership in the kingdom. Perhaps she could handle that role, while Gilgamesh served only when problems arose, like being a serene ruler. He didn't want to exert too much effort because he yearned for a different life, but even that would be enough to make the kingdom of Azura invincible. I could create my own region from scratch, a city built to the highest standards of safety and advancement. Something I could put effort into, and a secure place to protect my loved ones. If that were the case, ours would become just another region, and this new city would be the capital of this kingdom when I become king once more. Looking at it in any way, his greatness could only grow, even unintentionally, as a king in his new life. If you asked him, being the son of a count might even be quieter than being a fourth prince with chances of becoming a king. Could someone like me have lived peacefully in a mountain? Gilgamesh guessed the answer would be no, all because he had challenged the human god, Hitagami, and it was possible that in the future, he would receive unwelcome visits from his apostles. But if that idiotic human god couldn't even kill a dragon, it meant that his chances of creating strong rivals for him were very slim. Still, being able to build a city in which to reside and one that could be protected from any kind of attack would ensure that anyone living near him wouldn't be affected by those assaults. If Gilgamesh wanted to play the role of a good king and gradually eliminate the chances of his brothers, he first had to deal with the faction of the first prince, Grabble. To destabilize the only family that supported Grabble, he had personally ordered an investigation into the Borious Greyat family. Under the crown of the Kingdom of Azura, the region of Fatoa was governed by the Borious Greyat family, located in the northeastern part of the Azura kingdom. This was a vast agricultural area on the kingdom's borders. The lands of the Fatoa region were mostly rural with many forests, but what mattered most was who led this region and the history of that branch of the family. Philip Borious Greyat, who led the Fatoa region, was the son of Soros, who was currently the head of the Borious Greyat family. However, what was crucial at this point was Philip's leadership in the Fatoa region. In the information that had come to him after taking an interest in dismantling the factions that had attacked him, Gilgamesh discovered that Philip Borious Greyat, after losing to his brother in the power struggle to succeed the Borious Greyat family, might be cunning and ambitious. This made all the threads of his plan come together. If this man was intelligent, he would play for his side with the proposal Gilgamesh would make. There were two possibilities: he would either accept or distrust and refuse. But if he were to accept, Gilgamesh had prepared two very interesting proposals. One of them would be to eliminate his brother and clear a direct path for him to return to the head of the family. In the hypothetical case that he refused, Gilgamesh would offer something very tempting, official marriage between himself and the only daughter in Fatoa. Since his male heirs were with the main family, his only daughter, who should be a year younger than him, could happily become his future first wife. With this alone, he would destroy the main branch of the Borious Greyat family, which had previously allied with Darius Silva Ganius in the faction supporting the first prince, Grabble. With just that, he wouldn't have to completely destroy that noble family, they would practically join his faction. If I do that, I'd have one of the 4 regions under my command. Gilgamesh smiled as he outlined his plan, intending to carry it out immediately after leaving the capital. I just hope Philip's daughter is someone with the potential to be my wife. I wouldn't accept her if she doesn't have a special character that excites me a bit. Well, at least he had heard that the daughter of the Borious Greyat family was good-looking and seemed to be interested in swords, something outside the standards of nobility, which greatly relieved Gilgamesh when considering this aggressive decision. Chapter 53, The Wizards. Please, don't kill us. The pleas of a man echoed loudly in the dark corridors. Around him, aside from blood, there were parts of corpses that had been split in half, their faces filled with horror. The smell of dampness and metal permeated every corner of this place, but now only the scent of blood lingered after it had been attacked by men dressed in black, wielding enormous swords. We warned you to sell all your slaves to the Three Ravens organization. If you can't meet those requirements, you must pay for it. One of the men pointed his sword at the men who couldn't stop pleading. I'm sorry. You see, those damned nobles threatened me, and all I can do in response is beg. I only sold one girl, it's not that big of a deal. I promise that from now on, all the slaves that come to this place will be delivered to you as promised. The man behind the mask who was massacring the slave traders in this place was Simon. He had received a report that the fledglings had witnessed the sale of a slave to a young member of the Nodo's Greyat family. According to Gilgamesh's orders, these slave traders had to pay with their lives. They had been consolidating the slave traders of the city of Aerys and implementing new reforms in the city. These reforms included creating educational schools and magical towers for those with talent in magic and an interest in further research. During the buying and selling of slaves, no one knew the talents of the people being sold, which was why few realized that there were geniuses among the slaves. One of them was Tristina, the daughter of the Purple Horse household. She was incredibly skilled with a sword, as Alastair had informed him. In no time, she would become a sword king in the water god style technique. Please. Don't kill me. Pleaded the slave trader with tears in his eyes. Simon smiled coldly, raised his sword, and said, I have no orders to kill you, this is just a warning for your lack of respect. You should have thought that we wouldn't notice that you sold a slave below our agreement, but that's okay. I suppose we weren't clear enough about the consequences of offending the three-eyed crow, so as punishment, you will have to pay with a hand. No, please, you were very clear when you took control of the criminals. Please don't take my hand, I need it. The men kept bowing and trying to lick Simon's boots. Seeing this disgusting act, Simon's expression grew colder, and he said, we'll continue with the good work. I'll be taking all the slaves from this place, and we hope you'll continue to sell us all those who arrive here. Of course, I'll be keeping your left hand. No, wait. Upon hearing these words, the slave trader panicked, not knowing what to do to prevent what was about to happen to him. All he had left was to plead shamefully, but it seemed that wasn't enough. Crack. However, Simon remained unmoved as he removed the slave trader's left hand, a man filled with filth who needed to be punished for spitting at his lord. This was just a small warning. They hadn't killed all the slave traders because it would seriously disrupt the slave distribution in this area, and controlling this part of the world would become complicated. Sir, we've taken care of everything, said one of the black-clad men with crow masks. Simon nodded and walked toward the exit through the dark hallway. As he was about to leave this place, he turned around and said, the three-eyed crow is watching. If you sell any slaves to anyone other than us again, you will die. Remember, if you act foolish again, I won't just take your hand, next time, I'll rip your whole arm off. Tell the three-eyed crow I understand. It won't happen again, said the slave trader through gritted teeth in pain. By then, Simon had already left this place, and outside, numerous figures dressed in black awaited his exit. When they all saw him, they respectfully bowed and said, Greetings, sir. Take the rescued ones to the shelter, and the others who are free, come with me to rescue the slave who was sold today, shouted Simon as he boarded a carriage. Yes, sir. Inside the carriage, Simon sat in silence as he closed his eyes. Several months had passed since the Three-Eyed Crow organization was created, with the sole purpose of controlling the channels of slavery and illegal goods. Gilgamesh knew one thing, and Simon remembered his words perfectly, crime is something that cannot be controlled. If we prevent it from happening, it will find another way. With that in mind, what we must do is control crime and where it is directed. The answer was simple. Crime was mostly directed toward money. As long as Gilgamesh respected the price of the slaves, if he bought every slave that entered the city of Aerys, he would have a complete monopoly that would only bother the nobles, but the slave traders wouldn't mind. There was a rumor among the slave traders during the time Gilgamesh had taken control of the sales, and it was this: don't sell slaves to anyone other than the three-eyed crow. They'll take your hand, and if you don't obey, your neck will be next. The punishments and rumors were true, nothing was done without shedding a drop of blood, so Gilgamesh knew how to control a pack of furious lions whose sole aim was gold. After gaining control of Aerys, several groups began to spread towards the Uruk towers that were being controlled by the Black Pearl's auction houses, thus establishing a strong channel for everything Gilgamesh sought. The fledglings, on the other hand, were merely workers in the Uruk towers, serving as workplaces, training centers, and operational hubs for Gilgamesh's men. As long as he provided everyone with work corresponding to missions that brought them benefits, money would flow like water in a river. The noble families were already suspecting that something was happening because numerous knights were now under the command of a new captain who was extremely powerful. This captain enforced the law to the letter and established the Templar Knight Guard. This was how Gilgamesh had taken complete control of Aerys without even being king, demonstrating how inept his father was at ruling currently. Perhaps it had always been this way, and he couldn't judge him now because he had fulfilled his role even if he didn't like ruling. City of Aerys. Tower of Uruk. Are the magicians a problem? Elaine looked at Arya, the girl who had started her studies in magic at an early age and had shown incredible talent. There are no highly talented masters who can teach us properly, and our growth is much more limited than the knights in swordsmanship. Arya had seen her brother Finian's growth and was not satisfied with her own progress in magic. Elaine had also noticed this detail. Without powerful magicians and with exceptional talent, it was very difficult for the magical towers to progress rapidly, so they should solve this problem as soon as possible. I will tell Prince Gilgamesh, he should have a solution to this issue. Elaine knew that this was the only thing she could do. If their forces in magic were not strong enough compared to the knights, their forces would be severely imbalanced. Chapter 54, The King of Azura. In the following days after the last assassination attempt on Prince Gilgamesh, everyone noticed that his activities had been completely reduced, almost returning to anonymity. All his servants who had previously sworn loyalty were the only ones observing Prince Gilgamesh's movements. During the day, he would enter the library of the Uruk Tower and not emerge until nightfall. However, as night descended, he would walk to the beautifully decorated garden and sit beneath a cherry blossom tree. That was the only place he chose to sit, and what he did next was simply close his eyes and rest, it seemed. Knowing his new routine, the servants were not overly concerned. After all, it was better than him being locked in his room without any sunlight. The eldest woman in the group of maids smiled fondly. She knew the fourth prince very well because she had been present at his birth. The boy's mother had been someone extraordinary, but it was a pity that she had been killed by an incredibly lethal poison. Since that day, the talented fourth prince had locked himself in his room and never emerged due to all the trauma. It was a surprise to her that after his kidnapping, he had changed so much. Perhaps he had grown weary of everything and planned to chart a new course for his future, which pleased her. Tonight, Gilgamesh was once again sitting beneath the cherry blossom tree, enjoying this somewhat artificial nature. In this area closer to nature, one could relish how the breeze gently caressed every part of their body. One might even be able to glimpse some parts of themselves if they concentrated enough and connected with nature. Inside Gilgamesh, that feeling he had known with his best friend was born anew, the one who had shown him so much in life and the only person who had ever truly understood him. Someone like him, a kindred spirit who had followed him to the ends of the world. Even after obtaining the fruit of immortality, I don't plan on living for more than 1,000 years. Gilgamesh held the fruit of immortality in his possession, resting at the gates of Babylon. It had never been used before because that was when his own rebellion began. Indeed, this sense of tranquility was what he had been searching for. For him, who could easily be at the pinnacle of the world, the safest place would always be nature and those who could understand it. Perhaps he was a bit particular in choosing whom to marry, but only in that way would he have someone for the rest of his life, and from that moment on, he was sure to protect her until his heart stopped beating. That was his only way of viewing commitment, perhaps because he had never been in love before. If it came to that, maybe things could change for the better or worse in the future. That's what he liked about life, nothing about the future could be foreseen. As he gazed at the stars in the night sky, Gilgamesh suddenly felt as if he were always submerged in a dream. For the past couple of days, he had been preparing himself, learning the languages spoken in this world, and getting in perfect condition for his journey. He now had a rough understanding of the general situation on the continent. However, the more he understood, the more confused he became. If it weren't for the fact that everything was written in ancient books, Gilgamesh would have thought that this world was the same as his but in a completely different era. Of course, those thoughts were discarded when he found nothing about himself in the books. Everything had changed, the people, accents, culture, and clothing. Yet, many things here still seemed familiar to him. Gilgamesh sighed as he lay back on the green grass. He then thought in distress, why did I appear in this world? Why can I suddenly live another life after all I've been through? Perhaps this is a reward, but it's too cruel because the things that can be achieved here are as easy as taking the earth with one's own hands. The things I could achieve are beneficial, right now. I could even take over the world if I wanted to, and there would probably be very few people who could oppose me. Why are there so many continents and different races? Perhaps some idiotic god got bored and started creating different races one after another for some special purpose. But well, Gilgamesh had long convinced himself that he would keep things simple and live a peaceful life. Unless he also gets bored and decides to conquer the entire central continent as he had mentioned before. Anyway, this time I'll live to be old. Gilgamesh was daydreaming with his eyes closed until he heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Lord Gilgamesh, several knights have been sent by your father to fetch you. A maid who was an elf bowed gently and conveyed the message. Does that old man want to talk now? Gilgamesh asked as he got up. At least he would tell him that he planned to travel the world before leaving. Capital of the Azura Kingdom, Aerys. Silver Palace. Have you been avoiding me, my son? In front of Gilgamesh stood his father, the king of the Azura Kingdom, and he said, I believe it's time for you to return to the palace, alongside your other siblings. The reason you have been the target of repeated assassination attempts is because you are not close to the family. Gilgamesh's gaze shifted to the king, and he replied sarcastically, even if you wanted to end my life, they couldn't lay a single scratch on me. By the way, dear king, I'm going to travel the world for 5 years. The king's eyelids twitched at the lack of respect his son showed him, and he said, I refuse to let you go. You are still too young to leave the capital. I'll be safer out there than in this place where my stupid older brothers are trying to kill me. What do you think? Gilgamesh asked as he paced back and forth with a calm smile on his face. Are you speaking to me in that tone? Do you even consider me your father? The king's anger began to seep through his gaze, his nose twisted, his breath grew short, and he shouted in an uneven tone, respect your brothers, they are family after all. Gilgamesh furrowed his brow and pointed out, you were never involved in the internal struggles of princes, am I wrong? Therefore, you have no idea what that means. If I truly fight against my brother's factions, what you'll see in the capital and throughout the Azura Kingdom will be the heads of all those wretches on pikes. So stop bothering me and live out your remaining years peacefully. Don't let the little respect I have for you as a king fade away. He has changed. I should have reached out to him when he was kidnapped, I lost my way long ago. Gilgamesh's father saw the fierceness in his son's eyes and decided not to pursue the matter further. He couldn't do anything, and he didn't want anything to happen until he passed away. Very well, I will assign special guards for you to travel freely, the king said after seeing Gilgamesh's fierce eyes. It's not necessary, father. I have my own guards who can defeat armies single-handedly. I will leave next week, I just wanted to say goodbye. After saying that, Gilgamesh's body shimmered in golden hues and completely disappeared from the room. The king then slumped into his chair. There was no way that this Gilgamesh was the same as he was a year ago. He felt as if he were being watched by a great lion, and all the dignity he had amassed over the years as king had been destroyed by a 10-year-old. If he sets his mind to it, he could be the next king. Still, I couldn't bring myself to ask him why he killed Darius. Chapter 55, I will return in a few years. After 4 months, Prince Gilgamesh's faction had gained power far above that of his brother's factions. Very few people knew this because Gilgamesh had made sure no one would find out. It was evident to many that the Uruk towers were associated with Prince Gilgamesh, but most saw it as a whim of a prince uninterested in the throne. None of the 4 regions of the Azura Kingdom had made contact with the 4th prince, so his actions did not interest them much. For obvious reasons, many understood that it was not wise to meddle with Prince Gilgamesh, but at the same time, they believed it was necessary to get rid of him. Not only the nobles of the Azura Kingdom but also many other entities. Unknown location. Deep within a forest. Water goddess, what's troubling you? Asked a bearded man standing in front of a huge beast with its head severed. It's nothing, just that I was lost and thought about many other things. The elderly woman sheathed her sword and headed in the direction where the horses were. I'll be meditating while you all take care of the rest, don't disturb me unless it's necessary. We understand, water goddess. The men around bowed to the elderly woman in a respectful manner. Rita Rhea, better known as the sword goddess of the water god style. She was one of the most powerful swordswomen of the era, competing with the strongest in the world currently. She was deep in a forest, her mission being to eliminate a beast that seemed to be behaving strangely, but just as she was about to return, she had discovered that Darius Silvaganius, her first love, had been killed. Are you telling me that a 10-year-old boy killed several sword kings and wizards capable of casting holy-level spells? Rita Rhea asked a figure lurking in the shadows. Not only that, the people who follow him are incredibly powerful. It is said that he has 2 sword emperors as mere royal knights. Can you imagine it? Most importantly of all, when Darius's forces tried to seek revenge, they were all killed, and not a single knight of the 4th prince was slain. The man in the darkness approached Rita Rhea and said respectfully, My lady, this letter was the last message left by Darius Silvaganius, and no one knows the contents of the letter. But with this, my services to my late lord have come to an end, I hope I have been of help. Very well, you may go, Rita Rhea said, furrowing her brow as she read the letter. That's not the fourth prince, someone else has taken over his body. Within him lives an incredibly powerful being who could easily defeat the current gods. I hope you find a way to kill him that doesn't involve direct combat. You won't be able to kill him alone, you'll need much more help than you have now. Rita Rhea widened her eyes and nodded with a cold expression. We must gather forces if the being turns out to be who we think. It must be a much more overwhelming force. We need apostles who can even kill a god. I will take care of all the preparations. The sword goddess, Rita Rhea, was now an apostle of Hidegami and had received the important mission to kill the fourth prince when the time came. In the year 413 of the armored dragon, Gilgamesh was about to embark on his journey. Azura Kingdom's capital, Ars. Tower of Uruk. You're leaving tomorrow? Elaine was sitting beside Gilgamesh as they both sipped from a special tea she had obtained within the gates of Babylon. Gilgamesh smiled and replied, Don't worry, I'll be back in about 5 years. If things get boring out there, I'll return earlier. But I want to see what lies beyond this city. Besides, I can assure you I won't find a wife of the same race as my dear Elaine. Elaine looked at Gilgamesh with a hint of disdain in her eyes, hating that behavior in him since she had started to get to know him. However, she averted her gaze with a sense of calm and thought, if you get a human wife, when she gets old, I'll still be young and beautiful. Reading Elaine's surface thoughts, Gilgamesh grinned mischievously and whispered, Besides, I still have the body of a child. I should remain a virgin until I'm 15, although with blood rituals, my body would mature to adulthood. Isn't that disturbing? What do you mean? Gilgamesh asked, staring at Elaine's beautiful face. That you intend to marry a woman over 100 years old, doesn't that bother you? Elaine asked, her pointed ears twitching. Gilgamesh seemed to consider it for a moment and then said, Well, there was a certain corrupted goddess who wanted to marry me, of course, I turned her down. Age doesn't matter, if I wanted to, I could extend my life with healing magic I could research if I set my mind to it. But simple things work differently for me, after all, I'm the best man you could ever aspire to. Elaine, naturally, would never have expected such a unique response from Gilgamesh after asking him that question. As she understood it, human men who have had relationships with elves tend to die first, and that's the tragic part of human lifespans. You must assume, ever since you met me, that I'm not actually a child, but it's not yet time for you to know who I once was. Maybe when I'm old and have many children, I'll tell them, assuming, of course, that I have another wife, but that wouldn't bother you, would it? Well, you just need to know that I've never been married before. When Gilgamesh spoke these words, he seemed genuinely proud, but after reflecting on what he had said, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Would Elaine be able to understand his way of thinking? Although she had lived many years, he believed his words might be a bit confusing to her. It doesn't bother me, just stop being like that with other women. I have at least lived for hundreds of years, and I can understand it, but someone smaller than me in terms of experience and age might get upset. You should be careful if you want to win the heart of the daughter of the Greyat family, they say her character is anything but noble. By giving this advice to Gilgamesh, she had heard about his plan to become a king relatively easily and understood that someone as impressive as him would consider having more than one wife. To be honest, while it might seem strange to some people, it's not at all unheard of in this world. A king has many wives to have children who can be better than him and take the throne he has been guarding for dozens of years, anyone would see it that way. But the way Gilgamesh says it certainly provokes anger in those who hear it. She even got upset because of his arrogance the first time they met, she still hasn't forgotten that great anger. Of course, if she were to marry Gilgamesh in the future, she would somehow make him pay for that anger. Well, my dear future wife, I leave all my riches at your disposal, and you are in charge of all my men. Remember that if there is any trouble, you must break the collar around your neck, that way, I will appear by your side and eliminate any threat. Although you are already very strong, and Alastor will stay to watch over you, you must stay alert. Gilgamesh's words brought a faint smile to Elaine's face. After all, she saw this kind of concern as something totally new and unique in someone like Gilgamesh, who seemed to have never done such actions before. Chapter 56, Do We Have to Go So Slow? The region of Fatoa is a fief of the Azura Kingdom to the northeast. It is located in the central continent and is a vast agricultural area on the borders of the kingdom. The lands in the Fatoa region are mostly rural with many forests. That was Gilgamesh's goal, his first stop on the incredible journey he was about to embark on. To soothe his restless soul, he decided to travel by carriage, and it was one of the most torturous expectations he had ever experienced. City of Roa. A few days later. Are you looking for a place to rest and gamble? Asked a young man with a somewhat peculiar expression on his face as he noticed all the jewels on the young man in front of him. Are you talking to me? Gilgamesh, who was atop a beautiful white horse, looked down at this peculiar encounter with the unknown person. Of course, my lord. Just by looking at you, I could see a divine spark in you to make great amounts of money while having fun with beautiful girls. The man standing beside Gilgamesh's horse exclaimed. Don't you know that my gambling skills surpass anyone in this place? Don't be foolish, and get out of my way. I don't enjoy taking belongings from your little friends. Gilgamesh responded somewhat disinterested. Just as he had arrived in this city, the last thing he wanted was to spend time gambling, although he was interested in relieving any rivals of their coins. Is your gambling prowess unmatched in this world? A pair of narrow eyes widened stupidly until they filled with tears of surprise. Such a feat was not something that could be claimed by a newcomer who had just arrived in the city, it was undoubtedly an arrogant statement made by a common noble. The man standing beside Gilgamesh moved his mouth anxiously. If it weren't for the fact that he was eager to lead a foolish gambler to the gambling house where he worked, he definitely wouldn't want to get involved with a man like Gilgamesh. My name is Elijah, everyone calls me Ja, but those are just my late mother's friends. Of course, you can call me Elijah with every one of its words aligned and together. Elijah said to himself, if this young fool doesn't know how to gamble and ends up in ruins, he might come looking for me to cut my throat, so I'll just leave him at the gambling house and disappear from this place as I always do. How much money per game are we talking about? 10,000 coins per game, is that it, or is it more? Gilgamesh asked, squinting his eyes. If the game was fun, he could spend some time gambling while Simone went to the Greyrat's house to introduce himself so they would be prepared for his arrival. How could you bet less than 10,000 coins? Of course, it's more, some even bet 500,000 coins. Of course, Gilgamesh was talking about the kingdom's largest currency, the Azura gold coin, but Elijah was talking about the Azura copper coin, which was 999 times less valuable than the Azura gold coin, so this confusion could go a long way. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows in surprise, touched his chest, and found a small coin pouch there because carrying a large amount of coins was cumbersome, so he usually carried a few million at his Babylonian gate. After all, he was a prince and was expected to have money. Then take me, maybe winning a few million could be beneficial for me. Then follow me, through this way. Elijah was surprised but continued walking without understanding what had just happened. Had he really convinced someone to accompany him to the gambling house? Gilgamesh laughed as he rode his beautiful white horse forward and said, if I manage to win a few coins, I'll reward you according to the winnings. Elijah secretly scoffed, but just as he was about to turn the corner, he saw some people dressed in black behind Gilgamesh, all of them looking very muscular. Don't tell me those are your guards, sir. Ha ha ha, they're just here to help me take care of my horse. Gilgamesh said while petting his precious white horse. God, what kind of person is he? Although Elijah was scared, he had no choice but to take a rich newcomer to the auction house. They headed to a side street off the main one where Gilgamesh had entered. This street was considered the most extravagant place in Roa. It was bustling with activity, packed with a wave of people moving back and forth. Gilgamesh, of course, didn't worry about entering this area with his large horse and moved ahead. He advanced while looking at the numerous stalls around him with a curious expression, but Elijah was worried that this big client might slip away due to a distraction, so he didn't stray too far from him. After leaving the main street, there was a large restaurant not far to the north known as the Happy Meat Restaurant. Supposedly, this was one of the many businesses owned by the Greyat family, but behind that restaurant was the gambling house where Elijah was taking him. It was supposed to be a secret place for gambling, where no type of law could stop them, even betting up to the soul, as Gilgamesh had understood. Knowing this, Gilgamesh couldn't let the training center slip away after being so bored. At the very least, he should clear his mind a bit before visiting the Greyat family. Gilgamesh was about to direct his horse forward when a group of people suddenly appeared from the margins of the road. In the front was a young girl, walking in a dejected manner, and she suddenly shouted, "Stop following me. You're making me angry." A dark-skinned woman with a peculiar appearance caught Gilgamesh's attention. She was dressed in a revealing leather outfit, with rippling muscles and scars all over her body. She wore an eye patch, and her chiseled face emitted a vibe of a delinquent leader. She felt entirely like a warrior from some fantasy story. And it seemed she was trying to persuade the crimson-haired girl who was ahead. What a woman! Gilgamesh couldn't help but admire that incredible body. However, he focused on the girl in front who appeared to be his age. She was pouting, but what made the scene not bother him was that she was cute. Should I be hanged for having these thoughts? Besides, I never had a childhood sweetheart. Gilgamesh murmured as he held his chin. Besides, he was still just a child. The crimson-haired girl, who seemed to be throwing a tantrum in her anger, noticed a boy looking at her in a very strange and fixed way. She took a deep breath and began to curse, "What are you looking at, you damn pervert?" She was already feeling very angry due to what she had heard an hour ago before heading into town to buy her favorite sweets. Now, seeing a boy with his eyes fixed on her, shamelessly staring her up and down, Aerys, who had suddenly found someone to vent her anger on and calm her mind. Chapter 57, The Poor Elijah. The tranquility on Gilgamesh's face vanished completely upon hearing how that brat had addressed him. Even in his previous life, where he was a bit perverted, such an insult did not exist. Suddenly, he had seen a woman so muscular and impressive that his eyes fixated on her and then on her tail. Later, a girl with crimson hair, similar in color to her eyes, suddenly caught his attention, and he felt that this girl was very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But it turns out that just as he was questioning whether his thoughts were criminal or not, that red-haired brat called him pervert in an arrogant and superior tone. How dare she? Gilgamesh wanted to get off his beautiful white horse right now and beat that girl up. But it was a pity because he didn't strike women who didn't attack him first. However, Aerys's eyes were dominant, her expressions reflected much in Gilgamesh's eyes, and she seemed to be saying, "What are you looking at, you stupid pig? Haven't you seen a beauty of your age before? You damned scoundrel." Unexpectedly, for the two of them, they would soon become much better acquainted. But for now, both of them reflected a crimson coldness in their eyes that sparked in the surroundings. As an invincible being, Gilgamesh had been calm all along the way and had become familiar with the transportation that all humans used. Although he could use his beautiful ark, which was as fast as his mind wanted it to be, he had arrived in this city in a carriage and then bought his beautiful white horse. Thinking about this, Gilgamesh clenched his teeth in anger. Inside Gilgamesh, his mind wanted to declare war, but on the outside, he put on his most serene expression and said, "Miss, have we met before? You look very familiar." Aerys clenched her teeth as she stared at him. "Huh. If this miss knew who the hell you are, you wouldn't be riding a horse that looks like a donkey. What kind of dirty thoughts were you having in your mind while you were looking me up and down a moment ago, you damn pig? Are you pretending to be innocent when you're actually a damn stalker?" Veins on Gilgamesh's forehead bulged, and his grip on his beautiful white horse tightened as he thought, "Turns out this girl has a mouth dirtier than the manure my horse leaves on the road. I need to educate her a bit, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." Gilgamesh immediately thought of many things and dismounted from his horse, taking a few steps towards Aerys and said when he finally remembered this girl from the signs on her clothing, "You may not know me now, but you'll get to know me soon, little one. It's a surprise that fate brought us together in this way. Only like this could I discover your true character, and indeed, you're as I've heard. Is this destiny? What kind of nonsense is this boy saying in front of her?" Aerys, after being surprised repeatedly, looked at Gilgamesh's somewhat strange attire, those earrings and that necklace with golden teeth, which made her furrow her brow even more. Seeing Aerys's mesmerized gaze, Ghislaine suddenly realized who the boy in front of them was and couldn't help but get nervous. Like anyone else, she had heard the rumors about Prince Gilgamesh, and as Aerys's bodyguard, she noticed the guards scattered on the street with their subtle swords at their waists, each of them exuding a very intimidating presence. If things went wrong, she wouldn't know what to do except try to intervene as calmly as possible. As for Elijah, after he noticed that Gilgamesh wasn't advancing, he stepped aside and listened to what the boy was saying. On his face, there was only a look of respect. This 10-year-old boy was really good with words when it came to courting women, and if his grandmother were alive, she would definitely blush. However, that courage in Elijah's mind increased when he saw the girl standing in front of Gilgamesh. When he saw that girl who was like a demon, he almost spat out his lung because he regretted wanting to warn Gilgamesh that she was Aerys Borious Greyat, the daughter of the Duke in this place. Those who even dared to speak to that unreasonable, arrogant, and ruthless lady of the entire Fatoa region were very few, to say the least. Only her grandfather, parents, and bodyguards dared to do so. Aerys looked at Gilgamesh, who was standing right in front of her, and that cute and innocent look on the unfortunate boy in front of her infuriated her even more. As if it weren't enough to have heard her father talk about an arranged marriage, now an idiot had to appear who pretended to be pure when in his eyes, there was only a sense of guilt mixed with lust. "Are you looking for a beating? Coincidentally, this miss is in a very bad mood. I can help you rearrange some bones in your body," Aerys said as she raised her fist threateningly. Ghislaine looked at Aerys in shock. Doesn't she recognize Prince Gilgamesh, whom she was such a fan of? Aerys talked every day about the rumors of Prince Gilgamesh, repeatedly saying that she wanted to be as strong as him. On his part, Gilgamesh was utterly lost. Was this lady the one he was supposed to establish an engagement with in order to sideline his factionless elder brother? Right now, he was questioning whether it was worth playing this way when he had the opportunity to erase the entire Nodo's Greyat family. Since Aerys would theoretically be his fiancée, he had heard about her attitude from Elaine, and knowing she had few, if any, noble qualities, he thought it would be much easier to relate to her. But now he discovered that it wouldn't be that simple. Have his charms disappeared from his face? Gilgamesh was not a man to doubt, but now he was truly uncertain. In summary, he had arrived at an inopportune moment when that girl seemed extremely furious about something he didn't know. "Miss Aerys, I hope you've always been in good health." "Ha ha ha. What I actually wanted to say is that I have something very important to attend to with the companion behind my beautiful white horse. But I'm sure you'll have your chance to rearrange all the bones in my body and even see my most powerful sword in the future, so I bid farewell for now. I promise I'll see you later, even if I have to enter your room day or night." "Day or night? That bastard doesn't want to live, he'll definitely be hanged for saying such indecent words." For the love of the gods, where on earth am I? Elijah wondered with reddened eyes. Gilgamesh prepared to move away from here. He didn't want his reputation to be tarnished by getting into a fight with a girl. He would definitely educate Aerys later, that's what he would do. Looking at Aerys's threatening posture, it seemed like she was about to run toward Gilgamesh and start a fight. In Gilgamesh's memories, his most embarrassing fight was with an old woman carrying a metal cane with 3 plastic balls on the opposite end from where she held the cane. Now was not the time to fight with someone who might be his future fiancé, he couldn't afford that. Chapter 58, I'll see you later. Aerys gazed deeply at Gilgamesh, this boy with crimson eyes like hers, and she felt increasingly frustrated as she recalled the words her father had said when discussing the engagement. Where does someone your age go in this city? Are you planning something bad? Listen. Now that you've run into me, forget about doing anything wrong. Just come closer and let me rearrange those bones in your body. Elijah's face was dripping with sweat, he kept stepping back, and he murmured, stupid foreigner, people usually don't engage with that demon girl. Why do you have to make her angry? Regardless of whether you're looking for a girlfriend your age, she should never be a choice. Observing Aerys's bright and arrogant eyes as she assumed a very stubborn attitude, Gilgamesh, drawing on all his years of battlefield experience, had a sudden idea. Pretending to be reserved, he approached and whispered, Miss Aerys, the place we're heading to. Heh. It's not an appropriate place for ladies to attend. What? Are you planning to visit a brothel or something? But you're not even 12 yet. What are you doing wanting to go to such dirty places? Aerys was undoubtedly a very audacious girl, thinking that she would spit out such words as a member of a noble family. Aerys gave a cold look of contempt, glaring at Gilgamesh and Elijah behind the white horse she considered a donkey, then muttered, what shameless scum. Who said we were going to visit a brothel? Do you think everyone can buy slaves like your family? Gilgamesh didn't want to stoop to the level of a girl who had just hatched from her shell and said, we're only heading to a gambling house. I'll bet a few thousand coins and leave that place. What kind of dirty mind do you have? Gilgamesh realized that there was no need to explain this to a girl, or to anyone else for that matter. Are you talking about my family? Gambling. Hearing the first part of Gilgamesh's response, she was even angrier and about to throw a punch. Unexpectedly, when she heard the last part of his answer, her eyes widened in surprise. Narrowing her eyes, Aerys smiled, revealing her perfect teeth, and said with an arrogant look, I've never been there before. All right, you can take me with you. The tone she used was like when a commander issues an order, one that would brook no refusals, and it resonated so loudly that Gilgamesh frowned. Aerys-sama. Ghislaine, who had been watching this conversation from behind and had wanted to intervene for a while, tried to discourage her. This action on her part is very reasonable, which Gilgamesh noticed, but what she thought was something he didn't notice, as he would never have thought that she considered the place he was heading to as a gathering place for libertines in the city of Fatoa. For her, this place couldn't be a good one for Aerys and her upbringing. As the only daughter and most precious of her parents, how could Ghislaine let her go to such a place when she should be mentally prepared for the visit of Prince Gilgamesh, who was right in front of her? If Aerys's grandfather heard this, he would probably spit out half a lung in anger. But what surprised her is that Gilgamesh seemed to be very polite with girls, as the rumors had said but few believed. Now that she had seen a bit of his character, she noticed that Prince Gilgamesh is a very calm and reasonable person. But Aerys didn't care at all. She said firmly in a direct tone, don't worry, my grandfather has said that he always wins in the bets he makes with other old men of his age, so it can't be such a bad place. On the contrary, it must be a very special place. This time, since I'm very angry, I'm going to visit that place and see for myself. Having said that, Aerys stretched out her hand and grabbed Gilgamesh's golden collar, then said, take me there quickly. As long as you do that, I'll let you go for today. Gilgamesh could have easily avoided this, but thinking that she was just a spoiled child, he decided not to. He just raised his face a bit, forming a thoughtful expression, then raised his hands in a humble surrender gesture. As he did these childish things, his face turned red with embarrassment as he proceeded toward the gambling establishment. The guards behind Gilgamesh smiled bitterly, looking at each other. They simply followed him. As for Ghislaine and another woman who were behind Aerys, they also followed without saying a word. All these guards were wrapped up in the same apparent situation. Those who followed Gilgamesh were nervous that he might suddenly lose his temper and cause chaos in this city. Each of them had been trained by him and had heard many rumors about the prince's strength, whom they had sworn to follow, and they were all terrified because he was just a child. As for Elijah, he was biting his lips until blood was continuously spilling. Why did a tigress appear in his path? If she accidentally gets angry or confused about the place they're heading to, his and everyone's necks in the hidden gambling house will be on the line. Elijah, who was holding Gilgamesh's beautiful white horse while walking alongside Aerys, offering her chocolates, thought to himself, this girl is the daughter of the Nodo's Greyat family. If she decides to get angry or report me to her family, there won't be a place for me and my future generations in the kingdom of Azura. In just a few days, my name and face will be posted on the doors of all the cities, ruining my future life. If that happens, it would be better to resort to suicide. The group finally arrived at a rather simple-looking building from the outside, but Elijah led them to the side where there was a well-decorated large backyard. Before any of them could say anything, they saw Aerys entering while holding onto Gilgamesh's collar. The faces of the drunken men inside changed abruptly, their faces going from white to purple, and each of them wanted to bury themselves 10 meters underground. In this city, the Greyat family remained very neutral regarding the actions taken in the city. This worked out well because as long as there were no crimes or fights, clandestine places like these were allowed to operate, and everyone seemed to agree with the strict conduct of their actions. The young lady standing next to a handsome young man with yellow hair and clothing quite different from the rest was the daughter of the Greyat family. Everyone knew that the Greyat family were the feudal lords in the city of Roa in Fatoa, and they had a great influence in the capital and were one of the top 4 noble families in the Kingdom of Azura. But things were different in this place. As the only daughter of the Greyat family in this location, Aerys was like a diamond that could hardly be touched by anyone. Within the family, she was greatly indulged and spoiled in every way to the point where her words held more weight than her parents and grandfathers. However, it was said that this girl was talented in swordsmanship but lacked noble conduct. Being part of the Greyat family, she was expected to adhere to the family's behavior, so over the years, she had copied her grandfather's behavior. Gilgamesh knew this, and that's why he decided not to create a scandal. After all, it wasn't the right time. According to his plans, he would split the family in 2, and the one in power in this place would become his new support to become a different kind of king. If his marriage were to be finalized, when the time came, his people would eradicate the Greyat family in the Kingdom of Azura, and at that moment, he would destroy his elder brother's faction, leaving him in misery. If they wanted to play the Game of Thrones, Gilgamesh wanted to show them how to slowly defeat their enemies without the need to display all his strength. That's why, as long as the title of fiancé to a daughter of the Greyat family was officially announced, they would all scramble to figure out how to act. While Gilgamesh casually conversed with Aerys, her grip on his collar weakened to the point that she let go when they entered this place, and it seemed like her anger had been appeased. It was rumored that Aerys's grandfather as well as any Greyat had a fetish of being obsessive with the women of the beast race, so this is something that Gilgamesh tolerated since he wasn't exactly dark like Darius Silva's pig Ganius. By the way, since a prime minister was about to be appointed, it would be perfect if Aerys's grandfather took that place under the families of Gilgamesh's faction. Of course, these political games were something that didn't interest him much. At all times he was just having fun, because if he was serious, his brothers wouldn't have their heads still attached to his body. Aerys, it is said that in these places one as a player can bet even his soul against the betting house or the players of this place. Gilgamesh said, very interested in the games that would be in this place. Chapter 59, Gilgamesh Understands. This is how, even though the Greyat family does not have a continuous presence in the city of Roa of Fatoa, they are all well respected by the citizens living here. If anyone dared to intimidate Miss Aerys, her grandfather's fury would make those responsible beg for mercy. The woman who accompanies Aerys wherever she goes is a sword queen herself. Who in their right mind would dare to say anything to that girl? Even though Gilgamesh was the 4th prince, this girl might even dare to strike him. It's a good thing that someone like him knew how to handle the situation very well, and moreover, he understood all the circumstances to avoid unnecessary scandals. If he ruined his first relationship with this girl named Aerys now, his plan to slowly crush his brother's faction would possibly fail. In such a case, if that situation were to develop, he would have to resort to more violent methods when the nobility fought for the Azura kingdom's throne. Right now, Aerys had calmed down a lot, and the initial anger she felt from overhearing her father's conversation with her grandfather had passed. She was now having a lot of fun seeing many things she had never seen before. Gilgamesh might be tolerant right now, but if someone tried to be clever and bother him, he would crush them with one hand and vent all his stress. There are times when women, regardless of their age, can be true dragons. And now, that princess from the Greyat family was in an illegal gambling den. Well, I couldn't refuse to bring someone my age to this place, although I insist I'd prefer not to bring anyone else. Gilgamesh looked at Elijah, who looked pale, and gave him a serious look. Behave yourself, we're about to make some money. What are you talking about? Elijah had lost half of his soul on the way to this place, and if he didn't die at the hands of the Greyat family, he would die at the hands of the owners of this place. After saying that, Gilgamesh's eyes turned to the left to look at Aerys, who had just treated him in a way that even someone like his mother had never done. That feeling, that sensation it generated within Gilgamesh, was something he liked, but was that normal? Perhaps living lives in different worlds had evolved his tastes, but he sincerely hoped not to be a masochist. Gilgamesh perfectly understood what poor Elijah was going through. This man thought that bringing a noble woman here was an incredible tragedy. Giving him an apologetic look, what could he do about it? If you have any complaints, dare to take her out of this place. What's going on? Aren't you going to welcome me, or maybe you think I, Aerys Greyat, don't have money? Aerys stared at them, pulled out a frog-shaped purse, and waved it arrogantly to show everyone that she had money. I, Aerys, have plenty of money to bet. The groups of drunks and libertines hastily drank their beer, almost choking on their pants. Each and every one of them thought, so, you have a lot of money. But the problem would be, who the hell would dare to win that money from you in games? Whoever dares to win against you would probably get a visit from your grandfather or the beastly woman behind you. And that's the best case scenario. If your own grandfather is very angry, he might come personally and hang us all. But Elijah, on the other hand, smiled cunningly. From what he saw, Gilgamesh seemed to know who Aerys Noto's Greyat was and understood nobility perfectly, as he was dressed in clothes that only a wealthy noble could have. In that case, perhaps the young man he brought for betting and playing was someone of a high status on par with the Greyrats. Elijah chose his side and said, enough with the games. This young man by my side came to gamble big and take all your money in a few games. He's willing to bet amounts that only you would see in your damn wet dreams. Don't hide, come out. He's talking about millions. If no one has that amount, it's better not to dare to play with him, you damn pagans. Those who can't accept defeat and draw their swords even when they've lost everything, aren't even worthy to stand before him. Listening to Elijah's final words, even someone as calm and composed as Gilgamesh almost turned around and walked out the way he came in. Are you really so wise as to give me such praise that not even in my previous life did anyone bestow upon me? Please, don't tarnish my image with those ridiculous speeches straight out of a grandeur-seeking novel. In the inner courtyard, there was a massive table sunk in the center, and there sat various young heirs of merchants along with some very wealthy adventurers who remained calm. One of the standout individuals was an arrogant boy named Gild. He was the son of a rather prominent merchant family in the Azura kingdom and happened to be passing through this place while traveling throughout the kingdom. Right beside him was his friend from the Zephyrus family, accompanying them on this long journey. The two of them were trailed by their guards, who never left their sides to ensure their protection. Gild, who had a slender appearance and wore fine clothing, stood out the most. His face displayed a pair of deep-set eyes, and he always acted like a high-ranking person, claiming to be on par even with the princes, according to his boastful words. Of course, Gilgamesh had seen men with much more money who confused wealth with power. Those two terms were very different in life, and unfortunately, people could only understand that when they were being killed by a powerful vagabond. Gild was surprised to see Aerys, someone who was impossible to find here, so he smiled and said, for someone like Miss Greyat to decide to visit this place, it's a great disrespect not to give her a warm welcome. Serve Lady Greyat, and if she's dissatisfied, everyone will pay with their lives. After saying this, he turned his head to Gilgamesh and said, since you're eager to gamble, I hope you don't cry over losing your little fortune. We don't usually wipe people's tears, they are beaten out of this place. Wise words, I hope that when I leave you penniless, you won't shed a single tear, or I'll end up slitting your throat. The same goes for all the swine accompanying you, Gilgamesh said without even giving a second glance to that foolish young man who lived under his family's wing. How dare you say those words, shouted the young man from the Zephyrus family, ready to draw his sword and start a fight. But Gild, standing beside him, immediately intervened. We are in the presence of Aerys Noto's Greyat, behave like a gentleman, not like an ape. Chapter 60, The Smile of a Demon. Accompanying Gilgamesh was only a 70-year-old man who appeared incapable of defeating even a child. However, this elderly man had gone through the same process as Alastor and was currently a sword emperor, nearly ready to advance to the next level. You must be from a wealthy family, but remember that as long as there is a man in this world, my family will have twice the money and riches. Gild said with a cold look toward the arrogant young man who had entered with Aerys. Observing the behavior of this arrogant fool, Gilgamesh smiled silently. There was no doubt that these young men didn't fully understand the dangerous world they lived in. Of course, he was not someone who would teach them, nor did he go around giving life lessons to every fly that crossed his path. They say there are high stakes in this place, which is precisely why I came. It's a shame that this gambling den is as small and dingy as it is, but if you want to lose your money, it's a good way to start my day in this city. Gilgamesh sat down and propped his feet up on the table, nearly hitting Gild's face. Aerys looked a bit disappointed by the appearance of this place and agreed with Gilgamesh's words, this place was a dump. But as long as she could play a bit here, she would return home and confront her father about the engagement her grandfather had mentioned. Indeed, this place smells terrible. All I see here are drunks, and no one is even playing. What a lousy gambling den. Aerys approached Gilgamesh and glanced at the foolish Gild, who had swallowed the words he was about to say. Dear guests, you will enter the special area of our gambling house, please, come inside. The manager of this establishment appeared to show the utmost respect to the customers who had arrived a few minutes ago. Exuding an arrogant and dominant attitude, Gilgamesh smiled and walked inside, followed by the withered elderly men who used an old stick as a cane. Inside, there was a massive table, so he sat in a comfortable chair and propped his legs up on the very clean table. His current demeanor emitted a unique image of his character, completely in line with his personality. Aerys's eyebrows furrowed. This sudden image of Gilgamesh felt strange to her eyes. She almost wanted to scold him for his arrogant behavior right in front of her. But after thinking it over, she had no valid reason other than her annoyance at seeing someone behave even more arrogantly than she did. Well, boys, it doesn't matter if you're dogs or cats, nobles or beggars, as long as you have money, you can sit at this table. As is usual in places like this, don't expect to win because you will always lose against me. Gilgamesh said with a provocative smile as he looked at Aerys. You're a very straightforward young man, and I like that. Gild praised Gilgamesh's behavior, feeling that his background might be as significant as his own. He calmed down and opted for a more neutral posture. Gild glanced at Gilgamesh as he spoke. Long before you arrived, we were playing dice with some wealthy merchants. It's a pity they couldn't continue due to the high stakes as time passed. How about we continue with the games? I'm wondering if someone like you has the guts to play dice at this table. Why is he talking like the lords who came to my birthday party 4 years ago? Aerys grew tired of listening to Gild prattle on as if he were someone important. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a clown. A game of dice? Gilgamesh asked aloud. What do the two of us have to fear from your tiny group of paupers? Aerys, who was suddenly involved in this gambling, filled with excitement at the competitive atmosphere and ignoring Gilgamesh's arm on her shoulder, placed her right hand on Gilgamesh's shoulder and said, yes, we have nothing to fear. Gild's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the unfamiliar golden-haired youth getting close to Aerys, the arrogant girl from the Greyat family. He had to cough a bit to regain his composure and thought to himself, is this idiot in front of me friends with Miss Aerys? Impossible, he didn't appear at Aerys's birthday party 4 years ago, so it's most likely they didn't know each other until now. But it doesn't matter, I'll win everything they have, and in the end, I'll blame that idiot so that Aerys takes charge of punishing him. Then, along with my other companions, we'll pool our funds to face your great wealth. By the way, may I know your name? Gild looked at Gilgamesh with a cold gaze as he took his seat. Haha, you can call me Gil, that's enough since after today we won't be speaking to each other again. Gilgamesh said as he sat more comfortably next to Miss Aerys. Quickly, serve some tea to the guests. The manager shouted, sweating profusely due to this sudden turn of events in his gambling establishment. A couple of teacups were placed in front of Gilgamesh and Aerys simultaneously. Gild took his own glass of wine, and he did so as if it were something to be admired. Does this thing have sugar? I don't like things that don't taste sweet. Aerys looked at the tea's appearance and wrinkled her nose. I have high-quality sugar in my reserves, but those sugar cubes are only eaten by my beautiful white horse. Gilgamesh said as he took a glass jar from his jacket. But you can use this powdered sugar, don't use too much since it's not usually enjoyed with too much sugar in your tea. Gild nearly choked on his sip of wine when he saw where that jar of sugar came from and thought, where the hell did that come from? Ghislaine, standing behind Aerys, watched this situation nervously. She couldn't intervene as it might anger the fourth prince, Gilgamesh, so she just sat quietly on the side and waited for it all to be over. At that moment, Gilgamesh, who had noticed the expressions of the foolish young men in front of him, showed a cold expression. After taking a sip of tea, he spat it in the face of one of Gild's friends and said, do you really serve such low-quality tea to your guests? Your damn service is very disappointing. Are you telling me you like this kind of tea? Aerys, long before he added sugar to her tea, smelled it again and showed some displeasure. She placed the teacup aside and started eating the sugar on its own. She didn't like tea very much, especially if it was of low quality as Gilgamesh had pointed out. Gilgamesh had a powerful body that was unattainable for ordinary humans. Only a true god with divine powers could match him, and even that would be challenging. However, what he noticed in the tea was a certain aroma of a substance added to it, which could range from aphrodisiacs to various types of poisons. After examining the cup more closely, it seemed that there was not only an issue with the content but also with how it was held. So, after confirming that this was some kind of trap, he threw the cup aside. Crack! The cup shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the tea spilled onto the floor. His action woke everyone from their stupor, not knowing exactly how to react. Aerys was very surprised, but after seeing Gilgamesh's actions, she whispered, "What are you doing? The tea is tainted." Gilgamesh took Aerys's teacup and threw it with such force that Gild only felt a strong wind pass by his cheek before it crashed against the wall behind him. Crack! Chapter 61, Who are you? What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and change the tea for our guests. Gild broke into a cold sweat as he saw that Gilgamesh didn't fall for the trap he had set, so he decided to change his tactics. Forget it. That's too much trouble. Aerys and I are here to gamble, not to enjoy tea and cake. Gilgamesh waved his hand dismissively, then as a small gesture, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a silver box of chocolates. That's right, we're here to play and bet all our money. Aerys's eyes sparkled as she waved her purse in front of everyone. In Gilgamesh's eyes, she didn't have more than 100 Azura gold coins. If millions of coins are being wagered in this place, it would be embarrassing for her to bring her week's savings. Gilgamesh gave Aerys a little nudge and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll bet my money, and when we lose, we'll move on to yours. Remember, it's the two of us against these rich kids who seem like they've never lost before." Aerys looked at Gilgamesh and was about to tell him that she didn't need his money to win, but she stopped when she saw the calm expression on the boy in front of her. Truth be told, she instinctively nodded her head and, knowing that she had been convinced by a complete stranger, she ate the chocolates that the same stranger had given her. Gild frowned when he saw the approach of that red-eyed idiot and asked after everyone had sat down, "Shall we start with 1,000 coins? Or should we increase it a bit? 1,000 coins?" Aerys exclaimed in surprise, her fair face immediately turning red with embarrassment as she asked, "Do you normally bet this much?" She was the only daughter of the Greyat family. Basic necessities like food, clothing, and others were usually prepared in advance for her. Except for sharing some jewelry or her favorite sweets that she bought every time she went down to the city, her expenses were minimal almost always. She originally thought that the 100 gold coins she had in her frog purse were a huge sum. How could she have imagined that the minimum amount to participate was actually 1,000 gold coins? The amount in her purse could only be calculated as no more than 100. This was a very normal thing. 1 Azura gold coin was equivalent to 10 Azura silver coins, so when talking about playing a minimum of 1,000 gold coins, that was over 10,000 Azura silver coins. Not even a terribly rich family could come up with such sums of money to waste on a board game. After all, unless they were dealing with useful items, a noble wouldn't be willing to deplete their wealth. 1,000 coins, Miss Aerys. I don't have much time for playing with such small amounts. As I mentioned earlier, I'll cover your part, so let's start with 10,000 Azura gold coins, with no limit on increments. Gilgamesh stroked Aerys's head and said, "Don't worry, I have plenty of money." Gild, who had been all smiles, had a momentary heart attack and, after coming back to life, muttered in an unnatural tone, 1,000 Azura gold coins is already a huge amount. We were talking about a different, lower denomination of coin, not directly in gold. Gilgamesh proceeded to ignore him and explained to Aerys how many coins were 20,000 coins. He reached into his jacket again and pulled out a woolen bag with 10,000 coins, then another bag with another 10,000 coins. Aerys's eyes sparkled, but she didn't exactly know how to add and count correctly. So, she nodded her head a bit more confidently, and under Gilgamesh's persuasion, she knew they would win the first game, so she wasn't scared by this large amount of money she had never seen before. Gild frowned upon hearing this. He knew very well that Gilgamesh wouldn't have more than 30,000 Azura gold coins if he were a prestigious son of a noble family. If the game was really starting with 10,000 coins as a starting point, and he was also covering Miss Aerys's bill, he could be losing his entire fortune in a matter of minutes if luck wasn't on his side. Initially, they were supposed to use Azura silver coins for the game, but since Gilgamesh had raised the stakes significantly, he didn't want to back down from this game to avoid ending up in a sorry state. "Gil, you're really a man of your word and very honest about your feelings. The dice game happens to be one of my favorites, a game of luck. Both sides can see the outcome of the game by rolling their dice, making this game one of the fairest." Gild laughed loudly at this. "Enough with the nonsense, I don't like men trying to kiss up to me. How are we going to play this game? Does the smaller value win, or does the larger value win? Or are we going to guess the values, and the one closest to their figure wins?" Gilgamesh looked as if he couldn't wait any longer. If an observant person were to look at him, they would immediately think he was completely clueless. As for the coins, one of Gild's friends spoke in a low tone, but Gilgamesh immediately interrupted him. "Do you want to count them? Then go ahead, I never steal." Gilgamesh grabbed a bag with 10,000 Azura gold coins and forcefully threw them at Gild's friend's face. Boom. Gild's friend shot off like a comet towards the tables in the back, and his body tumbled several times in the air before hitting the ground. Gild's eyes widened in shock as he saw his friend go flying, and after an awkward silence, he said, "I think you used more force than necessary." "Is that so?" "Sorry, I usually use that kind of force to kill the mosquitoes in my room at night. I never thought your friend would be a magician. Magicians tend to have fragile bodies, so I hope he's okay." Gilgamesh acted as if he weren't aware of the strength he had used, so he apologized curtly. "That was amazing. How are you so strong?" Aerys's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched that clownish idiot go flying and apparently lose consciousness. "Well, Miss Aerys, believe it or not, I am much stronger than I appear. I would show you a bit more of my strength, but we're not in an appropriate place." Gilgamesh looked at Aerys with a smile that she didn't pay much attention to. "I'm a swordswoman, my teacher is Ghislaine, a sword queen, and she uses a very strong combat style." Aerys took pride in her teacher and said, "Although I'm not as strong as her yet, I'm sure no child my age can beat me." Gilgamesh made sure to give Aerys his full attention, completely ignoring Gild, who stood like a lifeless statue with a rigid smile on his face. Was he being ignored by these two kids? Wait, was he even legally betting with two children? While Gild was having an existential crisis, Ghislaine examined Gilgamesh and found him as transparent as crystal. His expressions were sincere, he seemed to be enjoying an interaction with someone his age as if he were. Gilgamesh, the Red Prince of Azura, was seeking to experience the childhood feeling by talking to Aerys, something quite remarkable considering all the things he had done in the capital of the kingdom, Ars. Ghislaine sensed that in Gilgamesh, that look and the words he used. Somehow, he was just trying to be normal as if nothing else mattered to him, there was nothing hidden behind his intentions. Seeing this, Ghislaine smiled gently, feeling more at ease. Chapter 62, Let's Play Now. Gild suppressed the urge to hurl insults into the air, completely ignored his embarrassment, and said in a noticeable tone, "How about we keep it simple and just say whether the number is low or high?" Gilgamesh nodded and said, "Let's go, here are my 20,000 coins." To be fair, those participating in these types of games would first take out the money and place it aside, and only then proceed to roll the dice. Depending on the number of people, the quantity of dice used would differ. If 7 people were participating, then 7 dice would be used. If there were 6 people, then 6 dice would be used. At this moment, Gilgamesh, Gild, one of Gild's friends, and Miss Aerys were participating in the bet. The others in this secluded room were either guards or players who didn't have the right to participate in this kind of game. As for Aerys, who came with an imperious attitude, even though she didn't have enough money, she felt a bit guilty about using Gilgamesh's money. She knew that without money, not even a prince would have the right to participate and could only sit on the sidelines as a spectator. Mischievous thoughts crossed Gilgamesh's mind. After all, these people initially wanted to take all his money through this type of game, so he would just do the same as a good man. In situations like this, how could he not take advantage and help others? In situations like this, others can join us behind the gaming table. What does it mean to play behind the table? Aerys's eyes lit up. The so-called playing behind the table in this kind of game is making an outside bet with the house. This means that while you're not participating in this bet, you can still wager your money. For example, you can make a bet of 5 gold coins that I will win. If I end up losing, then you'll lose with me, and you'll have lost your 5 coins. In this way, both sides lose. But if I were to win, then you'd win, including the interest, it would be 10 gold coins. Gilgamesh explained this in detail so that Aerys could understand, which made the others look at the manager of the betting shop. "Oh, of course, we have that method implemented in our games. Please, those who want to bet, leave your names on the sheet and the amount you'll wager." The manager said with cold sweat on his forehead. This situation had long spiraled out of his control. Very well. Aerys's spirits seemed to soar, and she turned to Ghislaine. Bet everything on him, he seems to be good at what he does. Ghislaine looked at the frog purse and then at Aerys. As she had said, she naturally bet that Gilgamesh would win. Although she certainly wouldn't bet this amount of money even if she were wealthy. Gilgamesh laughed aloud, looked at Aerys, and said, "Seeing that Miss Aerys has bet on me, our luck will undoubtedly increase." Gild, who had mentally killed Gilgamesh numerous times already, sneered under a hidden smile, "Keep laughing, you'll be crying very soon." The game proceeded in turns, with the dice being rolled one by one. Aerys rolled the dice and got only 15 points out of 24, which was the total maximum score that could be obtained with 4 dice, a fairly normal sum within the possibilities. On the other hand, Gild's friend rolled 16 points, one higher than Aerys, and it was the highest score obtained in the 3 turns played so far. Gild, upon seeing this, displayed a triumphant look on his face. As long as his friend won this game, they would win 20,000 coins. They would make sure Gilgamesh left this place even without his clothes. Once he had lost to the point of losing his sanity, they would take advantage of that moment to humiliate him in the same way he had done to them. A real shame, but Miss Aerys certainly has good luck. Gilgamesh took the 4 dice in his hand, but deep down, he was a bit annoyed because this game had a certain way of getting higher scores if you knew how to use it correctly, and besides, the dice had different weights. The substance used to increase the weight of the dice definitely wasn't lead, as that would make it obvious that whoever used these dice was trying to make them always land on one side. However, one side was uniform in weight, and the only substance that could give this kind of feel and weight was a different type of metal. Only those familiar with the dice could achieve the desired sum. Even if an average person noticed these details, they would still be unable to do anything. Gilgamesh, on the other hand. Gilgamesh's eyes closed, and he took a deep breath while making a wrist movement, causing the dice to be thrown out of the metal cup, colliding with the table. At the same time, Gilgamesh's left hand, which was on the table, emitted a fine thread of divine energy, as thin as a needle, extending toward the 4 dice without anyone noticing. Everyone's breath stopped as they watched the dice spin in the air. Those 4 dice rolled for a while before coming to a stop. How is this possible? Gild exclaimed after seeing the result with a deadpan expression. Gild's group and those who had bet on their group to win all wore looks of disappointment. Aerys and Gild were the only ones celebrating their brutal victory, and on the side was Elijah, crying tears of joy for having bet Gilgamesh his life savings. The result of the dice was 6 on the first die, 4, 5, and 2 on the others, just 1 point above Gild's friend's roll. Gild's group had placed their hopes on their expert friend's roll, but when they saw him lose miserably, they looked at Gilgamesh with resentful expressions. This damn Gil, an angel's shit must have hit him in the face for him to have that luck, the cursed dog. Gilgamesh grinned arrogantly as Aerys embraced him, caught up in the excitement. After she let go and went to hug Ghislaine, Gilgamesh caressed his hand and said, "Haha, Miss Aerys's daring bet was a blessing for my roll. Since we're a team, I'm honored that she took the initiative to bet on me. Today, as I have won, you all will have to pay up." Finishing that sentence, he took a tray with the 20,000 coins he had previously taken out and said, "Come on, put up what you've lost, pay your bets." "Yes, pay up, and not a single coin less." Aerys shouted, thrilled about winning, unaware that she had actually lost 10,000 coins and that Gilgamesh was the real winner. However, since they were a team, their victory was shared. Chapter 63, Making Money. Gild and the others turned to their friend named Norberto, the one who had been thrown backward by Gilgamesh when the bag of coins hit his face. Although he had been healed with magic, his expression remained very sour and filled with resentment. But his ability to sense the movements of the dice was particularly high, especially when the die was specially manipulated by him. Everyone present was bubbling with excitement, waiting for the moment they could take all the money Gilgamesh had won. Norberto's closed eyes opened, and he said, "I bet this in this round." His hands took 5 cloth bags that were on a small cart next to him, and they totaled 50,000 coins, all he had earned in these months betting with merchants, adventurers, and magicians. The rest imitated his movements, showing unprecedented excitement on their faces. Seeing this, Aerys was shocked. If they played now, it would be 4 times 50,000, and that was an amount that very few carried around. Now there were 40,000 from the previous round, so 60,000 coins were at stake to match this bet. Even if they had that money, if they were to lose this round, they might end up with not a single cent. "I'll match the bet, it's a total of 100,000 coins." Gilgamesh reached into his jacket again, and numerous bags with 10,000 coins each were placed on the table one after another, adding up to a total of 100,000 Azura gold coins on the table. Even those who were not playing had their hearts pounding so hard they were about to spit them out due to the intense emotions being witnessed at this kind of table. Whoever won, with that fortune, they would have more than enough to live a life of luxury without working another day. "As we're starting this time naturally, as the winner, it's your turn to roll the dice first," said Gild, pushing the 4 dice toward Gilgamesh, who maintained a defiant smile beneath his face. Gilgamesh shook the dice after taking them and threw them. The amount being played this time was so high that it was considered there were 2 sides in the overall bet, one consisting of Gilgamesh and Aerys, while the other was made up of Gild and Norberto. In this case, most of the bets were directed towards Aerys's group. "Here it comes," Gilgamesh shouted after rolling the dice, and the number he rolled made even the calm Gild burst into laughter. Gilgamesh, who had lifted the metal cup, revealed the dice, and all of them showed the number 1, indicating that he had scored 4 points this time. "It seems that luck is not on your side this time, but this is very normal, luck is never on our side," said Gild as he took the dice and rolled them, getting a total of 14 points. "That seems to be the case." Gilgamesh smiled modestly and said to Aerys, "Miss Aerys, it appears that it will all come down to you whether we win or lose." Aerys became nervous, her 2 hands began to sweat, and she said confidently, "Of course, I will have to win this round seeing that you've rolled such pitifully low points." "Very well, then you shall be the last to roll as a show of our participation in your roll that will decide who wins," Gild said, looking at his friend to roll the dice. Norberto did so and ended up with a total of 22 points. 2 points less than the maximum score, though it's an incredible amount. "I fully believe that Miss Aerys can score higher," Gild said with a wide grin, looking at Gilgamesh with disdain. "This is..." Aerys, who was a confident and strong-willed girl, began to doubt her luck and felt immense pressure. "Don't worry, we're here to have fun, money only holds value in moments like these, so make the most of the thrill and roll with passion." Gilgamesh's eyes lit up with excitement. He knew they wouldn't lose even if he used dishonest methods to win against these thieves, but he still wanted to make sure to step on their faces with force. "Yes, money has no value," Aerys shouted with an even more arrogant expression, but it was evident that the pressure was weighing on her more and more. Gilgamesh's energy connected with the dice, causing them to turn to the maximum score after Aerys shook and rolled them onto the table. At that moment, as she tapped the metal cup and the dice tumbled inside, everyone held their breath. "Now that all the bets have been decided, I will now reveal the points." Under Gilgamesh's words, Aerys closed one eye and carefully lifted the metal cup, revealing the first die with 5 points, 2 dice with 6 points, and the last die, which was the last to be revealed, also had 6 points, giving them a total of 23 points. Norberto's lively expression turned pale. How was this possible? He had heard the dice's movements and knew that at least 3 of the 4 had a value of 6 points, but the last one had a value of 3. The chance that the last die had a higher score than 4 was 80%. Nevertheless, when the results were shown, his expression turned lifeless as he saw the obviously higher result than his. Could he have misheard Miss Aerys's result? It was impossible for him to be mistaken, this was beyond belief in his eyes. Without any modesty, Gilgamesh gathered all the coin bags to his side. Then he gave half of them to Aerys to continue betting on her own while she celebrated with Ghislaine, claiming she had saved their gambling economy. Miss Aerys, I must say you have a lucky hand for gambling, so we should continue betting together. Aerys saw all those coin bags and wondered how much it was in total, but she decided not to embarrass herself here and show that she was bad with numbers. So she nodded her head and patted Gilgamesh on the shoulder with an extremely excited expression on her face. See that? You're not the only one good at this game, I've got the lucky touch too, and I'm not much worse than you. Let's keep betting. She completely forgot that just half an hour ago, she wanted to punch Gilgamesh for inappropriately staring at her. Now she was just playing with a rather peculiar boy she had come across. Gild clenched his hair tightly and smiled distortedly. Miss Greyrat's luck is truly something. Starting the game and achieving these beautiful results shows how talented she is at gambling. However, after saying these words, Gild secretly gave Norberto a questioning look. Norberto's face turned pale as he shook his head, apparently uncertain about what had happened. Gilgamesh seemed to have no emotional attachment to the money, so as far as they were concerned, they had won from the start. As for Aerys, they didn't hold her in high regard, she was just a child after all. Could this all be a coincidence? Considering Norberto's superior skills in this type of game, it was impossible for his calculations to fail in this manner and lose more than 50,000 Azura gold coins in such a short time. That amount was terrifying. However, Gilgamesh's team managed to win the 2 games they had played so far, winning again and again, piling their coins to the side as if they were worthless, amassing a total of 100,000 coins. The faces of Gild's friends were pale, it was clear that this sum was meager compared to what they had, but it was still a massive loss for them. Ha ha ha, I'm the best. Aerys, who had wanted to cry from the pressure just moments ago, was now laughing shamelessly in front of her defeated rivals. Chapter 64, What did you say? You're being dishonest in these bets. You damn cheat. One of Gild's friends stood up, his chair falling to the ground. His bets had been too substantial, and now he had lost over 10,000 Azura gold coins in just 2 miserable games. He pointed his finger accusingly at Gilgamesh, clearly furious. Not only him, even Gild was becoming more skeptical about these results. How could they always be 1 point above the score they got? Gilgamesh wasn't a magician, so the chances of him pulling off some kind of trick were minimal, considering he was barely 15 years old. But no matter how he looked at it, why were these 2 kids winning as if they were blessed by the goddess of fortune in their eyes? 1 or 2 coincidences might have been acceptable if they weren't trying to win, but there had been 2 genuinely significant games. The moment that man pointed his finger at Gilgamesh, the withered old man behind him was about to chop off his arm when Gilgamesh raised his hand, causing the old man to assist and close his eyes again. Perhaps no one noticed it, but Ghislaine felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that if it weren't for Gilgamesh, the young idiot they were accusing of cheating the 4th prince would have been cut into pieces. However, perhaps because of Aerys's presence, he managed to handle the situation more calmly. You better mind your words, dear dog. Are you implying that Miss Aerys cheated? You're not only offending her but her entire family, and that's something you should think twice about. Gilgamesh shook his head, finding it a shame that so many sought death so needlessly just when he was starting to have some fun. Gild stood up and slapped his friend directly, then bowed slightly in apology and said, I must apologize for my friend's behavior. I must take responsibility for him and ask Miss Aerys to overlook this disrespectful insult. Perhaps it's due to the alcohol that he's acting so inappropriately. Aerys looked at the idiot who had just accused her of cheating and said, It's normal for dogs to bark when they lose their composure, but you'd better watch your words, or else you'll receive a beating from my fists. Gilgamesh's eyes sparkled with excitement. What beautiful words to describe an ill-mannered dog. The way she said it was just how he would have acted as a child. To be honest, he was becoming more and more interested in the daughter of the Noto's Greyat family, especially the one who stayed in this rural region. If you don't have money, then get out of my sight. I was careless to think that you would at least be mature enough to consider money just a means of entertainment in this place. Gilgamesh didn't even bother to give them a second look. On the contrary, he smiled disdainfully and said, If the dogs want to play fair and square, they must provide evidence that we are cheating, something solid, not the words of a drunkard who can't control the dirty words coming out of his mouth. Did you see us cheating in any way, Miss Aerys? Do you believe we were cheating? Gild held a stern look on Gilgamesh, concealing his intentions of wanting to swallow him whole. But once Gilgamesh pushed Aerys into this, the fact that they were only spewing words without evidence made them very nervous. Aerys looked at the table with wide open eyes and a furious expression. She didn't know the rules of this game, let alone about numbers, and she wasn't very observant when things didn't catch her attention. However, they had won every single round without losing. She was so angry that she responded as she always did, "What a bunch of crybaby dogs. When you were ahead in the numbers, you were mocking us. You were even laughing shamelessly in front of us. But now that you're losing, all you do is accuse us of cheating. Miss Greyat, it's not like that. You really have the nerve to tell us we're cheating. I was right there with Gil the whole time. All we did was roll the dice just like you did. How could we do anything dishonest? How dare you accuse us of cheating? You were the ones who invited us to play here. I bet we wouldn't be in this place right now if it weren't for one of your workers." "Who? Who invited you to come and gamble?" Gild asked, slumping into his chair with his lifeless body. "It was him." Aerys pointed at Elijah, who was jumping for joy as he looked at all the coins he had won. But when he saw everyone staring at him, his body suddenly froze. He was the one who first invited Gild to come here. It would be very strange if he didn't know this place. With so few gambling houses willing to bet such high sums, there must be some kind of scheme behind how this place operates. That can only mean he's bringing players with money for you to leave them with nothing. I can't imagine how many people you've ruined. Do you take me for a fool?" Everyone was surprised, even Gilgamesh. No one could have imagined that this girl of no more than 9 years old had such a sharp mind. In a room on the second floor of a restaurant not far from the gambling house. Reporting, a seemingly wealthy young man has entered the gambling house. However, it appears he was accompanied by Miss Aerys of the Greyat family. A man who seemed to be a bodyguard reported to the men who was dining. "Aerys Greyat. Why would someone like her go to the gambling house?" The man speaking was around 19 years old, a powerful mage who was traveling the world with Gild and the others. His name was Eldrick. Probably not deliberate, they coincidentally met on the way, and Miss Greyat became interested in the games. In the end, she followed the young man who is now gambling with his friends, my lord. The bodyguard was observing everything from the shadows, and his job was to report everything to Eldrick. Even if it was by chance, the guy my foolish friends are gambling with must be someone of high status for the daughter of the Greyat family to even consider accompanying him. The damn luck we have is the worst. Eldrick took a sip of wine and said, "If that's the case, you must inform Gild and the others not to mess with that person. They may not be seeing who they really have in front of them. Tell them to come up with some excuse to leave that place, even if they have to lose money in the process. They should also invite that young man to another gambling gathering. Go now." "Yes." The bodyguard hurriedly left the restaurant, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Chapter 65, Have They Lost Everything? Betting House. Due to the protests from Gild's group, Aerys's threats, and Gilgamesh's increasingly arrogant comments, the game rules were changed 3 times. "Ha ha ha, we beat the house," Gilgamesh exclaimed arrogantly, causing Gild's group to become furious to the point of biting their tongues. Gilgamesh's mouth spewed venomous words at every opportunity, even betting with his eyes closed, and worst of all, he kept winning. Unexpectedly to everyone, he had crushed them to the point where their outbursts became crooked, and their gazes were lost. Triumphant Gilgamesh and the smiling Aerys were busy dividing the winnings. Seeing all those bags of coins going into that boy's jacket, many believed there was some kind of portal where things were entered and taken at will. When they saw Gilgamesh give Aerys 20,000 Azura gold coins, they clenched their muscles with so much sorrow that they wanted to cry. Gild's smile now seemed like a sinister maniacal expression, as if the muscles of his face were cramped. Aerys, on the other hand, said, "Gil, I can't believe you gave me so much money. Are you really not bothered by it? You've already given your bodyguard those bags of coins. If I were to tell you I was bothered by something as small as that, wouldn't I seem like I'm short on money?" After thinking that, Gilgamesh said, "Of course, I'm not bothered. Why would I be? If it weren't for your good luck, how could I have won so much? It's only natural that we split our winnings." Elijah's ears on the side twitched, and he cunningly said, "Where's my share?" Gilgamesh turned abruptly, lowered his gaze a bit, and muttered, "Maybe you deserve some coins, but that girl took half of my winnings, and you'll probably get paid for this. As men, we shouldn't be greedy." "Ha. I was just kidding with you. I obviously don't think I deserve a single penny, but now that things have come to this point, don't you need a risk manager? Everyone has one for any kind of job. I think if I don't leave this place with you, I'll either end up in a coffin or chopped into pieces," Elijah said with a pale expression. Aerys had exposed him so suddenly that it would be with these people that he'd settle scores if he didn't get out of here. "Are you afraid they'll keep you?" "Certainly, you might not leave this place alive, but you could be a valuable asset. You seem to have some business skills, and if you work for me and manage to expand my businesses throughout the kingdom, it could be beneficial." Gilgamesh thought carefully and decided to accept this man who seemed very eager for money. So, if he's looking for money, he's likely to be good at trying to get it. Gilgamesh stood up, stretching while smiling frivolously. "Do you, my dear children, have more money you'd like to bet? If you don't have any more, I'm afraid I'll have to leave as I have a meeting to attend. I've only made a little money after gambling for over half an hour. What a damn disappointment. Don't you agree, Miss Aerys? You can't leave. Norberto became very nervous. At this moment, his mind and the minds of his friends had turned into useless pieces of dung, Gild included among them. They still couldn't understand how they had lost. The consecutive losses had stunned them to a level only someone who was drunk could achieve. Each of their betting skills should have been better than Gilgamesh's, who was just a child, and yet, they, who were playing against two kids, had miserably lost everything. Not to mention that Gilgamesh had gained slightly more than them, which made it impossible for them to continue thinking that cheating had been involved. What kind of explanation could they use to understand this? I still want to bet with you, I have assets to wager. Gild removed his rose gold necklace and placed it on the table. Haha, you my dogs, do you think I'll accept your damaged goods? Gilgamesh smiled with disdain and said, do you want to keep betting with me using that worthless item? It would be better if you went back home and brought more money. Gilgamesh had already stashed all the money bags in his door to Babylon and was about to turn away. Wait. Gild turned to his friends and said, take out everything you can, right now. Norberto and the rest were well aware of the miserable consequences of returning home with not a single coin. Immediately, they removed everything valuable from their bodies and placed them on the table, whether it was gemstones, jewelry, or swords. This is one of the best swords you can get from normal blacksmiths, and this is a high-grade magical staff that will also be in the bet. The price of these items should add up to 150,000 Azura gold coins, but now all the items will be wagered at 200,000 coins. Gild stared directly at Gilgamesh with his eyes reddened and said, in addition to that, you'll get several books of powerful magic that can only be obtained in the most prestigious academies. What do you say? Aerys, who was about to leave, watched these actions with a surprised expression. She also knew how expensive magical books were, and they didn't usually contain spells of such high level. As a girl who could grasp certain aspects of what was happening in this place, she realized that this was no longer a simple bet. But she didn't feel fearful at all, nor did she intend to leave Gilgamesh alone in this wager. Gilgamesh looked at the items on the table, and what interested him the most was that sword, which could end up in his door to Babylon along with those magical books. But there was nothing else that caught his attention. However, in the end, he revealed a sinister smile and said, I agree to one condition only. I want the hand your friend pointed at me with, and it shall suffer no more than that loss when I leave this place. When everyone heard Gilgamesh's words, they felt a chill. Who could make such a request? It wasn't about money or jewelry, it was about a real hand. The boy who had called Gilgamesh and Aerys cheaters began to tremble with fear but gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you even my tongue, but if you lose, all your money will be ours. Gild's face turned pale, only now did he realize that he was standing in front of Prince Gilgamesh, who had been at the Black Pearls auction that day. They were now facing the Red Prince of the Azura Kingdom. His mouth closed tightly, his heart rose to his throat, and the blood in his body chilled with fear. Gilgamesh noticed Gild's abnormality in front of him and smiled, it seems you figured it out. It's best if you keep your mouth shut and don't speak again until I leave, or there will be nothing left but forgotten memories. Aerys, on the side, had shining eyes and said nothing. She was very impressed to encounter someone even more arrogant than her grandfather, someone more violent, and the subtlety of his cruelty left a significant impression on her in this first encounter with this stranger. There are rules and principles, you know very well that a man should not lack respect. Much less to a lady who has nothing to do with this. I will be prudent and won't cause trouble in this city, but there are things that must be done, said Gilgamesh as he returned to the table. With no strength left in his body, Gild couldn't even speak due to the sudden trauma that had exploded in his mind. He had heard of Gilgamesh's cruelty, so he thought carefully about a solution to remedy all the disrespect he had committed in this place but didn't know where to start. Chapter 66, Aerys's Bet. Have you accidentally swallowed your tongue? What do you want me to do besides betting all that money? Gilgamesh touched his hair impatiently, he would have already resolved this issue if it weren't for Aerys's presence in this place. Aerys couldn't resist herself and burst into laughter momentarily, but she immediately assumed a serious expression. Under the table, after sitting back down, she playfully nudged Gilgamesh's side for making her laugh. The muscles on Norberto's face were about to burst, he was furious to the point of wanting to start a fight. Forcing himself to remain calm, he responded, Gil, right. Since you like to gamble and are after our friend's hand, then if you win, you naturally get everything on the table in his hand. Something so simple. Very well, but you should consider whether the one you call a friend, and for whom you're willing to bet his hand for a measly wager, is really a friend or just a dog. Gilgamesh happily accepted and said, how shall we bet? We'll bet on dice. An aspect of desperation appeared on Norberto's face, he would prove here and now that his skills were worthy of admiration. We'll throw at the same time, reveal our rolls at the same time, and the one with the highest score wins. Haha, that sounds perfect. Am I someone who would be afraid of my own hand? Furthermore, in this round, Aerys will play for me. Yes, I'll throw. Aerys said with an arrogant expression. Eh. Absolutely everyone was surprised. While it was true that Aerys had won one round of this game, she had lost the others with scores far below the maximum possible in each round of play. We have no problem with that, Norberto and the others said excitedly. Their eyes lit up. They knew that when it came to playing against Aerys, who had only been lucky once, that was more than enough to beat her. Norberto could do it with his eyes closed. Everyone here was well acquainted with Norberto's level of play. He was an expert even though he had lost absolutely every round against Gilgamesh. If Norberto lost to a 9-year-old girl, he might as well take his own life on the spot, as the gods had abandoned him in the cruelest way possible. Which of you two will take the dice first on the table? Gilgamesh, who had ignored Aerys's playful nudge, smiled as he looked at Norberto. I'll go first, Norberto said without looking at Gild, who seemed to be perishing in his chair, unable to move. He held the dice in his hands, shaking them vigorously to secure victory in this final game. He struggled to suppress the adrenaline rushing through his chest, even closing his eyes and focusing as if he were praying to something. This role would define his grandchildren's lives when he grew old. If he were to lose this, he'd prefer to lose his life. Gilgamesh sighed wearily as he watched Norberto move strangely, then turned his head to Aerys, who was very nervous, and said, "Do you think he's trying to summon some divine spirits to help him? I can't help but feel this scene seems very strange, it feels very wrong." Aerys, who was intensely focused on her rival's upcoming results, couldn't hold back her laughter once more and burst into giggles. She never thought she'd meet such an amusing guy just as she was about to let go of her anger. Gild no longer had the desire to even breathe. He had been drinking wine as much as he could to avoid remembering this day tomorrow, if he lived to remember it. Norberto, on the other hand, thought that Gilgamesh and Aerys were trying to throw him off, but his senses were calm because nothing could break him out of his trance-like state. After a considerable amount of time, so much that Gilgamesh was talking to Aerys about her sword technique rank, Norberto let out a roar that shook even the sleeping men in a corner. The atmosphere around him suddenly became intense, as if this bet were a matter of life or death. 666. 666. 666. Norberto and his friends roared as they saw the dice land on the table. The first die stopped spinning and showed a 6, followed by another 6. Norberto and his friends, who had been sweating nervously, erupted in jubilation. Each of them celebrated as if they had already won, and while the third die was spinning oddly, they chanted like a cult, 666. 666. 666. If the third die landed on a 6, then Gilgamesh would definitely lose this bet. But were two dice with a 6 on the same roll a normal outcome? Some who had been congratulating Norberto looked at Gilgamesh with mocking expressions. Norberto let out a long sigh. Today's roll had exceeded his initial skills. Even if he had lost every other roll, this last one seemed to have a very favorable outcome. Who could have imagined that the final die, which was still spinning, would suddenly veer towards the other two dice that were stabilizing? Spinning between the two dice that were on 6s, it first collided with the one on the left, causing it to spin aside just when it seemed to have settled on a 6. As for the other die, it was moved by the rebound and inertia of the last die, also displacing it from its initial position, which was a 6. The room fell deadly silent. Gild, who had given up the will to live, Norberto, and the guy whose hand would be cut off if they lost, stared at this result. The joyful expressions on their faces suddenly froze, but their eyes began to redden with helplessness. All three dice showed a 1, a miserable 1 each, resulting in a total of 3. According to their words, if they somehow rolled 3 1s, that meant they would become monks in a church and renounce their worldly desires. I'm done for. Norberto closed his eyes as he fainted. The remaining people, like Gild, all slumped into their seats in complete exhaustion. They stared blankly at the 3 dice with a dull expression, each feeling the urge to burst into tears. Ha ha ha. Elijah, on the side of Gilgamesh, knelt before him and said, I feel like you're a god, please give me a job. Can I take my things then? Gilgamesh asked as he stood up. What are you talking about? You might also roll 3 1s, you can't take anything without taking your turn. Cried one of the guards on the side, who was weeping over their boss's loss. Do you think that's possible? Aerys stared at the guard as she asked that question. No, they have a point. Gilgamesh looked at Aerys and said, show them the luck you carry on your shoulders, Miss Aerys, win this game. Watch carefully. Aerys shouted as she held the dice and shook them vigorously. When she rolled them, Gilgamesh didn't bother to intervene because any result would be good for them. And after the roll, Aerys proudly celebrated her victory in front of the bunch of crybabies who had called her a cheater. Gilgamesh only took the sword and the magic book. As for the rest, he told Aerys to take it, but she told Elijah he could keep it. We're rich, Aerys. Gilgamesh smiled as they left the betting house. As for the withered old man who was his bodyguard, he stayed behind while drawing his sword. After all, there was an arm he had to claim. Ghislaine looked at Aerys and, realizing it was getting late, said, Miss Aerys, you should return home immediately as you have a meeting with your father later. Is that so? Aerys wrinkled her nose in annoyance, then immediately recalled the words she had heard from her grandfather. Can I accompany you? I don't know where my carriage is, so you can take me to your house since I have nowhere to stay. Gilgamesh smiled as he waved his hand, and the figures around them disappeared from the place. Fine, you can stay at my house. Aerys declared this arrogantly, knowing that no one could go against her words. Then let's go. Gilgamesh smiled when he saw Aerys's carriage approaching. Ghislaine, of course, didn't object. After all, she knew very well that Prince Gilgamesh had come to the city specifically to visit the Greyat family. Chapter 67, Who Are You Trying to Deceive? Gilgamesh's gaze turned to Aerys as he began to assess her strength, swordsmanship talent, and determination. It was evident that she trained in fencing, her strength far exceeded that of the average children her age. Considering that, maybe she spent a lot of time training, which was quite rare for a noble girl. Is it a request from her father or simply a personal desire? Aerys's arrogant demeanor, her character, and all the other things that made her who she was caught Gilgamesh's attention. Although he certainly got the impression that she was imitating someone else. Don't you think traveling in a carriage is rather uninteresting when magic is available to everyone? I mean, not only have we made advancements in magic, but also in the field of engineering, yet nobody seems to care about making progress in these aspects. Gilgamesh touched the wood and thought about those flying contraptions he had in his Babylonian vault. Aerys looked at Gilgamesh strangely and asked, by the way, how is it that you're traveling alone at your age? She knew Gilgamesh was alone except for a few guards, but it was very unusual for a child like him to be in this city alone and without any adult companions. He seemed different from the others, so she decided to invite him to stay the night at her home after learning he had no place to stay. At that moment, Aerys, who usually kept everyone away because they annoyed her, inexplicably felt at ease with someone like Gilgamesh and didn't mind inviting him into her home for the night. For anyone else, that would be strange, but when someone gets to know Gilgamesh, and it's not in a battle, what normal people feel is a sense of familiarity, closeness, and comfort in talking to him. Similar to the human god, who makes people believe everything just by talking to him, for Gilgamesh, his charisma is more than enough to make the impossible possible. Gilgamesh couldn't help but be this way, but he didn't mind because it was something that shaped him as a person. So, he had always leveraged these qualities of his body to get what he wanted, no matter how difficult it might be to obtain. I want to travel the world, and my first stop is in this city. Of course, I don't need an adult with me because I am an extraordinary man. Gilgamesh said with a smile. That's amazing. Maybe I'll do the same when I grow up. Aerys's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists and said, of course, before that, I must go to the capital to challenge the Bloody Prince to a formal duel. My dream is to defeat him. These words made Gilgamesh smile broadly. He remembered that this was a title given to him throughout the Azura kingdom, and it didn't really bother him. But he was still interested in what this girl before him thought. You want to beat him? The only way to beat me in this world would be in what? He didn't know, but there must be something in which he could be defeated. Do you think you can defeat him? Gilgamesh asked curiously, looking at Aerys, awaiting her response. You should know he's a cruel prince who coldly kills his rivals. You should be careful about what he might demand as a bet for his victory. He doesn't accept duels easily. Of course, my goal is to defeat him, but someone as incredible as him would be stronger when I face him. Aerys exclaimed with embarrassment in her tone. Then she said, but he's not much bigger than me, so there's a chance I could beat him. Of course you can, I can help you beat him. Gilgamesh said as he brushed his hair back. With my help, you'll be able to defeat that arrogant prince, don't you think? With your help? Although I admit you're amazing, I'm sure your sword skills are inferior to the Bloody Prince's. Aerys waved her hand and rebuked Gilgamesh with blunt words that would hurt anyone else. But Gilgamesh was having fun at this moment, so he changed the topic of conversation. By the way, I noticed you were angry during our first encounter. What was that about? That. I. Aerys remembered why she had been angry and clenched her fists. Her father and grandfather were discussing the possibility of an arranged marriage for her, which had upset her greatly because they hadn't consulted her. I just heard that someone might propose an arranged marriage to my father, where I would become the fiancé of a complete stranger. I won't accept something like that. After hearing that, Gilgamesh nodded and said, it would be very thoughtless of those who want to propose that and not consider your thoughts, especially since it's about your future. But you shouldn't worry, maybe it's just a possibility. But maybe someone as incredible as the Bloody Prince might decide to do it. Politics is something that many don't understand, after all. What do you think? Aerys took a long time to process Gilgamesh's words and finally said, I don't care. If I say I won't marry that way, I never will, no matter how amazing the person is. Ghislaine couldn't believe how oblivious Aerys was. Was it so difficult to see that she was in the presence of Prince Gilgamesh? It was true that it would be hard to believe that the prince, who didn't like to leave his mansion, was now in the Fatoa region. But she had to admit that this boy's behavior had been normal the whole time, as if he were just a child, similar to Aerys's behavior. It was known that Prince Gilgamesh's faction was growing at an alarming rate, which Ghislaine had heard from Aerys's grandfather. So, they needed to consider what to do to keep the family on top of all this. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm stronger than that prince you're talking about. I could defeat him with one hand." Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Aerys was astonished. These were very arrogant words to say and think, but she didn't see it that way, so she said, "Haha, what kind of nonsense are you saying? I'm sure the prince is more magnificent than you. Maybe you can beat him in bets, but not in swordsmanship. If you can beat me in a duel, then I might consider you have some skill. But you're much bigger than me, that wouldn't count as a worthy victory to boast about." Gilgamesh interrupted Aerys's words and said, "It seems I'm about to turn 11, but that's not important. Age is just a number. After 15, age no longer matters in terms of wisdom." Aerys looked at Gilgamesh challengingly and said, "Are you trying to sound interesting by using words I don't understand?" "Not at all, I'm not that simple," Gilgamesh said with a smile as he looked at the walls of the Greyat mansion, the residence of the feudal lords of this city. Now, they had reached their destination. Chapter 68, Who Are You? When Aerys stepped out of the carriage, she raised her hands and said, "Welcome to my home. First, I'll have to talk to my father and let him know about your invitation to stay since you don't have a secure place to sleep. I am very grateful for your invitation, Miss Aerys. I'll patiently await your return." Gilgamesh said with a formal greeting. "Very well, wait here." Aerys nodded and hurriedly entered the front building. She seemed happy to have found a rather interesting friend who shared some similarities with her. Ghislaine, who stayed by Gilgamesh's side, asked in a serious tone, "Is there a specific reason you kept your identity a secret from Aerys?" "In truth, yes. I need to be sure if her attitude is to my liking, otherwise, I won't be interested. Although my goal in coming here is to establish a commitment with much larger objectives, if my fiancé doesn't suit my taste, there won't be a commitment. I am quite selective about who might be by my side until my skin wrinkles. I don't usually get involved in these matters, but I am ready to experience new sensations. So, what do you think?" Ghislaine asked. Regarding Gilgamesh's arrogant words, she couldn't say much since Aerys was similar in some respects. If she criticizes or judges the prince, she would be a hypocrite because she doesn't really care about Aerys's attitude. Well. Gilgamesh was about to speak when a figure appeared in front of him and knelt down. "Oh, you're here." The withered old man nodded and said, "This is your payment. Take the left hand because I was trying to be merciful, but that man you pointed at with your filthy fingers was left-handed. Haha. What bad luck, but it doesn't matter. Give that hand to my cat, he must be hungry after the journey." Gilgamesh waved his right hand because he abhorred seeing a severed limb, but it was a debt that had to be paid, so he respected that those he had wagered with upheld their end of the deal. "I understand, your orders have been heard." The old man looked at Ghislaine, smiled, and then disappeared at inhuman speed. "You must be very curious about my intentions. All I can share with you is that I will never harm Aerys. I am not so ruthless with people. Would you believe me if I told you that my dream is to live peacefully for the rest of my life? Nevertheless, those who died by my hand continue to seek their revenge." Ghislaine looked at Gilgamesh and couldn't detect any falsehood in his words, so she said, "I must thank you for your consideration, and also, please don't judge Miss Aerys's behavior too harshly. She tends to be like this with everyone because she tries to imitate her grandfather's behavior. So, there's the answer. I came to this place with a much larger purpose than a simple innocent commitment." Gilgamesh looked at this beast woman and said, "I've come to save the Greyat family, especially this branch. As for those outside of Fatoa, they will all eventually be eliminated for belonging to a faction that tried to eliminate me." "Did the Greyrats try to kill you?" Ghislaine suddenly reacted in an agitated manner. This information was extremely critical and sensitive. If Prince Gilgamesh decided to seek revenge now, with so many Sword King-level swordsmen, she wouldn't be able to do anything but flee. "It seems I expressed myself a bit poorly, but in a way, it's true. Well, I'll discuss that with Aerys's father, and both of us will decide the future of this family within the Azura kingdom." Gilgamesh extended his hand for Ghislaine to lead the way. "Yes, please, follow me," Ghislaine said, feeling a chill as she saw the true behavior of Gilgamesh, and she walked directly to where Aerys's father was. To avoid completely wiping out the Nodo's Greyat family, Gilgamesh came to this place to make a commitment with Aerys Nodo's Greyat. This way, his brother Grabble's faction would be divided, and its power would eventually fall into a pitiful state. Of course, if the Greyat family in this place couldn't discern between survival and being staunch protectors of their family, Gilgamesh would have no choice but to use force. However, he had done his research well and knew that this outcome was unlikely. Gilgamesh intended to start by seizing the Fatoa region from the Azura kingdom, establishing it as his starting point, and completely reforming this rural city by taking advantage of its flat lands to develop his own fortresses. The businesses he was forming were also crucial. With them, he was amassing a truly vast fortune, and once he gained complete control over the kingdom's economy, the rest would be mere desires for further advancement. Before he knew it, Gilgamesh entered a room that seemed to be a special reception area for guests. The butler in this place extended his hand toward some chairs and said, "Please, have a seat, Prince Gilgamesh." Ghislaine walked to a corner of the room and silently leaned against the wall, seemingly doing nothing but monitoring the room with her ears, alert for any potential eavesdroppers. "The young master will be here shortly, please wait." The butler was about to pour a glass of wine when suddenly a deep, loud voice echoed through the halls. "He's here." Boom. The door swung open with force, and a burly, robust man stormed into the room. Gilgamesh merely smiled and regarded this man in his 50s with equanimity. His dark brown hair seemed to have traces of gray, but overall, as a strongman who wielded a sword, he remained in good shape. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh Asura, prince of this kingdom." Gilgamesh didn't stand up to introduce himself. In the same brusque manner that the old man entered, he treated him as such. "I heard you've already met my granddaughter. When do you want them to get married?" Soros looked Gilgamesh up and down and nodded. "You're very strong, and you must be here for many things other than just a marriage proposal. However, you should know that if you propose marriage, you must marry as soon as possible." What? Chapter 69, 2 letters. Gilgamesh had seen many things in life, but he had never thought he would go through this kind of situation before. What kind of grandfather offers his little and adorable granddaughter an engagement to someone he only saw once? Is this family completely deranged? I would like to hear what Miss Aerys has to say first. I don't usually act thoughtlessly toward those who might matter to me in the future," said Gilgamesh, still a bit confused. "Then it's settled. When she turns 13, you two will get married. Now I must console my little granddaughter. You were quite inconsiderate not to tell her who you were from the beginning. She admires you greatly and wouldn't stop talking about the things she heard about you." Soros knew he wasn't the one to talk about politics with Gilgamesh, that job would be left to his son. However, he had to establish his authority when it came to the matter of marriage. Gilgamesh didn't know how to react to this situation for the first time. "Well, my son will discuss that. Farewell, Red Prince, ha ha ha." Soros shouted as he left in a matter of seconds after addressing Prince Gilgamesh. Even after winning a war, Gilgamesh never thought he would be temporarily at a loss for words, contradicted by an elderly man who was practically giving away his granddaughter without considering any aspects. Aerys was apparently 9 years old this year, about to turn 10, and in this world, that was considered practically an adult. But in his observations, the right age would be when she turned 15. Although he certainly didn't care, he was still an adult, and announcing an engagement with Aerys would create a significant division within his faction, as well as undermining his brother Grabble. He might end up marrying Aerys when she was an adult, but he wouldn't interfere with her decisions and desires. All he wanted was to secure a region and announce a marriage with Soros' granddaughter to disrupt the balance of the nobles who supported his brother. This was his way of being as fair as possible in this noble struggle. It amused him that he could even kill them in broad daylight, but he enjoyed doing these kinds of things without relying on his strength. "Is something wrong, Thomas? Why haven't you closed the door?" Another person entered the room through the side door. "I heard my father very happy just now. Did something happen that I'm missing?" The figure appeared in Gilgamesh's eyes, and it was a slender figure with hair of a shining tea-colored tone and features very similar to those of the elderly Soros, so this must be his son. "Sir, I beg your pardon, but just now the Great Lord has spoken with Prince Gilgamesh, and it seems that they have gotten along quite well. It seems quite normal, we are talking about Prince Gilgamesh, after all." Aerys's father's words were heard as he walked in front of Gilgamesh, showing respect. "Pleasure to meet you, Prince Gilgamesh. My name is Philip Borious Greyat, and I am Aerys Greyrat's father, whom you recently met. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Philip." Gilgamesh accepted the greeting and extended his hand, inviting him to sit. At that moment, Thomas had already left the room, and the only one accompanying them was Ghislaine. Philip smiled somewhat innocently and then asked in a more serious tone, "I've heard that you're a very direct prince. I spoke with your knight, Simon, earlier, so I'm more or less aware of what you'll propose today. But I would certainly like to hear it directly from you. What brings about your unexpected but honorable visit?" Gilgamesh looked at the teacup that had been placed before Thomas left, smiled a bit, and said, "You must be well informed. For a minor noble in this remote place, you're still quite perceptive. But you must be aware of the overall situation of the Greyat family, from the small branches to those who only carry the name, they are considered a great family, aren't they?" Philip began to feel a sense of intimidation. He had heard from Knight Simon earlier that Gilgamesh was a child but much more intelligent, visionary, and ruthless than a king. Therefore, knowing that he was interested in the Greyat family in the Fatoa region, he knew there was something political behind it. "That's correct. The Greyat family is an ancient nobility of the Azura kingdom. Although we are divided between the Nodos, Borious, and many more branches, we are still a great family. My explanation will take some time, but I hope you understand me perfectly and won't make me repeat things. Firstly, and for the record, I want to establish a marriage with your daughter, Aerys Greyat. Gilgamesh picked up the teacup and, without any discomfort, took a sip of tea. I hear you. Please let me know the reason behind this. The once innocent Philip now exuded a cold and ambitious aura. He had thought about it but never believed he would be so lucky as to marry his daughter to such an extraordinary man. Philip, although he didn't seem like it, was deeply resentful for losing the duel where the winner would rule the Greyat family. Due to this, 2 of his barren sons were taken away so they wouldn't seek revenge, and he was left in this place. He wasn't upset about it, but he was always looking for a way to regain power. A few months ago, I was drugged and kidnapped by bandits. After that, their intentions were to kill me with poison, but I managed to survive. No matter how I did it, I'm still alive. Gilgamesh smiled and then said, you must be aware of the factions among the 4 possible heirs to the Azura kingdom's throne, aren't you? The faction that the Greyat family supports is that of my brother Gabriel, which was recently shaken by the unexpected death of the Prime Minister. Are you following along with the explanation? Gilgamesh asked, pausing for a moment. So, you want to create a rift with the engagement? Philip felt as though a sword was piercing his thoughts. What Prince Gilgamesh was planning was incredibly terrifying. If things go as he envisions, the Greyat family will split into 2 parts, one supporting the first prince, Grebel, and the other siding with Prince Gilgamesh. Truth be told, as things stand, the Greyat family would fare better with Gilgamesh, but that is certainly contradictory to the expected outcome. Something along those lines, but I wanted to hear your opinion, Mr. Philip. Do you want to become the head of the entire Greyat family, or do you want to be buried with them? Gilgamesh asked as he looked at the steaming tea in his teacup. Chapter 70, A Settlement of Scores. Are you planning to seek vengeance against the Greyat family? Philip didn't quite understand why, but something was escaping him. However, when he realized it was related to the attempted assassination of Prince Gilgamesh, he understood that the Greyat family was involved. You understand a bit, but not everything. The Greyat family and the Prime Minister were supporting my brother Grabel so that when the noble struggle came, he would become the king. They acted ahead of time and tried to eliminate me. I don't know how involved the Greyat family is in this, but just as I thrust more than 100 swords into the Prime Minister, I'll do the same with the Greyat family. Gilgamesh said with a smile. Such a declaration made even Ghislaine want to draw her sword and attack Gilgamesh, but as if all of this didn't make sense, Philip began to laugh out loud. I understand your point now, Prince Gilgamesh. 3 times in over 2 months, they attempted to assassinate me. I didn't want to be a king of such a trashy kingdom, but I know from experience that trash can be cleaned up, so I'm going to become the king of this kingdom. Gilgamesh said as he set down his teacup, stood up, and walked toward the window. I don't know what's wrong with the idiots who have attacked me repeatedly. They treated me as if I were a damn fool they could point their swords at whenever they pleased. They have infuriated me, Mr. Philip. I didn't want to be a king, but I will be in a way that takes care of cleaning out all the noble families that oppose me. Philip, still using a calm demeanor, was secretly thrilled that Prince Gilgamesh had chosen his family. He knew that the prince's eccentricity was quite unique, and if he chose his family, it meant he valued them. In light of this, he couldn't refuse, and finally, there could be a glimmer of hope for his future as the head of the Greyat family. So, you want my support to weaken the Greyat family? In exchange for my trust, you're willing to marry my daughter Aerys, giving me the assurance that you will consider us when you ascend the throne. Philip had grasped what Prince Gilgamesh was seeking. You've understood it correctly. I want you to be clear on this. It's not about power, a desire for the crown, or any other nonsense that humans often chase in their short lives. Gilgamesh turned to Philip and said, it's about greatness, and as a punishment for all those idiots who have considered me a hindrance, I will become their king, and I will eliminate all the trash among the nobles. The families that support my faction will be promoted to the high nobility in a new kingdom structure. In the end, Gilgamesh was destined to be king once more, but this time it would certainly be a new way of ruling. A kingdom didn't need a king who made decisions, it needed useful followers and productive tools. As he had thought, his sister would be of great help when he became king, and he wouldn't have to worry much about trivial matters like governance. He knew what this kingdom needed, he understood perfectly the urgent changes required by this kingdom, and new policies that would ensure endless greatness during his rule. So, you want my support for your faction. In addition to that, what do you require from my family? Philip was more than willing. Not only would he ascend directly as the leader of the Greyat family, but his daughter would also become the first wife of the new King of Azura, a height he had never imagined reaching. I want the city of Fatoa to be my growth zone. In a few years, I will establish new reforms in this city to improve the lives of everyone here. Slaves are important, so I want your family to buy all the slaves entering this region, no matter how many there are. Gilgamesh turned towards Philip and said, being a king is child's play in my eyes, not worth my concern. If I truly want to aspire to be a ruler, the entire central continent should be mine. What are you saying? Philip, who was convinced to be part of Gilgamesh's faction, froze upon hearing this even more shocking declaration. Oh, this is a baseless joke. I heard there are many dragons in the central continent. It would be good to make them bend their knees and become part of the Azura kingdom, turning us into an empire. If Gilgamesh didn't have clear goals after achieving the ones he already had, he would seek to strengthen his rule. First, he would gradually take over half of the central continent. Of course, to do this, he was increasing his private army, and for that, he needed a central region where his operational bases would be fixed. Additionally, he would need to reform each of the regions before starting a potential war. That's unexpectedly dangerous, Prince Gilgamesh. Philip didn't know what to say upon hearing this. And very ambitious, don't underestimate it, Mr. Philip. Very well, if you agree to follow my plans, we will announce the engagement between Aerys and me during her 10th birthday celebration. There will be even more guests due to my presence in this place, so it will be a perfect time to spread the news. Gilgamesh finally proposed what he wanted to do during his stay in this place. I will be delighted to follow your faction, Prince Gilgamesh, and I am sure my daughter will be in good hands if she becomes engaged to you. It seems you already know her, so there's no need for introductions right now. Philip had heard from his daughter that she had brought a friend who had won 20,000 Azura gold coins from her, and he was certainly intrigued. However, he later discovered that it was Prince Gilgamesh, so he didn't delve into it further. Very well, I will leave you to discuss this matter with your father. When the time comes, I will only require the oath of each of your family members, and in return, you will receive a very powerful magical treasure that will protect each of you from external sources, although with my aura, those sources should be kept at bay. Gilgamesh now possessed 90% of his power, so wherever he went, no god or external force would touch the hearts of the people close to him. Then it sounds perfect to me. Thomas will show you to your room so you can feel at home. Our home is now your home. Philip bowed respectfully and said, when we complete the formalities, special soldiers will come to protect your entire family. Among them will be several sword kings, numerous saints, and a sword emperor. Ghislaine felt intimidated. If those words hadn't come from Gilgamesh's mouth, she would have mocked such claims. However, she could sense the beastly aura of all of Gilgamesh's followers, and each of them was a sword king. It should be known that the existence of a sword king was already quite impressive, and the numbers surely didn't exceed 100 from all the academies combined, and encountering them was not as common as meeting ordinary people. Yet, it appeared that Gilgamesh had numerous soldiers of such caliber in his ranks. Eliminating the Greyat family for him would certainly be child's play. All it would take was sending an entire squadron to dispose of his rivals, and everything would be over in a day. Philip turned around and bowed once again, saying, we will accept your protection, Prince Gilgamesh. I am confident that with these forces, no enemy will dare to touch my family. Chapter 71, The Question. Once Philip left the guest room, the surroundings fell silent. Gilgamesh once again realized, now that he had thought about it, that he still cared about the humans affected by his decisions. It's easy to eliminate all the nobles and seize control of the kingdom by force, but that would lead to a collapse of law and order. If he were to consider this, humans would suffer the most in that regard. Therefore, that thorn could never be removed even if he wanted to. Though it's different, he's still the same Gilgamesh who died for the humans and was considered their monarch. I can't regret it anymore, I don't usually do. Gilgamesh reclined on the sofa, and Ghislaine, who was next to him, looked at him in silence. Long before she spoke, with his eyes closed, Gilgamesh asked her, you're a sword queen, you protect Aerys, so you must have at least the strength of a sword emperor. Do you want more power to protect her? Ghislaine, who had her gaze fixed on Gilgamesh, questioned him, is it necessary to be so strong when your people already protect her? I don't understand, do you have an enemy you're worried about being harmed by? Gilgamesh carefully pondered this question, and after using his best words, he said, there are certainly people who want to harm me, but they will never succeed, so the only way to hurt me is by attacking those close to me. I can't see the future, and it's not like I care, but I would at least like to protect those who are close to me. By the way, I will respect Aerys's wishes and whatever she decides to do in the future. This is more than a commitment, it's politics, and you know it well. I don't mind marrying Aerys, but she must understand my greatness before making that decision. Then show me, I want to be much stronger to protect my lords and especially Aerys-sama. Ghislaine walked towards Gilgamesh and asked him this directly and without any hesitation. I see that your sword is very good, but I have better ones that will enhance your abilities, but you must remember one thing in particular. Gilgamesh opened his eyes and gave the beast woman in front of him a deep look, then pointed, this sword should not be aimed at me without reason or cause, otherwise the same sword will end up taking your life. In addition to that, you should only use the sword to protect Aerys and anyone else from the Greyat family related to my fiancé. It won't interfere with your choices, and this is just the first step to becoming stronger. After finishing these explanations, a golden and very bright ripple appeared on the side of Gilgamesh, and a sword slowly emerged and flew into the air. If you accept that, take that sword, and the contract is made. No one can control your mind or threaten your life. With that sword, I will protect your life and pride above my own life. Ghislaine didn't dare to be careless and watched as the sword emitted an impressive power. There was both a golden battle aura and a magical sensation surrounding the blade of the sword. Without a doubt, she knew they were in the presence of an unimaginable treasure that could only be wielded by warriors who had reached the rank of a god. Don't you want it? Gilgamesh noticed how Ghislaine hesitated to take the sword or not. Understanding her difficulties, he said, "Don't worry, you won't betray your current masters, you'll only become stronger to protect them properly." "Then I'll take this sword." Ghislaine finally reached for the sword that was hovering in the air, and a golden flash illuminated her body and the room. "This power. It's partly a blessing from me. You'll gain some enhancements when you use your full abilities. After my people arrive here, you'll participate in a blood ritual to increase your physical abilities and reach the qualities of a sword emperor." Gilgamesh reclined again and said, "Leave me be, traveling in a carriage is not something I should endure. I have nothing to repay you for this, but if you ever need a sword, you can ask me for anything." Ghislaine bowed to Gilgamesh and left the room to train Aerys. "At least this way, no god will try to infiltrate the thoughts of my followers. It would be a damn hassle to deal with betrayals and deceit. All of this will end when I find the human god and eliminate him with my own hands." Gilgamesh, with his eyes closed, decided to sleep as he had been bored during the carriage ride. He would never experience days of carriage travel again. An engagement. Aerys shouted as loudly as her grandfather, but her words were directed at her father, who was sitting next to her mother. "Aerys, watch your tone." Aerys's mother scolded her with a serious look. "I don't want to marry someone weaker than the Red Prince. I heard he killed a Sword King without even a scratch." Aerys adamantly refused, but her voice grew quieter when her grandfather entered with a bottle of wine in his hand. "Aerys, isn't your grandfather amazing? I betrothed you to Prince Gilgamesh, the one you've been talking about so much these past few months. I thought it would be a nice surprise, but my useless son can't seem to find a way to tell you." Soros exclaimed as he sat next to his grandson. "Prince Gilgamesh wants to marry me." Aerys seemed to receive shocking news, her heart raced from the surprise, and she almost pulled her grandfather's whiskers as she asked, "Why? Why, Aerys?" Her grandfather asked, his voice louder than ever, echoing throughout the castle. "Aerys, Prince Gilgamesh personally requested this of your father and me. We believe it's a good choice for your future, but both we and the prince will respect your choice when the time comes. You shouldn't feel pressured about something that won't happen yet," said Aerys's mother, Hilda. She believed there was no better man for her daughter than a future king. "We'll announce this at your birthday party. In the meantime, Prince Gilgamesh will live in this castle, and if you don't like him, you can beat him up, ha ha ha." Soros shouted as he playfully raised his fist to his daughter. "It can't be, me and the Red Prince?" Aerys asked, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this level of madness in her eyes. "Why be surprised? You played with him at the gambling den, you even won a fortune alongside him. Unlike other children, it seems you get along with him." Philip chuckled as he looked at his wife, Hilda. After all, their daughter would be an empress, and their family would rise to power immediately. "Is Gilgamesh?" Aerys was so embarrassed that steam seemed to be coming out of her head. She remembered how she had wanted to hit Gilgamesh when she first met him, how she had treated him, how she had punched him. She wished she could be 10 meters underground for her childish and arrogant behavior in front of him. "Aerys, I told you, you should have been much more observant. How did you not realize you were playing next to the prince?" Soros shouted so loudly that even Gilgamesh, who was sleeping, opened his eyes in annoyance. That old man yelled more than a war commander. "What do you think?" Hilda cared deeply about her daughter's opinion. She needed to support her if she was unsure about this since her family's future depended on it. Well, I don't mind," Aerys said, standing up with an arrogant expression and shouting, "I'm sure Prince Gilgamesh knows there won't be a better woman than me when I grow up. Ha ha ha. That's my Aerys." Soros shouted once again because of the events that had suddenly come into their family's life overnight. Chapter 72, Only Someone Seeking Happiness. In an unfamiliar place. "Have you asked for everything?" Eldrick looked at those he considered his trustworthy and highly intelligent friends with a furious expression. It was Prince Gilgamesh. "Even if we had won, we would have felt worse than shit in this situation, Eldrick," Gild said with a distant look. He had personally witnessed that old demon cutting his friend's hand without being able to do anything to stop it. "You should have anticipated it and resolved things, not let this idiot get his hand cut off," Eldrick exclaimed, throwing a wine bottle in consternation. Crack. Now I must inform the different factions about Miss Aerys's relationship with Gilgamesh. Something about all this doesn't add up, and at least we'll gain some emotional peace. Eldrick thought about it and nodded. Even if Gilgamesh is the feared Red Prince, he would definitely avenge his friends. Purple Horse Mansion Training Ground. Alastor looked down at the training yard from his elevated stage in the middle of the courtyard. Below him were 500 soldiers, training with each other for the upcoming competition to choose the captains of the different legions. Alastor, who had personally trained them and taught them the blood ritual, no longer wanted to delay this date. The main goal of having strong guards was to be able to control crime and direct it towards the organization that Gilgamesh controlled from the shadows. Creating a business was easy, but keeping it safe was complicated. Therefore, the knights who passed the final blood ritual would officially become Templar Knights. Taking care of Gilgamesh's affairs had to be done with great care. Of the hundreds of slaves bought every day, only half of them were good with a sword and had the talent to become expert swordsmen capable of ascending to sword kings. The rest would be good enough to become sword saints, but beyond that, talents that couldn't ascend to that level were better sent to the extra labor company. The rest, a small minority, were good at magic, but their talent wasn't outstanding. There was no method that Gilgamesh could use to increase a mage's mana or turn them into powerful mages because it involved a more laborious process. As for the last group, they were trained to be workers in the businesses that Elaine had set up under Gilgamesh's guidance. She was impressed. The entire list that the prince had left was so impressive that with each of them, an ordinary person could become a millionaire with ease. Form up now. Alastor's voice resonated across all the training grounds, and these 500 apprentices immediately gathered in front of him. In less than a minute, 2 infantry lines were formed in front of Alastor, ready to receive orders. They were all slaves, and Gilgamesh had offered them the opportunity to become stronger, which was something they understood very well. All of you will undergo the blood baptism and start receiving a salary. You will be transferred to the Tower of Uruk, where you will receive a name and can move on with your life. However, you still have responsibilities from the day you entered this training camp until the day Lord Gilgamesh decides to set you free. Remember, you have no restrictions when it comes to choosing your life, but make wise decisions. Yes, sir. Within these training groups, there were swordsmen and archers, among others. Every warrior had their usefulness as long as they desired to become stronger, and a good weapon in their hands could change their future. Some of you may not understand it now, but one day you will realize how incredible your luck has been to end up in this place. Alastor said as he sent everyone to rest. These people were slaves, after all. Many of them had thought their lives would end at the hands of some crazy noble or something similar. They expected to die within a few months of being purchased or to be subjected to ridiculous games simply because their owner demanded it. But now they were all strong, ate well, and in the future, they could choose their lives according to their desires. Many of them were still confused, while others had set simple goals like buying clothes or getting married. What surprised Alastor was that many of them chose not to return to their homes. Some elves rejected the offer to return to the forest where they lived, and others were so afraid of going back that they simply said everything was better in this place. The fear of being taken away again was slowly turning them into formidable warriors, beasts on the battlefield who only knew how to follow orders and kill, individuals willing to eliminate the worst scum in this world by their own choice, not by command. Alastor felt fear for all these young warriors who would one day step onto a real battlefield. And when that happens, he sincerely believed he would witness a true massacre. Fatoa region. Greyat Castle. Where are you, Gil? Aerys searched every corner of her home for Gilgamesh. At first, she was very angry because he hadn't introduced himself properly, but then she realized she was the fool for not figuring it out. What she wanted to do now was find him and challenge him to a sword duel. She was thrilled that Prince Gilgamesh was in her home. Someone as incredible as him must have a secret training method, and she wanted to learn it. When she entered the guest room, she saw Gilgamesh sitting by the open window, and the sunlight made his golden hair fall over his cheeks like shimmering strands. Aerys swallowed all the words she was going to say. She not only felt uncomfortable but also worried about being a bother to Gilgamesh. However, she couldn't act like a proper noble lady because if she did, all her movements would be stiff. Don't you want to talk to me now? Gilgamesh asked while still gazing out at the view, but his gaze was fixed on a type of orb with a rather strong energy concentration that grew stronger with each passing second. Of course not. Aerys walked towards Gilgamesh and said carefully, but you should have told me earlier. I need to apologize. Long before Aerys could continue with her words, Gilgamesh turned around and said, friends don't apologize. I understand that if someone is a true friend, even if you hit or insult them, they'll still be your friends. And while we might not be able to have that kind of connection, I'd like us to keep talking without any boring labels. Gilgamesh couldn't downplay something like an engagement, mentioning that it's something she can reject whenever she wants. If he did something like that, it would mean he wasn't giving it the importance it represented, and it could create a significant communication gap with Aerys. As an adult man, he obviously wasn't interested in someone as young as Aerys. However, she had a very unique aura, and if he personally trained her, he could experience something like the companionship of growing up with someone her age. When he lived in Uruk, no one was on his level, and he had never experienced something like friendship or a peer his age. Although he considered it a waste of time, a small part of him wanted to at least feel a bit of that before leaving this place. Aerys's eyes sparkled when she saw Gilgamesh's smile. She smiled in response and said, "Then let's have a sword duel." Of course, things had changed so much that she didn't exactly know what awaited her in the future, but when she had finished her business in this place, she would embark on her beautiful journey across the world. Chapter 73, Training. Here I go. Gilgamesh took a defensive stance and merely smiled at Aerys's posture, who held a wooden sword above her hip. This was a practice battle, but for someone like Aerys, it was much more than just a practice battle. She wanted to gauge her current skills against Gilgamesh's. Very well, let's begin. Aerys shouted as she advanced quickly with her sword aimed at Gilgamesh's chest, who showed many openings to be attacked. Boom. The first impact made both swords clash forcefully. That impact almost made Aerys drop her sword, and she showed a furious expression as she used her left fist to attack Gilgamesh, who was in close proximity. You're very predictable. Gilgamesh showed no mercy and, in two swift movements, struck Aerys's body, causing her to fall backward without her sword in her hand. Aerys, try it again. Gilgamesh swung his wooden sword and looked at his opponent as if he expected much more from her. As I thought, you're very strong, but this will help me better understand my strength. Aerys walked to her sword and lifted it with an intense expression on her face. When she took the lead, she attacked once more, but this time her strength and speed momentarily increased, causing Gilgamesh to take a defensive stance. This time, his gaze saw the flaws in the girl in front of him and all the qualities that made her a girl with great potential to grow. Her fighting style was interesting, and there was no doubt she would be an incredible swordswoman as she grew. However, at the moment, her small body imposed many limitations. Aerys's arrogance and her lack of interest in assessing an opponent who was clearly stronger than her were playing against her. Under normal circumstances, Gilgamesh would have struck her until she was unconscious. However, knowing there was no reason to do so, he was a bit gentler, and his blows only landed on her exposed areas. Boom. 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 Although the fight lasted much longer, it ended with the same result as before, and this time it took Aerys much longer to recover. You're very strong, but if you feel pain in your body, you should know those are your weaknesses. In the coming months, I'll personally teach you. Only in battle will you truly understand what it's like to be in a desperate situation. Gilgamesh took out a small red potion and handed it to Aerys for her to drink. As he saw the tears in Aerys's eyes, Gilgamesh's expression showed a hint of satisfaction. It had certainly been a bit tougher, but he had avenged a bit of how this girl had treated him before. Even though she's his fiancée, if she can't become stronger, she won't be part of his future plans. There's a possibility that she might become his wife, but not now, not even in a few years. At least she must experience life and make her own decisions. A king doesn't marry a woman just because she's beautiful, that would be an absurd and shallow choice. So, Miss Aerys, what will you do? The smile on Gilgamesh's face had grown wider. He wanted to feel Aerys's arrogance again, but it had been crushed by his presence. I don't like simple people. I will be a king in the future, so you must become much more powerful to face stronger enemies than your dear teacher. Aerys clenched her teeth and picked up her wooden sword, pointing it at Gilgamesh with a fiery tone. I'll defeat you someday, so we'll fight until that happens. If you land a single blow on me, it will be your victory, not because I'm arrogant, but because those are the odds. Gilgamesh placed his left hand on his sword hilt and said, also, I won't use my left hand, and I won't move from this spot. Huh, is that what you call a fair fight? Aren't you too confident to take me lightly, knowing that I'm weak? Haha. What if I've been hiding my strength and surprise attack you? Aerys asked while looking at Gilgamesh with an obsessive expression. You have a point. Arrogance is never a good thing in such cases. Gilgamesh lifted his wooden sword and continued, but you're still weak. Aerys grew increasingly annoyed at being called weak by Gilgamesh, so, without any further annoyance, she attacked at a much faster speed than she herself realized. This time, she attacked from below, using her short stature to deliver a low blow to Gilgamesh's feet, then quickly jumping back to avoid her opponent's sword. Not bad, but you should know that distance doesn't matter in combat. Gilgamesh threw his wooden sword, which struck Aerys in the forehead. Boom. The strong blow didn't make her bleed, but she lost consciousness because of it. When the fight ended, Gilgamesh approached her and gave her another potion to drink. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Gilgamesh smiled and mentioned, don't you think I'm quite cruel to strike Miss Aerys like this? Ghislaine, who had walked slowly toward Gilgamesh, looked at Aerys and then said, you targeted her weak points, that potion you gave her enhanced her abilities, and in the next fight, she protected the areas you had previously hit. I don't usually strike Aerys-sama that way, but there's no doubt your methods are very effective. She had been watching the fight to see how their skills would develop, but as the battle unfolded, it revolved around Aerys alone and how Gilgamesh was helping her improve. Right from the start, she noticed that he didn't look at Aerys with any sexual desires, unlike any other noble, and each of his movements was finely refined. Gilgamesh was unpredictable. One moment, he could be killing someone, and the next, he could be teaching someone swordsmanship. Ghislaine didn't know why, but every action of the prince in her presence seemed like he was searching for a path in this world, as if he somehow didn't know what to do. Ghislaine walked over to Aerys and lifted her up, then glanced at Gilgamesh and thought, there are only two kinds of people who have that look, those who are very strong and those who have lived for a long time. For a child to have that look, they must have suffered so much to the point where they can't find meaning in their life later on. It would be helpful if you could take her to her room. She won't wake up until tomorrow, but she'll be fine. I'm going to rest, and if you need me, I'll be in my room. Gilgamesh waved his hand and disappeared before Ghislaine, seemingly indifferent. Very unpredictable. Ghislaine muttered these words before walking into the castle. Chapter 74, Gilgamesh's Cat. Night had fallen, and Simon, who had not appeared before Gilgamesh all day, was busy organizing the castle guards to reinforce security. My lord, what do you think of Miss Aerys? Simon attempted to ask a casual question, remembering how particular Gilgamesh was about his likes and dislikes. She's just a child in my eyes. She may have potential for me to take this commitment seriously in the future. However, for now, it's nothing more than an arranged engagement. Gilgamesh replied. He examined the monthly reports and continued, there was a kingdom where the king arranged a marriage between his daughter, the princess, and the useless son of the kingdom's general. Despite her objections, the engagement was considered sacred. But one day, she unexpectedly attacked and killed the general's son. What do you think happened next? Upon hearing this unusual story, Simon pondered for a moment before responding, did the general attempt a coup out of rage against the kingdom he swore to protect? Gilgamesh shook his head and said, it's not about politics or the kingdom but the significance of the engagement. The general's son was resurrected by a strange source of power, which elevated him to unprecedented heights, surpassing even the world's mightiest. As he traveled the world, he discovered that the kingdom his father protected was under such a severe threat that they were on the brink of losing the war. Knowing this, the general's son rallied an army with just those words. Those willing to follow him headed for the kingdom that had once been his home. From behind enemy lines, he crushed the entire enemy army, saving the kingdom. During all those years he was away, no one knew of his true power, not even the princess. However, when they reunited, that foolish princess had fallen in love with and become pregnant by another man. Gilgamesh's aura was absolutely chilling, far from that of a child. He continued in an amused tone, the fool of a general's son spared her life. On the other hand, the king wanted to execute his foolish daughter for violating the commitment made and accepted by the word of a man and a woman. However, as it was the will of the kingdom's hero, she was only banished from the kingdom with nothing more. Do you understand? What would you do in his position? That is far more serious than deceit, it violates all ethics and the word of a man. I would have killed the cur who messed with my betrothed, tearing limb from limb, and more than 1,000 swords would pierce their body until it was nothing but minced flesh. Not that it would affect me, but if it were my case, such an insult to me would be such a tremendous lack of respect that it would be unforgivable. Simon swallowed hard as he listened to this story, his gaze filled with absolute respect for Gilgamesh. He understood what Gilgamesh's word meant to him and that this engagement was not just a mockery aimed at achieving certain objectives. My word is worth more than a man's life. If someone insults my trust, do not forget to cut their throat. Gilgamesh looked at Simon, his eyes gleaming in a crimson hue. That gaze, capable of seeing even into people's souls, was unleashed as he said, I will read the future, watch my back. Yes, my lord. Simon unsheathed his sword, and a powerful battle aura enveloped his body as he followed behind Gilgamesh up a tower. I like to peer into the future by looking at the stars, they will teach me about what's to come. Gilgamesh cloaked himself in a golden aura, and soon, he had brief glimpses of what would happen in this place. In just a few seconds, a large fragment of a future memory suddenly appeared above this location. He witnessed a powerful mana explosion that swept across all of Fatoa, not only destroying homes but also teleporting all its citizens. The incident resulted in countless casualties and the complete destruction of the Fatoa region. Beyond this, Gilgamesh's cold eyes saw a figure with a mask engaged in combat with what appeared to be Ghislaine. After observing a bit more about these future fragments, he returned to the present. Wait here, I'll be right back. When Gilgamesh said this, a golden aura enveloped his body, and he appeared thousands of meters above the sky, high above the mana concentration that was slowly forming. What if I destroy it now? Red markings covered much of Gilgamesh's body, and a massive sigil erupted beneath his floating feet, radiating tremendous divine power. Seconds later, the hilt of his sword revealed its entire form. Boom. 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 Space seemed to shatter, crimson thunder enveloped the clouds, and soon, the entire moon was obscured by dark clouds. The divine power being released from Gilgamesh's body was so overwhelming that even the still-changing gods in this world were forced into hiding. Would it reduce the damage if I make you disappear? Gilgamesh gripped the hilt of his sword the concentrated energy overflowed, and the lightning intensified, making the very air feel heavy. The most potent treasure in this world, capable of killing gods and destroying stars, had been revealed, but just as Gilgamesh was about to use his power to obliterate the mana concentration completely, he returned his sword to his treasury. There might be another way, but I'll need a little more time. Gilgamesh shook his head and descended from the sky as the red markings on his body vanished. When Simon saw Gilgamesh appear before him, he bowed respectfully and asked, "What happened, my lord?" "This region will be destroyed. Well, most of it will be ravaged by a magical incident. I wanted to destroy it at its root, but it's not advisable due to many factors that could go wrong. I want you to delay the construction of the Tower of Uruk here until the explosion occurs. Also, I want towers of Uruk to be established on every continent, and if possible, in every realm outside of Azura." Gilgamesh sealed most of his power and continued, "In each tower, there should be at least one king of the sword. What we need is an intelligence network and connections with all the slavers without resorting to killing them. In 2 to 3 years, when this explosion cannot be prevented, we must ensure the recovery of most of those affected in this place. When that happens, we will rebuild everything that was lost and make this place an extremely advanced country where we will act as lords." Gilgamesh returned to his room and decided to get some rest. There were many things he needed to process. Floating Castle Chaos Breaker. Dragon King Plegarius Dola sensed that immensely powerful divine presence that filled him with terror, but it suddenly disappeared without a trace. After some thought, he murmured, "Almanfi." "Yes, my lord." A man dressed in white bowed before Plegarius, who was seated on the throne. "Investigate the source of the power that was unleashed a few moments ago, only find out what happened, and do not engage in combat unless necessary," Plegarius ordered with an indescribable feeling inside him. "Yes, my lord," Almanfi said before disappearing from the floating castle using teleportation. Chapter 75, A Special Visitor. "It was in this place, but I detect absolutely no power disturbance. How can I conceal every trace in just an instant?" Almanfi appeared beneath where he had sensed that presence, but he couldn't discern more than that, only a simple location. "Should I investigate in the city?" As that question arose, Almanfi's body flashed in a bright aura and teleported to the city. His body advanced further and further towards the castle where the Greyat family resided until a dagger struck the roof of a building far ahead of his path. Almanfi halted and looked at the figure standing in front of him, an elderly withered man who held his sword like a staff and constantly directed a smile at him. After a few seconds, 5 equally powerful figures surrounded him. "I wonder, what does a man as powerful as you seek in this region?" The withered elderly man opened his eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. His gaze flashed with pure coldness that demonstrated the ability to kill anyone who didn't answer his questions. "In the name of Plegarius, my lord, I come to investigate what caused that sudden turbulence of divine energy. I would appreciate it if you didn't interfere with my path because, if you do, I will be forced to take drastic measures." Almanfi wasn't concerned about being surrounded by formidable enemies. What worried him was seeing so many of them apparently serving someone much superior. The withered elderly man, who was the strongest of the group, said, "I'm sorry, but I don't care if the Dragon King has ordered you. That won't give you the damn right to disturb my lord's slumber. If you dare to take a step forward, that means you've made your decision, and your lord is willing to bear the consequences. My lord has been bored these last few days. He wouldn't mind starting a war against the Dragon King. After all, there is no living being in this world that can stand against him." Almanfi gripped the hilt of his short sword, clenched his teeth in fury, and asked, "May I know your lord's name?" "Gilgamesh, King of Kings, unmatched and unrivaled among men," said the withered elderly man as he snapped his fingers, and the other figures vanished. "The incident has been controlled, so you can go back and tell Plegarius that if he truly seeks answers, he can visit my lord, who will be in this place for approximately 3 years. "Very well, I will convey your words, hoping he can uphold them." Almanfi disappeared without a trace, and the withered elderly man's face showed a smile before he too returned. This time, he would withdraw, not out of fear of death, but because he was certain that the elderly man was terribly powerful and lethal. His words didn't lie or show fear, which was admirable, considering he was addressing Plegarius. Although he felt furious, he couldn't reflect those feelings in his master's orders. So he decided to return, recount what had happened, and see what actions his lord would take. Days passed, and there was no presence of a Dragon King. Gilgamesh didn't take this as significant because he knew part of the Dragon King's history. Being one of the heroes who saved the world from total annihilation by the demon race, he still had a priority in dealing with the resurrection of the demon god. On the other hand, Gilgamesh didn't want to confront enemies who could be formidable with his current small body. He should at least perform a blood ritual to accelerate his body's development, but he could do that whenever he wanted, so there was no rush to progress. In addition to training with Aerys, Gilgamesh spent time expanding the power of the new subordinates who had been hired by the Greyat family, and each of them was compelled to sign a loyalty contract. During this time, Philip and Sorios agreed to swear loyalty to Gilgamesh, officially becoming part of the faction of the Fourth Prince, who until then had the largest and most powerful faction. Elina, on the other hand, began to expand the branches of the Uruk Tower. They presented themselves as a tower that sold their most luxurious items only to people with money. Furthermore, Gilgamesh's other businesses started to expand and gain fame in the Kingdom of Azura. In just a few months, he had formed a monopoly where he was making so much money that he couldn't match his expenses. After this time, many realized that it was impossible for them to easily acquire slaves, and if they bought any, they would be killed. The bad reputation was so widespread that only the Uruk Tower was allowed to buy slaves, and many families took charge of selling their newest slaves out of fear of the repercussions it could bring to their family. After some time, Gilgamesh had become more familiar with Aerys, and although they weren't friends, they spent time together. "Is that your cat?" Aerys's hand trembled as she saw a huge golden lion playing with Gilgamesh, who stood at least 2 meters tall. "Isn't he beautiful? I fed him some magical plants to make him grow, but I think his growth exceeded my expectations." Gilgamesh touched the fur of his beautiful lion while feeding him a large piece of meat. Aerys responded hastily, "How is that thing considered a cat? That's a man-eating beast that should be very dangerous even for knights, isn't it aggressive?" "Not at all. He grew faster, but he's still a cub. Come, pet him," Gilgamesh said as he reassured his large lion with gentle strokes. "Well, if it bites me, it's your fault." Aerys closed her eyes and extended her hand to the lion's mane. She soon discovered that the sensation was soft and fluffy, which she liked very much. "Ha. Of course, he wouldn't bite me. This big lion knows who his owner is." Aerys lifted her head, but when she saw the beast's fixed gaze on her, her expression darkened. Then, she watched as the lion's enormous mouth opened and closed its eyes, only to feel a huge tongue licking her face. "Ha ha ha. I guess he doesn't like you, he usually licks his food to see if he'll like it or not." Gilgamesh teased Aerys after enduring countless challenges from her and her rigorous training. With her hair wet from the lion's saliva, Aerys was about to get angry when she saw Gilgamesh climb onto the back of the massive beast. "Hey, don't you want to ride him?" "Huh. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun," Gilgamesh said as he lifted Aerys into the air and placed her in front of him. After he had her on the lion's back, he gently tapped the creature's back and murmured, "Run." Roar. A roar echoed before Gilgamesh's lion took off running through the castle and outside of it. "Ah!" Aerys screamed as she held onto the lion's fur tightly, and Gilgamesh couldn't stop laughing at her fearful expression. Chapter 76, The Visit. Aerys's attitude gradually changed. Instead of imitating her grandfather Sorios, she was becoming more like Gilgamesh. This was something very different and special that had completely changed her day-to-day life. She received not only physical training but also learned a character that was only used by the person she admired the most until now. Gilgamesh never looked down on a servant, he never insulted those who didn't deserve it, and he sought to occasionally boast about his precious skills. But under no circumstances did he give importance to people beneath him, and if he was now training Aerys, it was because she would be his betrothed, and he saw a special aura in her that, if maintained, could make her worthy of him. Many might think that Gilgamesh's standards were very high for what he expected from a woman, but they say that the woman you marry will reflect in the future what a man is worth, and vice versa. He understood perfectly what he could offer, so he expected the minimum from a woman who might share with him perhaps the last moments of his life. He had never married, having lived and died as a mortal, so there was no one who understood the value of marriage better than him. He wanted to make a good choice and not succumb solely to skin-deep appearances. When he looked at Aerys, he saw many things that could happen in the future, things he would have preferred not to have seen. However, now that he knew that she might even give her life for him if their relationship grew stronger, he knew that the least he could do was train her and look after her. But he was not so presumptuous as to think that this was set in stone and had to be that way. He understood the laws of fate and knew the variant effects he was causing in this place with his sudden appearance, so he knew that anything could happen if he wished it. Should he remain indifferent or delve into what he had seen? From that moment on, he stopped using that ability on women because he didn't want to discover any surprises that might put him in a state of different thoughts. He had heard of the human god and something happening with one of his wives, but he didn't know if it was just one or perhaps more. Nevertheless, he now had to take care of Aerys just to ease his conscience. He wouldn't want to know now, it wasn't as fun. As Gilgamesh was resting, he heard some faint footsteps that he immediately recognized as Aerys's. She didn't make much noise and sat down beside him while looking at the sky. She never thought that her life would change so radically just because of the presence of the Red Prince she had talked about so much. The rule for every strong man and woman is that they cannot be taken by surprise, Aerys. Gilgamesh opened his eyes, but his attitude stopped being so gentle, and he began to behave more and more like he would with anyone else. "And I must assess how strong an opponent is before even drawing my sword, I understand perfectly." Aerys was also much calmer, with a serene aura that gave the impression of being in the presence of a woman with strong character. "You have an entirely different ethics from mine when it comes to deciding to fight, but remember that you should always go all the way and not stop halfway." Gilgamesh turned his head on the grass where Aerys lay. He smiled slightly and murmured, "I will teach you to understand the value of the earth, honest work, and the bravery of a commoner." Is it important to understand those things? Aerys asked the same question that Gilgamesh had asked his friend Enkidu when he taught him the importance of life, and after that, he was considered the greatest king of his time. Touch the earth, Aerys, feel its vitality, and understand where life comes from. When you come to understand the true value of coexistence, which not only includes your personal ruggedness in life, you will know that you have achieved wisdom in this life. Gilgamesh spoke these words as if he were talking to his younger self, someone who needed a friend with whom to share these kinds of moments. He had also noticed that Aerys had no friends, she was alone, just like him, so that was also one of the reasons why he would stay here until this mana concentration was completely eliminated from this place. But very few people our age understand that. Gilgamesh didn't want to put undue pressure on Aerys to make her think she should understand this when it took him more than 30 years to do so. Do you already know all of this? Aerys, who had become accustomed to the special aura that Gilgamesh emitted, didn't feel any emotion that would disorient her from his refined behavior. Who knows? Maybe it has changed in this place. Everything is constantly changing, including our destiny. Gilgamesh smiled pleasantly, making it this time impossible for Aerys to control her facial expressions. Yes, everything is constantly changing. Aerys nodded as she gazed randomly into the distance. Gilgamesh jumped to his feet and said, "By the way, your birthday is approaching, so you can ask me for any kind of gift you want. I'll get you whatever you ask for." Aerys didn't hesitate and replied, "Then I want a dragon. A lizard with wings." Gilgamesh thought for a moment and, out of curiosity, asked, "What's so good about dragons?" "I could believe in a spirit that protects you. That ritual was in the book we took from those guys at the auction house." Aerys blushed when she realized that Gilgamesh was taking her words seriously, so she quickly said, "I don't want a dragon. Whatever you give me, I'm sure I'll like it. Perhaps after studying those summoning rituals for familiars and creating spirit servants, I can try a few times to see what comes out. Anyway, I'll give you a beautiful gift, Aerys," Gilgamesh said as he reached out his hand towards her and added, "But you have etiquette classes, even if they aren't important, we should never be a mongrel." "What's a mongrel?" Aerys asked, confused, as they approached the castle's entrance. "Well, that's something similar to the word commoners, but I used it before to naturally dictate something with a unique meaning. But not all commoners should be called by this name, only those who don't respect me. Well, that word comes to mind after remembering something." Gilgamesh bid farewell to Aerys and remained lost in thought about his past. In the end, he too had been a mongrel for having died as a human. Although my love for humanity now doesn't allow me to use this word regularly. "Ghislaine, where are you going?" Gilgamesh noticed a carriage with Aerys's teacher traveling alone. "I'm looking for a potential master for Aerys in magic." Ghislaine mentioned this briefly, thinking it wasn't of interest to Gilgamesh. "Is it far?" Gilgamesh had nothing else to do, so he asked instead. Chapter 77, The Direction. "It's a bit of a distance, it would take several hours to go back and forth by carriage. Do you really want to come?" Ghislaine, although she understood Gilgamesh, had few interactions with him, so with her limited social skills, she couldn't say much. Ghislaine didn't exactly see Gilgamesh as a child, but the more she understood him, the more mysterious he became. She was aware that after all the rumors about Gilgamesh and many of the things that were true about him, many had a mistaken idea of the true behavior of the Red Prince. Ghislaine's subconscious mind constantly scolded her for thinking she was talking to a child because she felt that Gilgamesh's wisdom was much deeper than that of most adults she had met. That's because Gilgamesh is not exactly a child. Every prince and princess of any kingdom must be smart enough not to die in the struggle for the throne. Not just as they grow up, but from childhood. If you're not careful, you'll end up dead. Then I'll take you to that place. Traveling by carriage is neither comfortable nor fast." Gilgamesh snapped his fingers, and a huge golden ripple appeared beside him, revealing his arc for faster travel than he had in his position. This throne of Gilgamesh is a golden arc with an emerald color, one of his numerous high-tech noble phantasms from Hindu mythology that he had used before. This arc is powered by a solar crystal, rutilated quartz crystals, which burn mercury as fuel. It defies the laws of physics, traveling at the speed of thought, and can easily surpass speeds that no other aircraft or person can achieve. It has a pilot's throne that can be removed in emergency situations, and a control column, not used due to interference with the operation of the Gate of Babylon, which is placed directly in front. "Well, we'll arrive in a few minutes, so you wouldn't mind standing, right? It's not that I'm selfish, it's just that I need to control this thing." Gilgamesh climbed onto his golden arc. "What kind of thing is this?" Ghislaine got a little excited discovering this magical platform with qualities similar to the Dragon King's floating castle. "This is an arc we'll be using, its name is Vimana. Get on, and you'll see that we'll get to that place in no time." Gilgamesh started manipulating his Vimana while sitting on the throne, and a golden glow began to expand around it. "Well, it seems much more fun than traveling in a carriage." Ghislaine climbed onto the Vimana and walked up the steps to reach the side of the throne where Gilgamesh was sitting, so when she was ready, the Vimana floated higher and higher off the ground, even through the snow, and began to move at high speed. By the way, what kind of instructor are they looking for, Aerys? Gilgamesh became somewhat interested. For Ghislaine to personally seek one, it had to be someone significant. It's just a favor that young Lord Philip is doing for his cousin. It turns out this got delayed due to certain political issues that you resolved when you showed up. If it weren't for that, perhaps that teacher, who is actually a child, would have arrived at the Greyat mansion a year and a half ago. Ghislaine explained to Gilgamesh casually. When Gilgamesh heard the word child, his curiosity was piqued, and the Vimana's speed increased. There was no issue with breathing difficulties because a shield prevented air from becoming a problem. By the way, in which direction should I exactly head? After a few minutes, Gilgamesh slowed down and his gaze settled on Ghislaine, who was seated beside the throne. I didn't tell you, did I? Ghislaine's face darkened due to her forgetfulness. She had been so impressed with the sensation of flying in the air that she had completely forgotten their destination. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, concealed his embarrassment as he had forgotten to ask because he was enjoying the opportunity to show off his Vimana to Ghislaine, who had many similarities to giant cats. After some complications, Gilgamesh understood the exact direction they needed to go, using his ability to see the past and determine their destination. If it weren't for the Vimana's speed, the journey would have taken just as long as traveling by carriage. Boom. The Vimana's speed increased as it advanced through the beautiful green landscape, free from any human marks. These remote areas of the kingdom were the best, not only offering a connection to nature but also endless tranquility. However, very few could afford to live here. Not only was there a high presence of wild beasts, but they were also incredibly strong. Without being a knight, it would be challenging to live in these areas. Of course, while it might be appealing for Gilgamesh to live here, he preferred to reside in a beautiful castle built to his own specifications. As they emerged from the clouds, a stunning landscape slowly appeared, a sight that very few would have the opportunity to appreciate in their lifetime. According to Ghislaine, the chances of flying were few, if not non-existent, in this kingdom. Although there were platforms that flew in this realm, they were so difficult to find and access that it would be better to dismiss the idea. These beautiful vistas left Gilgamesh amazed. It was so different from Uruk that he could easily say they were two distinct worlds. The rich land and the beautiful breeze were something that very few places could achieve, which is why living differently but similarly was a deep-seated desire within him. It seems we've arrived. Should that be the estate down there? Gilgamesh asked casually, looking at the village from an altitude of over 1,000 meters and moving at a speed difficult for the human eye to detect. Yes, it should be this place. Ghislaine responded with more calmness as she used her eye's ability to see clearly at the distance they were. When Gilgamesh arrived, he didn't descend immediately but instead concealed his presence and waited alongside Ghislaine, as they observed a child facing an adult in what appeared to be a sword duel. Chapter 78, Preparations. That child should be 7 or 8 years old, right? Gilgamesh asked as he watched the combat from above with some surprise. To consider this child as an instructor was a poorly executed joke in Gilgamesh's eyes. They were talking about magic, which refers to the manipulation of mana stored in the body to produce supernatural effects known as magic spells. Generally, it is believed that a person's mana or magical power reserve is inherited, and the amount one has is determined at birth. However, now that Gilgamesh could sense the magical quantity inside that child, he discovered that there were certain exceptions, in addition to the children he was personally training. All people are capable of increasing their total mana amount by stimulating their mana from an early age. Those slaves he had been buying and sending to orphanages to be taught magic were incredible talents who were slowly accumulating worthy power. The ability to learn how to cast silent spells is also related to practicing the skill at an early age. Of course, this did not apply to Gilgamesh, who had not touched magic since he arrived in this world. He knew that his body contained an enormous amount of magic, which compared to the child beneath him, would be like comparing an ocean to a drop of seawater. There was no comparison in their hidden power. It was true that magic did not seem attractive to him in any way at the moment, not when there were so many other things that caught his attention. Ghislaine looked at the battle unfolding between father and son and said, "He must have just turned 8, I'm not well informed about it as it's not relevant. But certainly, that child has talent, incredible magic talent." Gilgamesh furrowed his brow. And thought that unless it was a reincarnation, an incarnation, or an enlightened being, there was no possibility that this child had such achievements in magic. So, after seeing that the battle had ended, he said, "Now that they've finished, let's descend." Ghislaine nodded. Bana village. Home to Paul Greyat. That was too close. Paul observed his unconscious son lying on the ground and then his dirty shoes. He had received the response letter a year and a half after receiving one stating that things were not good for the family at that time. He thought they had politely ignored him, but after a year and a half, a response had come. Paul, as a father who found it difficult to understand his son, wanted to leave a strong impression on him by giving him a beating while teaching him how to use a sword. But after another year and a half, his son was incredible at magic, which surprised him greatly when he used it in the battle. "As expected of my son, his intuition for combat is astounding," Paul said, one of the things he was most proud of was having such a talented son. As expected from a genius who even made a water saint mage lose confidence. His son was terrifying, but he would always be proud of him. In the past, Paul could only feel envy towards those who were better than him, but surprisingly, when it came to his son, he didn't feel any negative emotions. Rudy. Sylphie, who appeared on the scene, tried to rescue her friend and immediately cast an intermediate-level spell. Despite being the same age as Borious, she was incredibly skilled in using magic. The battle has already ended. You should consider creating a fictional scene in your mind and take a closer look at things instead. Gilgamesh appeared behind Sylphie and placed his hand on her shoulder. Who is this? Sylphie asked in surprise as she turned around, but because she was casting a spell, it ended up hitting Ghislaine in the face. Hey! Paul, who was watching his son's friend, froze when he saw a boy much taller than Rudius suddenly appear behind Sylphie. He was about to question who he was when he suddenly saw Ghislaine appearing abruptly by his side. Gilgamesh smiled at the little elf beside him, who looked at him in surprise, and said, "We arrived unexpectedly, it would be abnormal if they didn't see us." Sylphie remained frozen, not knowing what to say. She looked at Gilgamesh, who was very tall and walking towards Rudius without any apparent intention. "Hey, is this your son?" Gilgamesh asked, looking at the man standing to the side, holding a wooden sword. "Oh, of course he's my son," Paul said boastfully, as if he regarded his son above all other children. But Gilgamesh smiled coldly and asked again, "Are you sure he's your son?" This question annoyed Paul a little. He looked at Gilgamesh more sternly and said, "I was there when he was born, do I need to tell you that he's not my son?" Choose your words carefully, Paul, you would lose more than just your rank if you're not careful. Ghislaine walked towards the unconscious Rudius and looked at Paul, who handed her a letter and asked, "Who's that annoying kid?" "Someone you should be cautious of. You're a good man but certainly foolish, although it's common in foolish nobles like you who have abandoned their status." Gilgamesh stopped looking at Paul and instead looked at Sylphie. "Girl, it would be a shame for someone with your talent to stay in this village waiting for your little boyfriend's favor. Don't you want to become stronger?" Sylphie didn't know how to respond to that question. Gilgamesh smiled as he looked at Sylphie. "In a few weeks, a mage from the Tower of Uruk will come to this village to offer you and your parents the opportunity to move to ours. Of course, you must be trained to become part of my magical workforce. Your parents would be with you. What do you say to that?" Paul frowned at this scene and asked, "Who says that?" "The future king of the Azura kingdom, someone who will clean up all the garbage in this kingdom." Gilgamesh left these words and disappeared from everyone's sight. Without waiting for a response, when Ghislaine was ready, Gilgamesh left this place at an impressive speed. In just a few seconds, he had left the village that had brought him certain surprises. Who would have thought that this boy is a mongrel in every sense? Gilgamesh smiled coldly as the speed continued to increase to the point where the landscapes couldn't be seen. Chapter 79, A Woman's Character. He had seen fragments of Rudius's life, and he certainly wasn't a normal child. Normally, when a child is born, they learn what it means to live years after being in the world. As for the child named Rudius, who lay unconscious beside him, he seemed to possess awareness and superior intelligence, something anyone would have noticed except for his parents, who appeared to be oblivious to the fact that their newborn son was a hidden monster. When he looked deeper into his life, there was no need to know that he was a reincarnated individual. Something incredibly interesting since it made Gilgamesh understand that all kinds of people could appear in this world. This led him to wonder if his friend somehow ended up in this world. No, there was no chance that had happened. Most likely, people who awaken in this world are few, and Gilgamesh didn't reincarnate, he incarnated into the body of a prince, which made his situation very different from Rudius's. While pondering all this, they had returned to the Greyat castle and slowly descended to land on the ground. Ghislaine noticed that Gilgamesh seemed different, so she decided not to interrupt his thoughts. After arriving home, she descended with Rudius in her arms while also carrying the luggage that the boy had brought with him. "Is there something bothering you?" Ghislaine looked at Gilgamesh and finally asked. She knew that anything bothering the boy in front of her could lead to chaos, so she wanted to know if there was anything she could do to prevent it. "It's nothing important. I'll be out for a few hours, and if anyone asks for me, tell them I'll be back later." Without saying anything more, Gilgamesh left without further explanation. As he moved through the city, a shadow appeared over his vimana and respectfully unrolled in front of him. "Sir, are there new orders?" The withered old man asked this question while keeping his eyes closed. Gilgamesh looked at him for a moment and said, "I want you to keep an eye on that boy named Rudius. He arrived today and will be Aerys's magic instructor. His existence is indifferent to me, but he might act suspiciously and, worse yet, be a bothersome enemy I need to be cautious of. I'd like to place a shadow over him to keep him under surveillance." The withered old man understood perfectly what Gilgamesh meant and asked, "My lord, what should we do if he acts suspiciously?" "If he doesn't harm anyone important to me, do not act. But if he lays a hand on my belongings, then you may kill him." Gilgamesh looked ahead and said, also, I want you to send an Emperor-class mage to Aldea Bana with strong guards. I have a bad feeling. What shall we do in that village, my lord? Ah, I'm sorry, what you should do is find an elven mage named Sylphie. She's talented, so I want to take her to Elaine for training to become someone strong. Gilgamesh maintained his interest in her, as she could be valuable in keeping Rudius calm, so he pointed out, however, if she refuses to accept my kindness, pay no more attention to her. Orders accepted, my lord, said the withered old man, bowing, and then he disappeared without a trace. It smells like gods. Gilgamesh muttered before disappearing from the scene. Aerys, your magic teacher will arrive in the afternoon, so you must be ready, said Hilda as she stroked her beautiful daughter's scarlet hair. Is it necessary for me to learn magic, Mom? Aerys was a bit annoyed but didn't express it too much on her face. Hilda had noticed that her daughter's behavior had changed since Prince Gilgamesh arrived. She had undergone a radical change in her attitude and seemed much more refined in her demeanor. This made Hilda understand that by being close to a great young man, her daughter was also taking great strides in her grumpy behavior. You've changed a lot, Aerys. Are you happy with this marriage, dear? Hilda asked this question while looking at Aerys's expression in the mirror. What are you saying, Mom? Aerys blushed a bit and said, I don't care. Hilda smiled and advised her daughter, Gilgamesh is a very intelligent, understanding prince, and there's no doubt he'll be a king of this realm. However, you must have a character in front of him, you must not become expressive and predictable. He may have more wives, but he chose you first, so you must show what you're worth. Aerys stopped thinking about things related to Gilgamesh and listened attentively to her mother's words. Hilda knew perfectly well what nobility was like and understood to some extent what awaited her daughter. He chose you, and he indicated that the marriage would depend on your wishes, giving us to understand that he would sincerely accept your opinion even if you decide to refuse in the end. Your father said that as long as the engagement is announced, it will be more than enough. He will support you in whatever you decide to do. Hilda missed her other two children, whom she had not been able to meet due to family policies and rules, but she had Aerys, so she would always seek the best option for her. I'm okay with that, Mom. I don't dislike it. Aerys wanted to keep talking, but her mother interrupted her. Listen, Aerys, not all nobles are normal, and even we aren't, but there are many who are the worst. I've taught you the aspects of nobility and what will happen when you get married, so I just want you to know that you must be much stronger. Gilgamesh is a good candidate for you, but he's different from any other young man. He's not interested in the body, the face, or physical attraction. What he's looking for is a woman who matches him. I'm sure if that wasn't in you, he wouldn't have stayed here, so you must take advantage of that. Hilda didn't tell her about the political issues behind her engagement, it wasn't relevant to her. What she needed to do was teach her daughter to assert herself in front of Gilgamesh, making her understand that she was far superior to any other candidate for her engagement. Only then would Aerys become the queen of the Azura kingdom, and her own daughter would be an enviable woman among millions in the realm. Don't worry, mother, I will marry Gilgamesh and make myself worthy in his eyes, said Aerys with a serious look in response to her mother's teachings. Well said, my daughter. Remember, I'll always be by your side with any kind of advice. Hilda smiled as she stroked her little daughter's hair. Chapter 80, A Boy. When Rudius woke up, he felt like he was in a bed, but due to the difference from his usual room, this bed was completely different. Where am I? Rudius sat up in his bed and saw a huge woman sitting in front of him. When he realized what was happening, he immediately introduced himself, Nice to meet you, my name is Rudius Greyat. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly, I'm still a bit confused. You're quite polite for someone like Paul's son. I suppose I inherited that from my mother. I'm Ghislaine. I hope we get along from now on. Yes. Rudius was quite confused. The only thing he remembered was practicing with his father, and now he seemed to be in a completely different place. Judging by the position of the sun, not more than 2 hours had passed since then, but somehow, he wasn't at home. Excuse me. You can call me Ghislaine. Ghislaine, did my father leave you a message? Ghislaine took a letter from her bosom, and before handing it to Rudius, she said, but before you read the letter aloud, you must understand something that has been happening in this place over the past few months. The mansion is not entirely peaceful. All of this is because Prince Gilgamesh of the Azura kingdom is residing here, and although it hasn't been officially announced yet, he will be Aerys Greyrat's fiancé. So, under no circumstances should you act normally in front of him. I see. Rudius, who still didn't understand anything, wanted to ask, but first, he listened to everything Ghislaine had to say. For some reason, I sense that Gilgamesh is interested in you, although I don't understand in what sense. You must be reserved. To stay in this place, it's not enough to be a teacher, you must also not disturb the prince and not give him any reason to dismiss you. Ghislaine was very clear on this point. I notice. Rudius looked at his hands and clenched them tightly, as if something he was aware of was affecting him in some way. Did you say something? Ghislaine asked as she looked at Rudius. It's nothing, I'm just a little nervous about being in the same place as a prince. At the same time, in the largest tower of the Greyat mansion. The whole city will be destroyed. Soros Greyat stared at the point in the sky attentively, and as he contemplated what he had heard from Prince Gilgamesh, who was next to him, he asked, is there any way to prevent this catastrophe? None. We could try to destroy it with powerful attacks, but that would likely result in the same outcome. Gilgamesh didn't understand the nature of that overwhelming amount of mana gathered in the sky, but he could somehow prevent it from completely harming the main city of Fatoa. Now is not a good time to focus on that problem. Aerys's birthday is in a year, and that's when the engagement will be announced. It's the only opportunity we would have for a more significant impact. What do you think about that? Soros had a point, and Gilgamesh agreed with it as well. Maybe we can't control its nature, but we can control who it will affect when it erupts. According to my calculations, it will be at least 2 to 3 years before it erupts and causes the mana catastrophe, so we have enough time to prepare and develop a plan that involves the people of this city. Gilgamesh pondered it seriously and said, even if we can't prevent collateral damage, we can reduce the number of deaths by millions if we prepare from now on. If I can't stop it when it erupts, we must have a plan B that involves the complete reconstruction of Fatoa's most important city, but it will have my full support in addressing this problem. Soros rubbed his head and said, according to records of small-scale disasters, something like affecting an entire city has never happened before. But it's nothing we should worry about. We'll use this catastrophe to our advantage to gain the people's solidarity. Gilgamesh smiled broadly at the idea. Prince Gilgamesh, what are you thinking? Soros sensed something but decided not to overthink and chose to ask instead. Although we could possibly save everyone from the mana catastrophe with effort, it would be best to show the people the true nature of the Azura royal family. What do you think the crown's stance will be on this mana disaster, where we may need to save hundreds of thousands of lives? Gilgamesh asked, awaiting the old man's response. They will obviously refuse. Even if the city of Roa is destroyed, they will do nothing to rebuild it and leave it as a lost place. Soros reluctantly accepted this reality as it was likely to turn out. What if Prince Gilgamesh decides to support all those families in need? Not only have those missing people become slaves, but many of them are likely to become commodities for other kingdoms. From this action, we will gain 3 things, the support of the people, the gratitude of millions of devastated individuals, and we will see the stance of those kingdoms that supposedly only seek peace. Gilgamesh turned around and said, if we win over the people, my reign will have a power that no other kingdom will have. If we have an unsatisfied populace with the crown, they will be the backbone of my reign. And if any kingdom refuses to cooperate in saving my people, then when I become king, I will destroy their royalty and rule as their emperor. My people are opening Uruk towers in different kingdoms, controlling slavery as it will be a point where most of the teleported will be gathered. That's why the decisions of the royalty of those kingdoms will be indifferent to me, I'm only seeking to assess their character and empathy. Although many will die, this will mark a new beginning for all humans within the Azura kingdom. You're terribly perceptive, Prince Gilgamesh. I will support you in this plan with everything you need. Soros smiled in a way he had never done before. There was horror, happiness, fear, ecstasy, and desire all combined in a single facial expression. What he had heard made no sense, it was as if Prince Gilgamesh were a god. He was certainly a child, but the ease with which he had formulated such a plan was something only a monarch who had already reigned for years could do. If that's the case, Gilgamesh was born to rule over all others. Chapter 81, The Magic Master. After being informed about all the events that had unfolded due to his own requests, Rudius was guided by Ghislaine to the guest room where he would await a meeting with Aerys' father, the lord of the place. After a few minutes, footsteps could be heard from afar, and the door was opened by a young man who immediately said, I'm late, I was in a very important meeting, so I couldn't come earlier. The slender figure of the man came into view of Rudius, and Thomas, who was sitting to the side, stood up and said, You arrived at a good time, my lord. Just now, young Rudius has arrived. Pleased to meet you, my name is Rudius Greyat. Rudius nodded slightly in an attempt to make a good impression. Ah, and I am Philip Borious Greyat. I must say that when nobles greet each other, they place their right hand over their chest and slightly bow their heads. Judging by your initial greeting, if you were to encounter my father, he might reprimand you for it. Following Philip's instructions, Rudius attempted to mimic a noble greeting and asked, Is this the correct way? That will do for now. However, I'd like to add that your initial greeting was rather informal. If a blacksmith were to greet my father in that manner, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Please, have a seat. Philip gestured towards a chair as he settled onto a couch and inquired directly, So, what exactly do you know about the situation? My father informed me that if I gave lessons to Miss Aerys for 3 years, we would be financially supported to enter Magwe University, both me and another person. Rudius explained what he knew about the arrangement. Is that all? That's correct. I see. Philip rested his chin on his folded hands as he contemplated something of great importance. After a while, he asked, "Do you like women?" "I don't quite reach my father's level." Rudius responded promptly and naturally. "Is that so? Well, that's good to know. You should be aware that aside from you, we have a very special guest here who should not be bothered under any circumstances. He is my daughter's betrothed, whom you will be teaching. So, I would ask that you keep that in mind during your stay here. Do you understand?" "Of course, I'll only focus on teaching her." Rudius replied, thinking that if Aerys ended up interested in him, it would be a natural outcome of things. But at that moment, Philip issued one final warning. "I'm glad to hear it. I don't say this to imply you have any improper thoughts about my daughter or yourself. I say it so you're aware of the consequences. I won't be able to protect you if you make a mistake, so as long as you understand that, you're hired." Rudius' thoughts shifted to Gilgamesh, considering that this prince was certainly special as a very arrogant man who believed he had no equal, something very likely typical among nobles. "Currently, my little daughter has changed a lot since the prince came to our home, so she has become more tolerant of people and accepts teachings from teachers who assist her in various disciplines she must undertake. Therefore, you will only be responsible for teaching her magic." Rudius, who was still thinking about Philip's earlier words, asked, "Is there any problem with me being young in her teaching?" "Not at all. It's just that the rumors you'll likely hear after living here might be a bit unsettling. But you should know that each of them is true. So, as long as you know your job and treat Prince Gilgamesh with respect, he won't interfere with or bother you in any way." Philip shrugged indifferently. "Now I understand it well." Rudius nodded in understanding. "To be honest, if you had come earlier, I wouldn't have had any hope that you could manage it. But now I believe you can do it. I'd like you to give it a try." Philip was very sincere on this point. "I hope I can be once I get to know her." Rudius remarked with a hint of distrust in his words. "If he doesn't get this job, he'll have to look for another way to get into that magic school. Somehow, he needs to make a good impression on this girl named Aerys." "Well, that would be all then. Nothing progresses with words alone, so I will introduce you to my daughter. Thomas, tell Aerys to come and see me." Philip got up from the couch. When Aerys arrived and saw Rudius, her gaze turned to her father as if asking if this was some kind of joke. She didn't make a scene, she just stared at the boy who was smaller than her with a certain dismay. "Pleased to meet you, my name is Rudius Greyat." Rudius used the posture Philip had taught him to greet Aerys. Aerys nodded and said disinterestedly, "My name is Aerys. You're certainly smaller than me. Do you think you're capable of teaching me magic properly? It's one thing to be talented in a discipline, and another to have the talent to pass on that knowledge to others. You should know that, father. Personally, I believe I have the qualities to be your teacher. I won't know for sure, but it all depends on your willingness to learn magic." Rudius smiled awkwardly and responded with a hint of irritation. "What did you say? Do you think you're so good that if I don't learn, it's because I'm not interested and not because of your teaching abilities?" Aerys furrowed her brow slightly but still said, "Fine, if your teaching abilities aren't up to par, I won't study magic. My friend who's the same age as me is good at magic and understood my teachings. I'm sure you won't have any problems." Rudius tried to give Aerys a small compliment, which, of course, didn't work. "Who told you that magic is the only thing that exists? Even though it's certainly more powerful and grants you power more quickly, if you face a swordsman of the same level, I doubt magic is superior to swordsmanship. Besides, if I'm only studying magic, it's just because of my father's request, not my own preference." Aerys glanced at Rudius and nodded before leaving the room. "It went much better than expected, my daughter has changed, and I'm glad for that," Philip said as he left as well. Thomas on the side said, "It looks like you're hired. Congratulations, young Rudius." "Yes, it was easier than I expected." Rudius showed an expression that conveyed many of his thoughts. He was certainly happy to be hired and that it was easier than expected, but he would have preferred not to live near Gilgamesh, who had been reminded several times to be cautious around him. Chapter 82, What One Values Most. Rudius had heard it from his father, and according to the rumors that had spread throughout the kingdom, he heard that there was a child who rivaled his personal achievements. He was constantly reminded that there were even more impressive youths outside of his home. According to the rumors, Gilgamesh, who was fourth in line to inherit the throne, was a prince who enjoyed battles. Many perceived him this way, but others said that he only enjoyed killing those who crossed him, even going so far as to kill a sword king. Many believed that Prince Gilgamesh was the sword's child, a potential sword god who could rival even the strongest in the world. Given his young age and his status as a sword king, a title held only by Ghislaine with the king's sword style, Rudius knew he must be someone very powerful. However, who was Gilgamesh really? Perhaps he was like Rudius, a simple human who had reincarnated into this world with a much more privileged background. An evil person who seeks only the destruction of this world. Rudius said these words as he walked through a dark corridor. But as he was walking, he felt a presence right beside him that appeared out of nowhere in his view. Aya. Gilgamesh looked at this child and smiled. You must be Aerys's magic tutor, right? Borious looked at the young man with golden hair and eyes much more intense than Aerys's, but those blood-red eyes were different from those of an innocent 9-year-old girl. Gilgamesh was different, but Borious quickly regained his composure and said, I'm Borious Greyat, nice to meet you. I'm Gilgamesh. I just wanted to greet you since you are much stronger than a child your age should be. Gilgamesh extended his hand to help Borious get up. Haha, I've been learning magic since I was young. Borious said as he accepted Gilgamesh's hand and smiled casually. Gilgamesh nodded and said, You must have heard some things about me, but I want to assure you that you don't need to worry. There are many things I must concern myself with, so you won't see me very often. I can say the same. I'll only be teaching Aerys magic for 3 years and then I'll leave this place. You don't need to worry that I'll do anything strange to your fiancé, I'll just do my job. Borious tried to make things clear, but the aura emanating from Gilgamesh prevented him from speaking properly. There must be a misunderstanding about the idea you have in your head. Gilgamesh let go of Borious's hand and approached a bit closer. I don't mind or feel uncomfortable with someone like you around Aerys. I know perfectly well what I'm worth, and if my fiancé ends up getting involved with someone else, it would be a shame, but that's how things go, right? I don't decide for Aerys, she makes her own choices, and I accept that she has friends since she's just a child. But if anyone else comes with foolish ideas in their head, I'll make sure to rip that out of their soul. You can have any kind of thoughts, but when your actions are about to betray those thoughts, remember that you have 2 lovely sisters, surprisingly, your father has 2 beautiful wives, and on top of that, a charming semi-elf friend. Borious's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Gilgamesh, who was very close to him. The words he wanted to say wouldn't come out of his throat, as if a huge hand was choking his vocal cords. Think carefully about your future, work honestly, and there won't be any problems. But be very careful with that depraved mind if you ever try something with Aerys, who is just a child, because I won't just take your hands but also everything you love in this world. Gilgamesh walked away with a harmonious look and said, But of course, you're just a magic tutor. I met your father when I accompanied Ghislaine to find Aerys's tutor, and I was quite surprised that it was just a child. Do you know? To learn a magical spell, it takes a lot of reading comprehension, wisdom, and understanding. You researched a bit, and you achieved it at just 6 years old, an accomplishment that would even make the princes of this kingdom envious. Of course, that doesn't include me. If you need anything, you can come to me. Gilgamesh waved his hand and said, See you later. When Gilgamesh disappeared from the corridor, Borious took a deep breath and sat down on the floor. His breath had momentarily stopped, causing him to lose track of what he was doing. Who is he? Borious asked as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. From what he could witness, this wasn't an ordinary human reincarnated, and he wasn't someone who could be considered a child. If he could put it into words, Gilgamesh would be a cruel monarch hidden within a child's body. He didn't want to get into trouble with someone like him, so it was best not to get too involved in potential problems that could inconvenience his already good life. The last thing he wanted was to provoke a prince. He didn't want the kind of fear and oppression he had experienced in his past life. So, once he finished his job here, he would withdraw as far as possible from this household. Yes, that's what I'll do. Borious muttered as he walked to his room, unaware that someone was following him in the darkness. Chapter 83, Borious's Senses. Who? Borious collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest as it continued to beat rapidly. He had completely misunderstood everyone's intentions when they warned him about Prince Gilgamesh's behavior. He wasn't a self-conscious young man who cried over things he thought were his. Unlike other nobles with a unique character, Gilgamesh didn't seem to be anything like them. The prince's qualities were on a completely different level, something he still couldn't comprehend. Gilgamesh was something entirely different from anything he knew. He was a true noble who strongly represented his title. And to think someone like me thought Gilgamesh would be a jealous child just because his fiancé's tutor is a few years younger than him. I'm losing my way in my mind. The fear he felt when hearing those words from Prince Gilgamesh still lingered in his mind, something he didn't think possible for a child. He must be like me, there's no doubt. I'll have to ask that person about it another time. The next day, Borious attended Aerys's first class and expected to see Gilgamesh there, but he was nowhere to be found. After inquiring about it from Aerys, she simply mentioned that he occasionally went out on business and didn't return for days. So, I will teach you the fundamentals of magic. That's right. Borious, who watched the days go by, remembered each and every one of his experiences. Fireball. Borious applauded and said, That's incredible, if you didn't pursue the sword, I'm sure you'd be a great mage. That's the best I can say, but even I know that intermediate rank is the highest you can achieve, Aerys. As a magic tutor for a 9-year-old girl, my life in the castle changed completely. I had grown accustomed to living in the solitude of my room, learning and devising new magic, focusing on my private studies, and avoiding interaction with others, not even considering Sylphie within this. However, Aerys, the girl I was supposed to teach, was the complete opposite. She was much friendlier and more confident than I was at her age, and her reserved way of speaking intrigued me. From the first day, I noticed that Aerys had a natural talent for fire magic. Though her skills were raw, her potential was undeniable. It didn't take long before I began teaching her the basics of magic, and she absorbed every lesson with enthusiasm. It was clear she wanted to learn and better herself, often mentioning that she wanted to impress Gilgamesh with her spells. Despite our personality differences, we began to forge a bond. Often, after our lessons, we would sit together in the castle garden, gazing at the stars and sharing stories from our lives. Aerys didn't talk much about her family, but there was something in her gaze that shone with a certain sadness as she noticed Gilgamesh's frequent absences. After he threatened to harm my family, I sent an urgent letter home, but the response in the following days was quite simple: they were fine, and nothing had changed since his absence. They did mention Prince Gilgamesh, who had shown an interest in Sylphie and her talent for magic, but beyond that, nothing seemed to catch the attention of her family, or at least that's how her idiotic father appeared to perceive it. At times over the past few days, I tried to learn more about sword techniques. Ghislaine was very helpful in the practice, but as I knew, I wasn't talented at wielding a sword, and beyond one of the simple ranks, I knew I would never excel. My attempts to seek out Prince Gilgamesh were never granted. I never saw him up close again, so I knew the chances of doing so in the future were slim. Initially, I had admired his bravery. A boy just over 10 years old was truly an incredible being for his age, so as time passed here, I wanted to somehow find out if his suspicions were true. I believed it that way until I received another visit from that strange being. Uruk Tower. Did Gilgamesh sense apostles heading towards the village where that half-elf girl is? Elaine thought carefully, and after realizing that what Gilgamesh was referring to was about to begin, she said, "Select a strong squad, send a sword emperor as the captain." "Yes, my lady." Elaine looked at the documents in her hand and murmured, "It seems that this is now a battle of who has better future-seeing abilities." Somehow, I sense that Gilgamesh's enemy wants to eliminate future allies or wives. It's not a bad idea, but manipulating the future in such a way is truly horrible. I hope this doesn't escalate further. A few hours later, a man with a face hardened by his vast experiences bowed before Elaine and said in a serious tone, "I'm proud to know that you require my expertise. I'll be more than willing to fulfill your wishes." "It's not that serious, Sir Kalen. That girl in the village of Ban isn't special beyond her talent for magic and great spellcasting abilities, not to mention her, but what's most important is that some people with ill intentions could harm those folks, and Gilgamesh's wishes for you to prevent all of that in the best way possible." Kalen nodded and said, "My lord's wishes are orders, I will fulfill his demands to the letter. I'll depart as soon as possible. I'll have to travel by magical ship to arrive in less than a day. In that case, I'll sign the necessary documents so you have no concerns on the way." Elaine nodded as she walked towards her office. Kalen, who followed her, saw a young girl. To be honest, she looked like a child, but those enormous daggers on her waist gave her a completely different appearance. "Is she your personal guard?" Elaine shook her head and said, "Not at all, but she enjoys talking to me when no one else is around, and I often teach her many things. Her name is Anna. She was rescued by Gilgamesh from the hands of an old pig." "She's dangerous," was the only thing Kalen thought when he saw Anna, looking at him and smiling faintly. Gilgamesh often buys slaves of all kinds. Warriors are the best purchases, but many of them decide to try to return to their homes. An example would be the beast girls who are returned to their forest, all with the sole intention of establishing good relations with large tribes and hidden villages. Slavery is something that no one cares about, they see it as natural. But Kalen detests that about society as a whole, so when he learned that an organization was buying up all the slaves in ours, he secretly investigated them. But in just one night, he was caught, explained his motives, and to his surprise, Elaine personally told him the intention of the one behind all of this. He never believed it was true, but when he visited those orphanages, he felt deeply moved. From that day on, he swore loyalty to Prince Gilgamesh, received immense power, and wholeheartedly committed himself to follow him to the death if necessary. If Prince Gilgamesh ever becomes king, it would be fantastic for the future of the Azura kingdom. Chapter 84, An Incident. In the following days, everything seemed very calm. While Aerys studied and learned magic from her peculiar teacher, Gilgamesh devised a plan with Soros and Philip to address the looming issue in the shadows of this region. According to what Gilgamesh had seen, the explosion would cover a significant part of the Fatoa region, but there was an exception if people were stationed at a specific location during the explosion. The next problem was not how to transport the city's inhabitants to that point, but how to convince them that this was due to a sudden explosion unimaginable in their lives. But that seemingly minor problem would be addressed last. For now, the focus was on establishing the location where everyone should seek refuge when the explosion began. On the map, a unique place was chosen to build a magical fortress that would be connected to a floating platform that Gilgamesh would summon from his gate of Babylon. So, what needed to be done was to find a peaceful place with the capacity for more than 1 million people, all of whom could enter in an orderly manner with a predetermined program. For this, the newly graduated knights would be responsible for guarding the location, and the workers would handle the construction. However, even with this plan in place, achieving the construction, which would likely take more than a year to complete, was time-limited. The workforce would take time to arrive, and progress would be slow. Therefore, Gilgamesh would send mages to expedite the construction, helping with whatever was needed. Once that place was established, Gilgamesh would inaugurate the area with large magical ships considered enormous arcs capable of transporting more than 20,000 people. These magical ships operated with mana stones, which Gilgamesh had in abundance in his inventory, so he could make use of these magical devices that appeared somewhat irregularly in this world. Having presented all these proposals, Gilgamesh, along with the 2 lords of this region, knew what lay behind them and what they expected to gain after the explosion occurred. It was not just a matter of politics but also a change, and when Gilgamesh's forces would move to eliminate the Greyat family. Once the main family of the city of Aerys was left without lords, Philip would rule the family as the new lord and establish absolute control with the help of the expanding Uruk towers. The money, resources, and labor needed in this place barely satisfied Gilgamesh, but he was confident that within about 5 years, a capital 20 times larger, stronger, and brighter would be established here. As for the Aerys region, that would be left to the Greyat family. At this moment, Gilgamesh's fortune, with all these innovative ideas being implemented by Elaine, had reached unimaginable amounts for any other noble. As a result, he was swiftly and effectively taking control of the slaves in all regions of the Azura kingdom. Furthermore, his pigeons, the organization led by knights who had abandoned their titles and men hired through special methods, quietly took control of these organizations without many even realizing it. In this way, Gilgamesh's power had extended to all regions, ready to conduct a large-scale cleansing within the Azura kingdom. Whenever he wished, he could ascend to the throne or create chaos. My lord, as ordered, an emperor-class mage and a squadron of 20 knights are heading towards the village of Bana. The withered old man entered Gilgamesh's room and informed him of all this. That's quite excessive, but it's fine. Is there anything new to report about Aerys's new tutor? Gilgamesh asked in a calm tone. That boy exhibits certain behaviors when no one is looking that don't correspond to his age, but beyond that, he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. He teaches Miss Aerys, and from time to time, they spend time training with the sword, although his results in this regard are quite poor. That's enough. You should return to the Purple Horse family and spend time with your own family, they must miss you greatly. Tell Alastor to take your place as an instructor and take a few months to rest, there won't be much activity during that time. Gilgamesh dismissed the withered old man. Thank you very much for your consideration, my lord. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Having been left alone in the room, Gilgamesh knew that in the coming years, he only had to take good care of his kingdom and eventually find the human god. As long as his body grew to that of an adult, he would be able to make full use of his armor, and there would be no one who could stop him. They should arrive before nightfall. Well, it would be interesting to see how that girl, the elf, will respond. Gilgamesh smiled as he walked to sleep under a tree, much like his friend Enkidu would have done in his leisure time. 10 kilometers from the village of Ban. Can you tell me who this girl is that our lord is so interested in? A knight with the title of Sword King walked as he gazed out at the landscape from the magical ship flying at a speed 5 times faster than a conventional carriage. Now, is it our job to question our lord's orders by doubting each of his decisions? Asked the captain of the knights, who was a sword emperor recently promoted after months of training in a special chamber. Captain Falcon, you know perfectly well what my question means. I'm just a curious man. Replied the same knight as he stroked his beautiful black armor. Captain Falcon looked at this young man named Eric and responded calmly, she's a girl no older than 10 who possesses a terrifying amount of magic. We don't usually recruit children at such a young age, but our lord decided to do so due to circumstances I am unaware of. However, knowing the reasons behind the prince's choices, it must be someone who will be useful to him in the future. You're very composed, Falcon. If it's a very strong girl, then our lord Gilgamesh must be looking to ignite the desire to learn in the young magicians in ours. Although there are hundreds of young magicians, their abilities to learn and understand the limits of their strength are limited. If a girl her age enters the mage tower, those children will feel the need to study and reach new levels. Eric nodded and said, the powerful mage Kaelin is truly wise, of course, it's about fostering competitive spirit. If they have someone stronger as a competitor, those children will strive twice as hard to match those levels. Kaelin, the mage sent on this mission, smiled strangely. After all, his magical reserves had increased due to that strange potion he had been given in the Tower of Uruk. Get ready, I'll be going down alone, but you should be vigilant in case there's any kind of anomaly, Kaelin said as he stood up. Eric joked, his eyes directed towards his captain, we are 9 sword kings, 1 sword emperor, and another mage. Who in this kingdom could pose a threat? Anomalies tend to happen. Kaelin was an experienced warrior, so the last thing he wanted was to fail his lord. Chapter 85, Who Are You? Kalen walked slowly, his calculating gaze exuding a presence so trustworthy that anyone who interacted with him would think he was a great man. His age barely reached 45 years, which is normal when considering his power. Upon appearing in Ban Village, he walked directly to the house of the girl he had come to recruit, and long before entering, he could see a blonde-haired man who was an elf. The elf had noticed him earlier and approached first. "Good afternoon, are you looking for someone? You must be Sylphiette's father. If you'll permit me, I would like to have a very important conversation, both for you and for the future of your daughter," Kalen said, placing his hand over his chest. "By the way, my name is Kalen, and I am a mage from the Ars Mage Tower. I'm Laws, Sylphie's father." Laws shook hands with the mage who seemed to come from a powerful background. After Sylphie's friend left, she seemed very sad, and she was hiding something that had happened before Paul's son left. Now that this mage had introduced himself, Laws knew it was about that. "May I have a closer conversation with you and your wife?" Kalen looked at the men in front of him and was as polite as possible. "Of course, you may come in." Laws had no reason to refuse, but he certainly had his doubts that he wanted to clarify in this conversation. "Darling, we have a visitor." "I'm coming." A woman's voice could be heard from the back of this small house. Kalen smiled as he waited, sitting on a sofa, observing the living conditions of this family. At least they seemed humble, something every man living in the rural areas of the kingdom aspires to be. He couldn't deny that this kind of life was one he once dreamed of himself, but certainly now that dream had been overshadowed by a greater one since he met Gilgamesh. "Who is he, Laws?" A human woman walked over and took a seat beside her husband. Laws reassured his wife and said, "He's a mage, dear. His name is Kalen, and he says he wants to talk about something involving Sylphie." "Oh." Sylphie's mother nodded and regarded the mage in front of her with some vigilance. "You don't have to worry. My lord happened to see your daughter and discovered that she has great potential for magic. You, as experienced parents, must know that there is something that stands out above all jobs, and that is magic. Something similar to it is swordsmanship, but certainly this group is more common." Kalen extended his hand and said, "I come with no ill intentions. I am one of the representatives of the Mage Tower of the Azura Kingdom, and currently, I reside in Ars, the capital of the kingdom. My intention is to take your daughter so she can access the true mysteries of magic, be endowed with various knowledge, and her life undergo a significant change. Of course, you can accompany her at all times." Laws clenched his fists and asked, "I can't deny that your proposal is tempting, but why her?" Kalen smiled and said, "It's no mystery, she has a natural talent for magic, and her mana reserves are even higher than those of an adult human. Living in this rural village is not the end of her life, and I'm sure you can see the same. Sooner or later, she will leave this house in search of more knowledge. What is there to fear if the door that is now opening to her is the safest?" "That. Then, who recommended my daughter?" Law's wife asked with some curiosity. "My lord is Gilgamesh, the prince of the Azura kingdom and the future king of this realm." Kalen opened both hands as if presenting a divine being. "Laws, that's absurd. You know how nobles can be. This may seem tempting, but it could also be a trap." Sylphie's mother stopped when she realized she had said too much. "Please forgive my wife, she tends to be very protective, and both of us become quite sensitive when it comes to our daughter's safety." Laws placed a hand on his wife's shoulder to calm her. "But you haven't done anything to make her happy." Kalen's attitude changed completely when these people judged his lord, who had only good intentions. "What did you say?" "Come on, you know what I mean. This godforsaken village has caused your daughter a lot of harm with its absurd comments fueled by their damned ignorance. What have you done about it?" Kalen looked at Laws and said, "They won't be missed if you decide to come with us. Besides, I want you to be very clear about something, I'm not here to lick anyone's boots or kneel." "That's not it, you're mistaken, Mr. Kalen," Laws said sincerely. "Of course, I'm willing to give my daughter a better future. If what you say is true, then we are willing to accompany you. Laws, we should consult this with our daughter first. This time, no, a decision is made this way, and since she has a chance to shine, we are no one to prevent that," Laws said decisively. Kalen smiled and said, "You have made a good decision, I'm sure both of you will lead your daughter to a new future." By the time Kalen's words ended, his perception sensed something approaching, so knowing that only the three of them were in the room, he raised his staff and struck it against the ground, creating one huge rune after another. "Don't move." Boom. When Kalen's words ended, an explosion swept through the entire wooden house they were in, destroying everything in its path from the foundations. Due to the shield he conjured earlier, fortunately, they remained unharmed. "Who dares to attack me?" Kalen was furious and without speaking, materialized several ice shards emitting a frigid aura. "It seems there's a powerful mage annoyed that disrupted my plans. If you leave now and leave these people behind, you won't die." An extremely faint voice sounded in the distance, deep within a forest. "They are now under the protection of Gilgamesh. If you dare to go against his words, you will die a cruel death at our hands. Kaelin said with a severe tone. Your lord is just a broken star. Are you sure he will win the impending war? That same voice asked as a corrupt magic attack approached Kaelin's direction. At that moment, just as he was about to cast another spell, a suffocating battle aura burst forth, and a green-colored sword attack crushed the dark energy attack. Who is attacking us? Falcon, who was hundreds of meters away, appeared in front of the shattered house, with a dozen figures behind him, their swords drawn. An unknown enemy, located right at the entrance of the forest to our right. It seems to be near a cliff, moving into an open space. Kaelin said as he used magic to sharpen his hearing. TCH, the enemy beat us to it. Falcon frowned as he thought. Turning around, he told the other knights, half of you go and find Sylphie, the rest come with me. Yes, sir. Are you talking about those kinds of enemies? Kaelin couldn't believe it. It seems they also have some potential to cause trouble for our lord, completely defying the precautions taken when considering our enemy. Without saying another word, Falcon disappeared from the scene, but not before saying, take care of Sylphie's parents, they might be important for the future. Don't worry, I'll step in once they are safe, Kaelin nodded as he turned to look at Sylphie's parents with a kind smile. Chapter 86, Whom do you serve? Just before the conversation between Gilgamesh and the Withered Lord ended a few hours ago, he shared something important, my enemy's apostles are on the move. They are desperate, so they will try to eliminate anyone of importance to me through foolish methods. They will attack. Well, that god, if he has the ability to see the future, knows perfectly well that the future changed drastically with my presence in this world. Unlike any other human, he can't manipulate me, let alone kill me so easily. Gilgamesh held his wine glass and said, that's why he'll try to change the game board. Now, instead of killing me, something he'll find impossible, he'll try to get rid of the minor nuisances in his path by eliminating my potential wives, subordinates, and friends. He will take care of removing important pieces that would lead me to him and destroy him. So, I want to make sure everyone is aware of this. The Withered Lord nodded, looked at Gilgamesh, and asked more directly, my lord, didn't you say the apostles are very weak and would take time to act? That's true, but remember that it wasn't predictable in that God's plan, and his apostles were likely in motion long before even you were born. He should have some puppets lurking in the world, and we won't know until he personally comes looking for us. I understand, my lord, I will keep everyone alert. Village of Bana. Greyat residence. Paul was training with his sword while Sylphie took care of their two growing daughters. She used to visit this house frequently after Borious's departure. Hey, Sylphie, would you like a glass of orange game juice? Zenith asked as she approached with a glass of game juice for their son's little friend. However, at that very moment, a thunderous explosion rang out not far from their location, followed by a huge cloud of black smoke rising into the sky. Boom. What was that? Sylphie, like everyone else, was startled and rushed out of the house. Paul quickly sheathed his sword and furrowed his brow. He was ready to investigate, but from the corner of his eye, he saw several black shadows moving at almost indescribable speed towards his family. Be careful, Zenith. Paul shouted in a panic, but just as he was about to move, a sword's edge was at his throat. Be cautious, sir, we are not the enemy. A cold voice sounded behind Paul, making him freeze in his tracks. His clouded eyes steadied, and he saw several knights in black armor beginning to surround his family. However, their approach was different, instead of harming them, they were protecting them. Who are you, and what's going on? Paul broke out in a cold sweat because he didn't sense the presence of these unknown figures, but their armor indicated they were from the Azura kingdom. My name is Aerys, King of the Sword in the Golden Lion's Edge technique. We are under attack by a hostile individual who seeks to kill that half-elf girl. Aerys pointed at Sylphie as he felt the strong energies emanating from a distance. Paul, taken by surprise, frowned and shouted, that's nonsense. Why would anyone want to harm a simple girl? Perhaps she is a girl in your eyes now, but in the future, she may become someone much more important. Maybe that's not her destiny, and she ends up being the mother of an incredibly powerful child. The statistics that you, as a simple knight, can see blind you to what will happen in the future. Stop interfering in the battle of two beings who can see the future and stay out of it. Aerys ignored Paul and instead walked toward Sylphie. He gazed at this green-haired half-elf girl and said, your parents are fine. You were lucky that they were attacked when a class emperor magician with different magics was nearby, otherwise, a tragedy would have occurred. My parents were attacked? Sylphie asked, suddenly panicking. She immediately wanted to go to their aid, but a strong hand held her back and advised her, listen carefully, child. We have come to recruit you personally to become a student at the Tower of Mages in ours, for reasons we still don't fully understand. Perhaps that caused the future to change, prompting a powerful being to attack directly to kill you. That doesn't make sense. She's just a child, and you are complete strangers. Zenith fell silent when she saw the knight's gazes, they too were confused. If even they didn't know what was happening, it meant that something was going wrong, and if something went wrong, not only they but everyone in this village would die. So, if the enemy is over there, what are you doing here? Paul looked at the knights with some consternation and said, no matter what you intend to do, I have to warn the people in the village who have taken refuge far away. Our captain will face the enemy, he is a sword emperor and is accompanied by 10 kings of the sword. If they can't eliminate the enemy, our only option is to flee with Sylphie while we inform our lord. How can they be so strong? Paul asked, confused. The magnitude of these people's strength made no sense. He could say with certainty that there was no more than one sword king, and that was Ghislaine, who was in the city. How could there be so many incredibly powerful beings, and all of them serving a single person? This doesn't make sense, but I still have a job to do here. Paul made a decision, put on his shirt, and looked at Zenith. I'll be back. In the house where Sylphie's parents were, they were just recovering from what had happened only seconds ago. What is happening? Kalen furrowed his brow deeply. Within the possibilities, according to our calculations and future predictions, there are several timelines that flow around each of our lives. In that regard, some beings are born with the ability to see the future, and my lord is one of them. Some time ago, through a twist of fate, he became an enemy of an ancient being who can see the future in different timelines, just like him. Kalen clenched his teeth and told these desperate parents about what was happening. In a way, that ancient being has a unique ability to enter the minds of any living being in this world and deceive us to the point of turning us into enemies of my lord. Those who now believe in the ancient lord's word are known as the apostles. My lord is a threat that can end the ancient lord, so the way to weaken my lord's power is through the murders of those who could be his potential wives, allies, and those who could pose a threat to the ancient being's survival. Are you saying my daughter is a target? Laws panicked, he had witnessed that attack, and it was not something he, a simple hunter, could stop. He was sure that if it weren't for Kalen, he and his wife would have died. Chapter 87, A Certain Enemy. You have a terrifying look. Falcon raised his sword and pointed it at the figure in front of him. Facing him, a scrawny but incredibly tall man wore an armor covered in dull scarlet, and several chains hung from various parts of his body. His weapon was a long spear, covered in blood and not revealing his face due to the helmet he carried. He stood still, looking directly into Falcon's eyes. You are all just a nuisance, call your lord to face me like a man. The figure slightly opened his mouth, and words were uttered in a grating tone. How dare you summon my lord with your filthy mouth, beast? I will tear your head from your body, open so many holes in your heart that the last sensation as you die will be watching me finish mutilating your corpse. Ha ha ha. Very well, first I'll finish off the infant so that the father who created them appears before me. I will prove to my enlightenment that I am more than enough to eliminate that annoying ant who dared to defy my lord. The man in the red armor said, by the way, you can be proud to die at the hands of the dark bear. It seems his power surpasses that of an ordinary sword king, but we are not ordinary. Yes, first I'll cut his pride, but before that, we need to find out how skilled the enemy is and if he poses any real threat. Falcon, determined to eliminate the enemy, said, attack formation, eliminate the enemy in a coordinated strike. Yes, sir. At that moment, 10 battle auras burst forth in a golden tone, and an attack by an emperor of the sword and 6 kings moved in a coordinated formation. As they had learned, there is no honor on the battlefield, as the only thing sought is to come out alive. In this way, Falcon was leveraging his advantage to finish this without any anomalies. Yes, come. The man known as the Dark Bear lifted his spear and assumed a defensive stance. In this first attack, Falcon took the lead, his body disappeared and reappeared like a phantom behind his enemy. His body radiated a powerful battle aura subtly contained in every part of his body, making his speed akin to that of lightning. However, unlike his subordinates who were sword kings, his steps were silent and steady. As he moved towards the enemy, his feet didn't seem to be touching the ground. He barely grazed the surface as he moved at lightning speed, only to test what the enemy was made of. The red bearman moved forward to meet him, matching his speed. He had released a completely different dark energy, unrelated to any form of magic. A powerful and bloodthirsty enemy was on the verge of making his first move. In just a few seconds, 7 figures had already begun to test their speed, which was vastly superior to that of any ordinary human. There was no comparison, Gilgamesh's knights had mastered their abilities, making them extremely powerful, and they were not chasing what seemed to be an apostle. Cutting through the dense forest, they reappeared in a clear landscape in mere seconds, moving from one place to another, only to return to a position similar to where they had been before. If you were to ask someone else, they might say this was unnecessary, but others would argue that they were studying their opponent during this time. Now. Falcon spun his body, momentarily increasing his speed, and the edge of his sword aimed for his enemy's head. The Dark Bearman turned his body, and his sword received Falcon's strike, generating a wave of brute force clashes. Sword art, Lion's Roar. Boom. 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 3 sword arts of the same technique were launched at Falcon's back, but he had disappeared seconds before these attacks reached him, causing these sword techniques to hit the enemy directly. An enormous crater appeared at the site, but the figure of the Dark Bearman had vanished. Following the trail of his aura, a Sword King who felt a presence to his left immediately expelled an abnormal amount of battle aura and brandished his sword. Boom. Acting instinctively, his sword collided with the strike of a crimson lance that would have decapitated him if he hadn't responded to the attack. However, due to his poor posture, his body was sent flying like an uncontrolled comet. Og. Sword Art, Golden Slash. A knight swung his sword as he appeared in front of his enemy and precisely slashed across the chest, causing a wound from which blood spurted. However, Falcon, who had a better perception of the battle, knew that this cut was not deep enough. Defend yourself. Eh. The knight felt a black aura approaching, so instinctively, he raised his sword over his chest in an attempt to protect his most vital organ. Seconds later, the blade of the lance struck his sword, but miraculously, this last defensive move fulfilled its task, and the attack only pierced his shoulder. Boom. The wounded knight was sent flying by the attack and crashed into a thick tree, temporarily taken out of the fight. Chapter 88, Stalemate. In just a few minutes of battle, 2 kings of the sword had been taken out of combat in an extraordinary manner by the enemy. But the enemy didn't emerge unscathed, as a considerable wound bled from their chest, significantly diminishing their future prospects in this fight. But the others didn't stop and continued to attack, knowing that if they stopped for any reason, the condition of their comrades could become critical because they were unfamiliar with more attacks from their current enemy. Furthermore, the wounds the other knights had were minor, and they were confident they would recover soon. Boom. 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 Gravel and stones flew in all directions. Falcon took advantage of this moment to step forward and attack with all his might while preventing the enemy from using their lance in close quarters. As Falcon attacked, each of his blows was aimed at a vital area of his enemy's body. If any of his strikes landed, his enemy would likely lose so much blood that they would die in minutes, even if they were powerful. Falcon moved his sword, attempting to decapitate his enemy, but once again, it was met by the defense of the red lance. However, midway through, he reached out and mercilessly grabbed his enemy's throat. The Dark Bearman raised his right shoulder and blocked, lifting the hand that had grabbed his throat. His right hand shot out at a speed similar to that of lightning, seeking to strike Falcon's head. Falcon managed to dodge that attack and, in response, delivered a powerful kick that struck his enemy's elbow, causing it to snap. After that, the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly, and both opponents leaped away, establishing some distance. It turned out that Falcon's kick had managed to fracture his enemy's left elbow, significantly reducing his combat capabilities in this battle. This meant that the use of the enemy's lance would have fewer variations and obviously reduced strength. The men in the red armor couldn't help but be surprised that the kick had been so effective. He had vast experience as a fighter, having faced tremendously powerful foes for decades. However, this time was different because his opponent had achieved something that no one else had ever done before, breaking one of his limbs. The battle was far from over, in fact, it had only just begun. Don't interfere, help the wounded and regroup. Falcon, who was stabilizing himself, burst into power and sped toward his enemy at a velocity even kings of the sword couldn't match. The Dark Bearman snorted coldly. This time, he wouldn't use any techniques to move. Instead, he raised his lance with his right hand, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, both to protect himself and to attack. A turbulent wind surrounded the Dark Bearman, enveloping him in a dark cloak. Numerous streams of battle aura were expelled from his body, concentrating at the tip of his lance, and his attacks immediately went for their target. The wind drew in a great snowstorm of dust, attracting a powerful concentration of energies and advantageous natural conditions toward it. In no time, a black serpent materialized, coiling around the right arm of the Dark Bearman. Boom. 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 Several impacts were heard, along with the sounds of powerful explosions. Finally, there was a fearsome snarl. The wind seemed to disperse any method of attack, and the tip of the lance suddenly appeared in front of Falcon. The Dark Bearman, who had taken 3 steps back, spat blood as pieces of armor fell from his body one after another. When he looked down, a clear punch mark appeared on his chest, and 2 deafening sounds were heard behind him. Kalen, who had arrived on the battlefield, pierced through the back of the Dark Bearman, who was standing in front of Falcon. These 2 effective strikes were enough to momentarily freeze the battle, halting everything that was happening for a few minutes. The Dark Bearman snarled coldly, took a deep breath, and suddenly let out a roar. "If you think I'm alone, you're sorely mistaken." This time, it was Falcon's turn to defend himself, doing the same thing his enemy had done before to avoid fatal blows. His 2 legs changed positions at an extreme speed, retreating from these attacks. But at that moment, he felt an attack coming from afar, so he leaned his entire body to the ground, narrowly avoiding that strike. Falcon, another enemy. Boom. Kalen, who raised his staff, chanted a powerful fire spell, Spirit of Fire, shine and kill all in the west. Boom. Boom. The sky was filled with a crimson hue, and suddenly, the vast amount of mana released in this attack caused even the clouds to turn red. The powerful fire spell spread across the sky, revealing the enemy hidden in the heavens to everyone. "Can you hold on?" Falcon asked as he stood up. "Yes, don't worry," Kalen nodded as he conjured more powerful spells, each one aimed at this sudden enemy. Chapter 89, The Figure in the Sky. Sword Style, Thousand Pillar Attack. Using one of the last techniques he had learned from the combat style created by Gilgamesh especially for his people, several swords made of golden battle aura materialized behind him, forming a powerful attack slowly. Finally, creating a powerful disturbance in the surroundings and increasing the concentration of power more and more, Falcon launched himself forward. In an instant, two powerful impact sounds were heard. However, the golden light swords were launched at the chest and various parts of his enemy, piercing through him and causing horrible fatal wounds. When the dust cleared, there was a large crater in the ground, and the dark bearman was kneeling while continuously spitting out blood. His helmet fell off, and Falcon, who was sure it was a man, was pleasantly surprised, as in front of him was the face of a beautiful woman who was slowly losing her life. "You have released me, knight. My curse was to live as a man hated and repudiated by all humans. This is your victory." The dark bearman, or rather, the woman imprisoned within, was freed as death began to embrace her. She lifted her head and gazed at the beautiful blue sky that had cleared earlier due to Kalen's attack, with a certain sadness on her face. However, even though she knew she was dying, there was no regret, and she accepted her death with open arms. "Tell me, is the human god your lord?" Kalen asked as he sheathed his sword and walked slowly towards his enemy. "My name is Carla. The human god was the only one who saw my true face and promised to return my body to its original state. Although I knew he was lying, that feeling of trust and kindness was something I had never felt from any other human after leaving that labyrinth. You can think whatever you want, each of us serves a different god, we are just simple pawns. No, my lord is not a god, and he has never considered himself one, even though we all happily declare him our god. He is just a human with the same flaws, mistakes, and desires to protect what he can within his abilities. As for yours, it's just a simple god who hides and sends only his apostles to a lost battle." In the end, although his enemy was similar in strength to a sword emperor, Falcon's final attack ended up destroying his enemy. Without any consideration, he watched as the enemy bled out and slowly died. In a life or death battle, Falcon saw how his men enriched themselves with experience, and those wounds he now had on his body were more than enough for them to learn how much they lacked to be strong. Boom. At that moment, Kalen, who was facing an unknown figure in the air, began using increasingly powerful spells, shaking the earth and creating powerful gusts of wind due to the impacts in the air. It's a pity she died so pitifully. Well, she was just a simple pawn. A voice interrupted Falcon's thoughts as he guarded Kalen's back. In front of them, an incredibly ordinary-looking being appeared, but in its hands, it held a silvery metallic sword. However, when they least expected it, that sword in its hand pierced its own chest, and every part of its body began to expand at an alarmingly abnormal rate. "What kind of demon is that?" Kalen shouted as he prepared to cast an Emperor-class fire spell. "I don't know, but we'd better attack." Falcon didn't want to waste time, so he instructed Kalen to unleash his best and most powerful spell to eliminate this new enemy in an instant. "Understood." Kalen raised his magical staff and said in a cold tone, "Meteor shower of the yellow abyss, shine and embrace all my enemies." The instant he spoke those words, a powerful concentration of magic was directed towards a single attack, and in an instant, the attack was formed and launched seconds after being created. The powerful wave of the attack caused even the ground to split open, generating powerful waves of heat. Falcon's eyes widened in surprise. This magical attack was truly terrifying, and he was sure that even if the enemy was stronger than the previous one, this attack was more than enough to win and defeat the enemy. Boom. When the explosion swept over the enemy, disaster spread over several hundred meters, creating a powerful shockwave that raised a thick curtain of smoke. The fire used in this attack formed into several powerful circles that were launched continuously like meteorites. When one hit, two more followed and further devastated the battlefield. Boom. Boom. However, just as everyone believed they had won, a charred figure shot out of the flame curtain, heading towards Kalen, who had just released a powerful spell. This. How is this possible? The putrid Emperor-class spell should have pulverized his body. So why is the enemy still moving? When Kalen wanted to cast a defensive spell, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to do. However, right at that moment, Falcon appeared with a powerful battle aura and confronted the enemy head-on. 1, 2, 3 sword strikes shook the surroundings, and 3 horrible wounds appeared on the enemy's chest. "Is he dead?" "No, he's not," shouted one of the sword emperors who was still standing nearby, as he saw a powerful punch break through the dust and strike his captain. Falcon felt his body being shaken with great force, then he was sent flying, and his body sank into the earth due to the strong impact. Crash. Chapter 90, The True Power. Everyone, follow the hunters who are signaling. Don't panic, there are knights already facing the enemies. Paul shouted as he took charge of maintaining calm in the village. They all watched as Law's house was reduced to ashes, so they feared the same fate for their homes. Even without knowing the details of what was happening, they followed the instructions of the knights stationed in their village to ensure the safety of the place. It was hard for everyone to believe that something like this was happening. Aside from a few aggressive beasts that hunters occasionally encountered in the forest, there was nothing else they should worry about. But it seemed that things were far more serious, to the extent that they could die if anything went even slightly wrong. Paul, do you know what's going on? The children are scared. A middle-aged woman approached the strongest man in their village and asked this question. I don't know either. I can only tell you with absolute certainty that the knights will take care of whatever is happening, Paul said with a reassuring look. But at that moment, he saw a large stone approaching from the sky. Everyone, get down. Paul shouted, warning everyone before preparing to make a move. I've got this, knight. A voice sounded nearby, and a knight launched himself like a phantom, attacking the stone with a battle aura, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Aerys, who had abandoned his previous position, appeared on the field, followed by 3 more figures who didn't stop and advanced toward the area where the battle was unfolding. How's the battle going? Paul approached Aerys and asked. Aerys looked ahead and frowned. An Emperor-class mage, a swordsman, and 6 King-class warriors are facing truly formidable enemies, which is why the battle is taking so long. Although we're not Class S, we're ranked as formidable even within the ranks of Uruk's warriors. Are there stronger ones than you? Paul asked unconsciously. Of course, there are even groups of women who are far superior to us. We're just a group that has recently graduated from the Uruk Tower, so we're not that strong, but by no means are we considered weak. But if things continue like this, we're obligated to report to our lord, Aerys said as he walked slowly toward the battlefield. I recommend you not come, but if you're not afraid of death, you can satisfy your curiosity. That's. Paul looked at one of the hunters nearby and said, take charge of evacuating the people, I'll go to that place to see how things are going. Be careful, Paul. By the time Aerys arrived, he saw with his own eyes a dozen warriors facing a massive monster that stood holding a huge, heavy sword. Under its feet, the ground was completely shattered. Kalen, what's happening? When Kalen sensed Aerys' presence, his eyes took on a troubled expression. He looked at the beast a few meters away and said, this beast keeps regenerating its body every time Falcon cuts it, and its speed and strength become more brutal as time passes. According to my calculations, every time it takes a hit, it multiplies the damage it deals with its attacks. Does that mean we can't defeat it? Aerys couldn't see any other way out of the embarrassing situation they were in. It's not like that, Kalen shook his head, fixed his gaze on the beast, and explained, as far as I understand, there's some sort of core in that monster, and unless it's destroyed, it can regenerate as many times as it wants. However, when I cast a magical spell on it, it condenses its particles around the core to prevent its destruction. Magic doesn't seem to result in a prolonged damage effect on its body, so I'm only focused on slowing down its movements and supporting the knights in avoiding its attacks with precision. Kalen also couldn't cast spells materializing ice or stone spears since this method would result in the same outcome as Falcon's attacks. This beast resembled an orc, but its body was larger, and its regeneration made no sense. In this world, although there were terrible creatures, no one had ever seen an ogre like the one they had in front of them. Gilgamesh didn't know of any related creatures, but if he were to guess, he would say it was a summoned spirit. Very few were capable of creating spirits and then summoning them, so this achievement could be considered significant in the realm of magic. Gilgamesh had wanted to create a spirit with his divine energy and then summon it to see what kind of being would emerge, but he had been busy recently and hadn't had time for such hobbies. Damn it, what kind of creature is this? Falcon, in the distance, continued to split the ogre's body multiple times with powerful attacks, but none seemed to work. The new knights who had arrived immediately launched an attack, helping to regulate the team and stabilize those who were tired or wounded. The initial attacks took us by surprise. I myself was severely injured by the powerful strike resulting from Kalen's attack. Despite being in this situation, everyone remained calm because the enemy was just incredibly tough to eliminate but didn't pose a real threat. When Paul arrived, he saw the terrible beast and all the chaos in the surroundings. This can't be. Despite having been an adventurer, Paul had never before seen a creature survive such powerful attacks from 2 sword emperors. It's grotesque, isn't it? Aerys greeted Paul while helping one of his comrades tend to a wound before it was treated by Kalen. Can you eliminate it? Paul was confused since most of the swordsmen were sitting on the ground, drinking water and watching the battle's progress with confusion. It's complicated. Aerys didn't know how to respond to Paul. It's complicated to kill something that is constantly being supplied with energy by its owner. A voice interrupted the people's communication, and at that moment, several swords shot out of the air and headed towards the large enemy being confronted by 2 sword emperors. Careful, get back. Kalen warned his people, who were at a considerable distance from the huge monster when those swords were launched. Boom. 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 The already devastated ground was obliterated, and everyone was forced to retreat, watching as just 3 projectiles completely destroyed the monster they were fighting. My lord, I deeply regret not being able to meet your standards. Kaelin knelt before an 11-year-old boy who had suddenly appeared before them all. Prince Gilgamesh. Paul was paralyzed, seeing how a boy just a little older than his son was stronger than a sword emperor. Chapter 91, What's your choice? They sure got a beating. I should send them the new modifications to my golden lion sword style. Well, we'll talk about that later. As Gilgamesh walked forward, the gigantic ogre reformed and directed a gaze filled with murderous intent towards him. He perceived this as nothing more than the sight of a small dog barking without really knowing whom it's barking at. But considering that things had been quite dull in Roa lately, this time he would show off a bit in front of everyone. I don't even want to know why you attacked this village or what your intentions are. I'll figure that out with my own eyes later, so don't bother telling me anything. Gilgamesh seemed a bit serious as he looked at Falcon and said, watch this spectacle from above, or it won't be interesting. Yes, my lord. Kaelin immediately waved his hand, and a floating ship appeared behind them. After boarding it, they rose into the sky, looking down where Gilgamesh stood doing nothing. Is he going to fight alone? Paul didn't seem to agree with the choice these knights had made. Even if Gilgamesh is powerful, they shouldn't have left him alone. Even if Borious is strong, as a father, he wouldn't let him fight alone against an unknown creature. We'll only interfere if necessary. We're not on his level, after all. Falcon, who had been healed by Kaelin, watched closely what was happening below. Just pay attention and don't speak. All the gods believe they have the authority to meddle in my decisions, come to kill those who will be something to me in the future, or try to wage wars against me. Gilgamesh, who had ceased to be as arrogant as before due to Aerys' presence, today once again showed his eyes to the world, releasing an aura so arrogant that even the gods bowed before him. Come, Ea. As he uttered those words, a golden ripple shone intensely on the ground, and a pressure that shook the surroundings began to unconsciously emanate. The sky turned black, crimson lightning flashed, and a bladeless sword appeared in Gilgamesh's hand, releasing an aura of power that could crush any god. What must I prove for you to patiently wait in your place until I decide to visit you personally? At this moment, Gilgamesh looked down at the gods, demonstrating that with his presence alone, he could crush them without leaving any trace of their past, present, or future. His divinity was omnipotent, making even monsters or demons unable to raise their gaze to his eyes. No one was worthy of looking at him at the same level, at least not here. He hadn't met anyone worthy of even calling a friend. This sword can only be used by me, a unique existence in this universe, incapable of being surpassed, and suitable only for a ruler. The weapon Gilgamesh held had an abnormal shape that didn't fit the typical classification of a sword in this world. It was something that existed before the concept that this world called a sword, so it couldn't truly be called a sword, nor did it have the shape of a known blade. As Gilgamesh held his sword by the hilt, a stream of energy began to surround him, growing stronger with each passing second. As the energy concentrated, the tip of the sword itself began to spin in a spiral. Boom. As the ground sank, Gilgamesh soared directly into the sky and looked down at the motionless monster below him. How much will be enough to not destroy this world? Gilgamesh raised his Ea sword, which had the form of a cylindrical pillar, like a drill, composed of 3 rotating segments engraved with crimson cuneiform letters that spun slowly in alternating directions. The same weapon from the universe. This was the first time Gilgamesh would use his most trusted weapon in combat, the one with which he had killed numerous apostles in his past life with the power of a god. An weapon with which he had pulverized divine, ancient, and cosmic beasts. Boom. The aura forming around Gilgamesh was enough to completely obliterate a city the size of Roa, but he didn't stop there. He decided that the power he would unleash would be even greater. Both the monster on the ground and other powerful divinities in this world felt the terrifying power Gilgamesh was releasing at this moment. Now, very few could match the power about to be unleashed. Gilgamesh only looked at that monster, and through his eyes, he saw the human god lurking like a shadow behind that individual. Lowering his weapon, he muttered only a few words, Enuma Elish. Boom. The thunderous power unleashed was a strange combination of energies, all concentrated and directed toward a specific location with brutality. The energy of the attack swept across the plains and shot forward. Boom. Any response attack would be reduced to nothing, disappearing from reality. This attack, seemingly originating from a god, completely pulverized the enemy, and to those nearby, it seemed like the end of the world. Is that attack from a mere human? Paul fell to the ground with no strength in his legs, and the others were no different. Never before in their lives had they seen such a terrifying attack capable of annihilating an entire city. A loud explosion echoed, and a hole as deep as an abyss was being created on the ground due to Gilgamesh's unstoppable attack. Those far away threw themselves to the ground, animals fled in panic, and the wind severely damaged the nearby village houses. On the ground, after Gilgamesh had released only 1% of his power with EA, a massive crater lay where it seemed to have no end. The monster that had caused so much trouble to Falcon's group had disappeared without a trace. Spectators watched this scene with pale expressions. Even the Emperor Dragon's greatest attack couldn't cause this magnitude of damage. Moreover, it seemed that the just-released attack had no weak form that others could defend against. Once again, human god, you have lost. Gilgamesh said this indifferently as he walked toward the edge of the crater. However, as if something, an entity, wanted to continually present problems to Gilgamesh, a white figure appeared not too far away. Without showing any negative intentions, he saluted respectfully and said, "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, my lord. My name is Almanfi of the Bright, and my lord Pelagius sent me to investigate what happened in this place." Gilgamesh didn't sheath his EA but instead looked directly at this masked man, who seemed arrogantly demanding information about what had happened, as if this were his backyard into which he could enter without any problem. Chapter 92, Seconds. "Isn't that the armored dragon?" Gilgamesh asked as he looked at the man in the white mask. Almanfi's voice turned notably cold, his gaze shifted towards Gilgamesh, and he responded with more firmness this time. "Pelagius is a high-ranking member of the dragon tribe, bearing the title Armored Dragon King, and one of the 7 great heroes who sealed the demon god Laplace 500 years ago. He currently resides in the floating castle Chaos Breaker, awaiting the resurgence of the demon god. Should I personally thank him for his great deeds?" Gilgamesh asked, tilting his head forward slightly, expecting a response. "What? As far as I'm concerned, sealing an enemy is a clear humiliation and defeat. If you can't kill your enemy, then you've lost. Now he's in that floating fortress, traveling back and forth, waiting for the resurgence of another enemy." Gilgamesh vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Almanfi, who hadn't reacted in time. The moment he realized what was about to happen, he gathered all his strength to defend himself. Boom. A loud explosion resounded. Almanfi, who was the one affected, suffered significant damage to his body. He crashed to the ground, making it impossible for him to get up for a while. If you're looking for information, tell him that Gilgamesh was the cause. Furthermore, remind him that if he's afraid that enemies from the past will be released in this era, I will take care of eliminating them myself. This time, I'll be kind, but next time, if he wants answers, tell him to come himself and not send a weak spirit like you." Gilgamesh, who had arrived in front of Almanfi, whispered, "In addition, tell him that his enemies are of no importance to me. I'm already busy searching for a certain god who likes to play hide and seek. If your lord knows what I mean, tell him that we might meet in person when the time comes. I will deliver your message." Almanfi said this while looking at the large crater behind Gilgamesh, implying that he was still trying to understand what had happened here. "Are you still interested in that? I killed a god's fly for you. If the one you serve is perceptive and strong enough, he will understand what kind of energies were present in this place. He will know perfectly well whom I eliminated and why I did it. If he can't understand that, then he's not worth my attention." Gilgamesh sheathed his EA weapon in the gate of Babylon and brushed the dust off his chest. "Then I shall take my leave and deliver your message to my lord." Almanfi glowed in a golden light and disappeared from the location. Gilgamesh made no move and watched Almanfi disappear. His presence was merely interesting in his eyes. Nevertheless, he wanted to know in detail what had happened in this place without having to search for it himself. "My lord, was that an enemy?" Kalin arrived at the forefront and asked this question in a doubtful tone. Gilgamesh turned his head, looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, "It's not about an enemy. By the way, what happened in this place from the beginning? We came to recruit the girl named Sylphie, as you had proposed, but she wasn't at home, so I decided to talk to her parents first. Just at that moment, we were attacked by an enemy that Falcon took care of eliminating. As Kalin explained, they arrived in front of a woman who had been dead for some time, surprising many who didn't know she was a woman. It turns out she's a woman, and that corrupted energy still has dense traces of another being. That seal on her body was similar to Elaine's, so this must have happened to her if I hadn't eliminated it in time. I must come to understand that it happened because she didn't succumb to the curse unlike this woman. This is very interesting indeed." Gilgamesh could see the seal that had cursed the woman in front of him, so there's no need to draw further conclusions about her condition. What makes this interesting is that there might be more apostles much closer than he thought, so he must be even stricter with his precautions and pay more attention to the small details. "Oh, Prince Gilgamesh, I must thank you for helping save our village. There are no words to describe the gratitude we feel for solving this problem," Paul spoke, not having the chance to arrange his words properly, so he blurted them out when he finally had the opportunity to speak. "I am a prince of this kingdom, and that is the least I can do with my status. Moreover, I will certainly help those in need, even if they are ignorant." Gilgamesh's response was simple and straightforward, causing some surprise in Paul, who knew little about the prince in front of him. "My lord, should we at least take that girl named Sylphie with us? Her future may be somehow connected to you." Kalin made this suggestion that caught everyone's attention. Gilgamesh nodded and said, I will send her to Elaine. She is a woman of the same race as Sylphie and can train her better. She has the talent to shine, so it would be a shame for her to stay in that place. Besides, she will be properly protected there. Paul took a step forward and asked, why were those people looking for a girl? Sylphie is a friend of my son, so I should at least protect those who are part of my family. Chapter 93, What happened? Well, where do I begin? Gilgamesh walked a bit slower as the others headed towards the group of people who were still frightened by the disaster. From what I can gather, every race once had a supreme god, someone who stood above all, protecting and guiding their respective civilizations. I understand that for now, only one god is my enemy, the others have disappeared or died for reasons I don't care about. The dragon god might know something about it, but until I meet him, I can't say much more beyond my vague knowledge of this world. When Gilgamesh least expected it, he had talked too much with this man who was Paul's father, but he continued nonetheless, I will kill the human god who intruded into one of my dreams, I will find him, I'm sure of that. If you're wondering who attacked us, when that god enters your dreams and speaks to you, you slowly become a messenger of God, better known as an apostle. That's. Paul was a simple man with worldly desires and flaws, a common father who wasn't prepared, but still faced life. Gilgamesh had seen glimpses of his future after the teleportation event, and certainly, this man's ending was tragic, a death that was the most avoidable of all. He knew he needed to prepare for the future, and he needed a strong ally in case Borious somehow tried to rebel against him. What better ally than the father himself? That human god is certainly a deity, and many humans believe he's practically their god. But he's much worse than you think, he looks into futures and alternate timelines beyond our reality to maintain his power and ensure nothing can threaten him. I made a promise to myself not to see the future of any woman I meet, after all, I don't want to know if she'll become one of my wives again. Gilgamesh was a variant in this reality, but he had seen in the future that Gilgamesh would actually become one of his wives. When he vaguely saw two more figures, he decided to immediately cut off his ability to see into the future. But now that he thinks about it, there's no use deceiving himself, he knew that in the future, he would have 3 wives, as he had set out to do, and he really didn't want to know who the other 2 were. In that case, are you saying that Sylphie will become someone so important that she can threaten the existence of a god? Paul couldn't believe it. If she is that dangerous, wouldn't his son be equally a threat? Maybe not her, but her son or grandson. The future is not just about oneself, but about the consequences of our existence. Gilgamesh looked at Paul and asked, do you want the power to protect your family? Paul looked at Gilgamesh and fell silent. He didn't understand what he meant when he asked that question, but if he had an ability to see the future, he must have seen something. Did something happen to me in the future that can be avoided by being strong? I don't need anything from you, I simply want you to become a knight of the Tower of Uruk under my command. If you do that, not only will I give you impressive power, but I will also provide a way to ensure that God doesn't interfere in the lives of your family. Gilgamesh opened a golden ripple, and a beautiful black sword appeared. In his previous life, if it weren't for the war, he would have given away all his treasures. But this time, he does it because he needs good subordinates and reliable tools to deal with certain troubles that may arise. If he has Paul as one of his followers, and if that Borious, who is a reincarnate, becomes a nuisance, his own father will take care of stopping him, and family drama will handle those simple problems. When Paul saw that sword, he felt that he should accept that power. He had seen with his own eyes how weak he was and how easily he would have died if it weren't for the presence of these people. When he imagined what would have happened to his daughters and wives, he couldn't even think about the pain it would have meant. I accept it, I want to become stronger, Prince Gilgamesh. Paul knelt before a child and pledged his loyalty with all his heart. I know you feel a certain hatred not only for the nobility but also for how weak you are compared to others, so if you want to be considered strong, you must do more than just strive. Gilgamesh placed the sword in Paul's hands, which carried not only his blessing but also certain enhancements. Many things would happen in the future, and they couldn't predict all of them. But even so, Gilgamesh wants to have his own close and protected, and he will educate this kingdom with the word of man, thus eliminating any harmful religion for humans. He did it once, and he will do it here too, regardless of the consequences. You must go back because these people trust you, Paul. Gilgamesh walked toward the village while Paul was still kneeling. Yes. Chapter 94, Generosity. Those men haven't stopped being around me, does that have anything to do with that boy named Gilgamesh? Sylphie asked herself that question when she saw several guards walking behind her after she approached where her parents were. In her life, she had always been a very distrustful girl. However, Sylphie knew that she couldn't always be that way, so she was determined to change. Still, she didn't dare to say anything about it. Gilgamesh was scary, he seemed to be one of the countless children who had labeled her as a demon. Some knights had withdrawn a while ago. Even Lord Paul had also gone to where the fight was unfolding, but for a while now, there had been no sound. She was strong, but she couldn't just go there and cast one of her spells after seeing the sky turn red due to the flames. When everyone returned, Paul appeared far behind, and indeed, Gilgamesh was by his side. When Sylphie heard that he would send a mage to take her to the city of Aerys, she didn't pay much attention to it, but now everything had changed because he was here to take her away. Paul's face was very cheerful. In fact, there were clear signs of happiness. When he arrived in front of everyone, he shouted, "I have news about what just happened. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The village was about to be attacked by very powerful beasts, but the knights led by Prince Gilgamesh managed to eliminate the beast. There is no longer any danger to worry about, so we will be safe for a few days. So, do you mean that these beasts will appear frequently from now on? Is that true? It can't be. In just a few seconds, chaos fell among the people, so the fear in their hearts that had been suppressed completely clouded their thinking, and some even refused to believe what was happening. At that moment, Gilgamesh raised his hand for Paul to continue speaking and introduced himself directly. "I am Gilgamesh Asura, the fourth prince, and I fully understand your fears. But you must not panic, those monsters are not very common, and the fight just now drove away all those that were nearby. If your concern is so great, I can send my knights to investigate beyond the forest and find out if there is no other enemy of that magnitude. But you must know that the same thing will not happen again, it doesn't work that way." When everyone saw Gilgamesh, they immediately fell silent. After all, they were in the presence of Prince Gilgamesh. Someone much more important than any ordinary noble, this was a prince who could become their future king. What is Prince Gilgamesh doing in this place? Well, it's not that many understand nobles, and it's not like they really care. What arouses their curiosity is what a prince was doing in this part of the kingdom, where even the feudal lords of Fatoa had never appeared before. I know you all are afraid, but you must not let that negative feeling torment your thoughts. You must be stronger than that because no one is free living in fear. Gilgamesh looked at Sylphie, who was hiding among her parents, and gave her a faint smile. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Because you have all suffered in one way or another, you will receive 10 Ashur gold coins each to repair whatever was damaged. Thank you very much, Prince Gilgamesh. We are all grateful." Some were surprised by Prince Gilgamesh's humility, while others cried directly because of it. After all, no one is so crazy as to give away hundreds, perhaps thousands of Ashur gold coins. It should be known that with 2 coins, a family can live for a few months, which is simply incredible. All right, Kaelin, take care of delivering the coins by family. Gilgamesh took out a bag with 10,000 coins and then walked directly to Sylphie, who was with her parents, still worried about the complete destruction of their house. "Mr. Gilgamesh, I must thank you for the help you have offered us. If it weren't for Kaelin, we wouldn't be right here at this moment," Laws said as he looked at Gilgamesh. "Your home was completely destroyed. Do you want to come with me and go to ours so that your daughter can train in magic?" "You don't have to worry, anyone under my care doesn't suffer discrimination or hunger." Gilgamesh looked toward the other people and said, "You have nothing here, it would be good for you to start anew in ours. But that city is very expensive." Laws worried about not being able to protect his family, let alone feed them. "I have various businesses under my own care, I ensure the protection of those working for me, so there will be no one who dares to harm you. Money, on the other hand, is not a problem, you can take this and take care of buying clothes for yourself, your wife, and your daughter." Gilgamesh handed him a pouch with 1,000 gold coins. "No, this is too much." Sylphie's mom couldn't accept so much money. But Laws reached out his hand and said, "Then we will be in your care, I hope my daughter can have a bright future." "Dad, what are you saying?" Sylphie didn't understand what her father meant. "Daughter, we are going to the city of Aerys, there, you will learn more about magic and acquire knowledge that very few privileged individuals can obtain." Laws knelt down to his daughter's level and explained in detail what they had discussed with Kaelin. "But I have to wait for Borious, he will come back." Sylphie didn't want to leave this place, mainly because Borious could return at any moment. "You shouldn't depend on your friend so much, daughter." Sylphie's mother smiled and knew exactly what was worrying her daughter, so she advised, "You should become even more amazing for when you reunite." Gilgamesh looked at Sylphie and said, "He wants to go to the magic school. You can go there when you are ready to travel. I may also visit that place myself, but only briefly. Then it's okay." Sylphie wasn't sure what to think of Gilgamesh. Her shyness and lack of contact with other children made it difficult for her to talk to people other than Borious. Besides, she didn't have good experiences with other children besides her only friend. Gilgamesh then said, "Now that it's settled, we will leave as soon as possible. Just let Kaelin finish resolving the money issue, and we will depart immediately." Having decided what to do, Gilgamesh sought out Kaelin to take charge of preparing a ritual for Paul, integrating him into his forces. However, he wouldn't be removed from this place. Gilgamesh didn't plan to change things too much because it didn't benefit him much. On the contrary, after the magical incident, things would work in his favor. Chapter 95, What do you expect from life? As the hours passed, everyone returned to their homes, especially those who needed to repair the damage caused. Kaelin, on the other hand, went directly to the massive pit created by Gilgamesh to seal it securely enough to prevent anyone from accidentally falling in. Falcon, on his part, prepared a blood ritual for Paul, who was about to receive a power boost throughout his body. Based on his potential and age, it was highly likely he could become a sword king if he worked hard enough. In addition to that, he received a manual for the Golden Lion sword style that Gilgamesh had prepared. This new version he had created was perfect, much faster, quieter, and stronger than before. Having improved the styles he had created previously, this new sword style was incredibly powerful and quite possibly unmatched in this world. The 9 techniques of this sword style were sufficient to defeat any enemy, not to mention the movement technique and the situations for which this sword style was designed. On the ship, Sylphie was looking in awe as it floated above the ground without any kind of automatic mechanism. This was new to many, so even the adults watched this floating ship in amazement. Does that girl hate me? Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Then, approaching her, he said, have you thought about what awaits you once you arrive in ours? There are many children like you, all trying to learn magic to have a much better life in the future. I hope that at least my parents will be happy in that new place. They have been sad since our home was destroyed by that monster. So I will become strong enough to be the one who protects them. Sylphie momentarily forgot who she was talking to. Her response was not only for Gilgamesh but also for herself. Interesting answer. Did your friend Borious teach you magic? Gilgamesh couldn't help but show interest. This girl is a younger version of Elaine, after all, although she has green hair instead of Elaine's black hair with white streaks, Elaine's green eyes can be reflected in this hair color. Yes, he's an amazing person, and the one I admire most in this world. By the way, did you meet Borious? Sylphie looked at Gilgamesh differently, feeling less uncomfortable. Well, we only exchanged a few words. Although we're not friends, I think in the future, we might get along. Gilgamesh smiled awkwardly, lying to a child. The idea of eliminating this girl's friend had even crossed his mind when he first met him. I'm glad. I thought you were much scarier. I thought you weren't interested in relating to a half-elf like me. No one ever has in this village except for Borious, so I'm sorry for misinterpreting your actions. Sylphie bowed repeatedly to Gilgamesh, showing her sincere apology. I've read about the different races in the world. Among them, elves are the closest to humans, but they live many years longer. Although the most surprising thing about all of this is that when they have a child with a human, that child's lifespan is the same as that of humans. I know what many fear, but I don't usually pay much attention to such things. Gilgamesh said as he leaned against the ship's railing and watched the approaching evening. Sylphie remained silent, her conflicting thoughts about Gilgamesh truly perplexing. When Gilgamesh felt it was enough, he jumped onto the ship's railing and said to Sylphie, in the Tower of Uruk, there's a very beautiful woman. She will be your teacher. If you're lucky, you may become an incredible mage. Wait, you're not coming to ours? Sylphie asked, confused. Of course not, my journey is just beginning. At that moment, Gilgamesh's body began to glow, and eventually, his entire body turned into golden particles that disappeared before Sylphie's eyes. We'll meet again. City of Roa. Greyat Mansion. Aerys was training alone with the combat method Gilgamesh had given her before he left without saying a word. She was annoyed with him for not taking her to that place, so she memorized the moves she had also seen Ghislaine learning. Why did he leave without taking me? Aerys was lying on her stomach on the back of the huge lion, who had become her best friend after Borious. Haven't you seen how strong I've become since he arrived? Aerys opened her calm eyes and looked at the huge cat, who was licking one of his paws. Do you sympathize with me too? Roar. Yes, we must punish him. But what could we do to annoy him? Honestly, I've never bothered him before, and he never reacted badly before. Is all of this because of her? Regardless of her age, Aerys didn't understand why Gilgamesh had chosen her as his fiancée. There were more charming women than her, so she couldn't fully comprehend how things had changed in that way. But despite those thoughts, she had been much happier since Gilgamesh came to her home. Furthermore, Borious seemed to be a good teacher, although she didn't want to learn magic because it took time away from her sword training. Her main goal was to defeat Gilgamesh in swordsmanship, not with magic. Someday, I'm going to beat him. Aerys muttered these words, but her senses alerted her that someone was in front of her. Opening her eyes, she saw a young man very close to her, and due to the surprise, she remained silent for a few moments. Who do you want to beat? Gilgamesh, who had seen Aerys resting on her cat, decided to approach her to greet her. No one. Aerys turned her head somewhat embarrassed. Hey, speaking of wanting to beat someone, don't you want to see something interesting? Gilgamesh asked, seeing that Aerys had avoided his question. Is it something interesting? Aerys's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of something Gilgamesh considered interesting. Of course, come with me. Chapter 96, The Basics. What do you want to show me? Aerys gave Gilgamesh a questioning look as he stared at the ground lost in thought. Well, even though my knowledge of magic is tiny, to say the least, what I'm going to show you is how I summon a spirit to serve me. Gilgamesh took out the same magic book he had won from those guys at the gambling house. Is it some kind of magic spell? Aerys didn't understand what Gilgamesh meant because she was just starting to learn the most basic magic. Exactly, a spell where I'll theoretically summon a spirit to be my servant, but I'll change summon to create, and I hope it works. Gilgamesh was immersed in explaining the contents of the book and, since he didn't need to read it twice, he quickly covered the fundamentals. As Aerys walked and looked at that enormous book, which could have thousands of pages, she became more and more excited about what might come from this spell. I have some understanding of spirit summonings, but if I can modify things, I could summon a valuable soul through a precious object and a contract that binds them to me. They could be spirits from the past, present, or future. Even if we delve deeper into probability, they could be from other worlds, places we may never visit in our lives. Gilgamesh summoned a golden ripple and from it took out a chain with 2 knives attached to each end, then placed it on the ground and stroked his chin as he thought. If I happen to use powerful weapons, and somehow their owners, the souls of their owners, are summoned as servants, will they remember me in any way? Many things can go wrong, but I won't stop trying. After taking out the weapon, Gilgamesh also began to scatter spirit cores around the weapon on the ground. Aerys, who had witnessed all of this, remained silent, both curious and expectant. Well, I think that's it. Gilgamesh had already put the magic book away and was looking at everything, analyzing whether there might be any errors or failures to avoid. You need to know that spirits are beings capable of shifting between a spiritual and a material body at will. While they are in spiritual form, they can't be easily detected by enemies because they are invisible to the naked eye and to most forms of scrutiny, nor can they be affected by physical interference. With just that, can you summon a spirit to serve you? I don't see it as feasible, it shouldn't be that easy. Aerys simply voiced her thoughts as she looked at the weapon on the ground. It may fail, this is the first time I'm doing it, so this plan is subject to changes and errors, but I'm confident I'll succeed. Gilgamesh didn't lift his gaze as he said this, continuously analyzing the outcome. I was only hoping that a powerful servant would arise from all of this. I couldn't rely on the strength of my subordinates right now because they were still learning the new battle style I had shared with them. It didn't make sense to me, at least, and they lacked a lot of combat experience. As far as I understood, spirits needed to maintain a certain amount of energy to remain materialized and fight, and they needed an anchor to the world, which could be their summoner or any other physical being. Their current strength was reflected in their energy reserves, so energy depletion was directly proportional to their diminishing strength. This type of summoning will be done with a catalyst. I'll attract the spirit with those objects on the ground, and I hope it's worth it. Gilgamesh extended his hand, his divine power connected with the spirit orbs and the weapon on the ground. Closing his eyes, he began to speak. I, Gilgamesh, King of Heroes, Emperor of Humanity, and sole ruler under the heavens, command you to emerge in this world and serve me as your sole lord. Fantastic. Aerys was amazed by what she was witnessing, the energy, the unfamiliar words Gilgamesh was uttering, and the golden aura that began to emanate all around made everything feel so magical. Boom. The ground shook, alarming everyone in the castle, but Gilgamesh didn't stop and poured as much energy as this ritual required. Then, as if he had succeeded, a vague figure began to appear before his eyes, and finally, as if the ritual had been completed successfully, there was a loud explosion. Boom. What happened? Aerys shouted as she looked at Gilgamesh in front of her. I think it was a success. Gilgamesh said as he looked at the tattoo that appeared on his left hand. You think it was a success? Aerys ignored Gilgamesh's arrogance and examined the details she could see through the dust. When the smoke cleared, a woman appeared before them, kneeling on the ground, and said, My name is Medusa, and I am at ease now that my lord is someone much more extraordinary than I. Your name is Medusa. Aerys was captivated by this beautiful blindfolded woman. Medusa materialized in a way different from her legend, one that even Gilgamesh was unaware of, maintaining a human appearance, with no snakes in her hair, and long purple-colored hair. She wears a blindfold to seal her powerful mystic eyes of petrification within a delimited field. Her sight is completely sealed, although she can perceive through hearing, touch, smell, and detection magic, which allows her to gather more accurate information than through sight. You can call me Raider, Master. Medusa directed her gaze toward Gilgamesh, who was standing in front of her. I can see that you are very powerful and similar to me in terms of weaponry. How strong are your abilities? Gilgamesh asked as he looked at this woman holding the weapon he had placed on the ground. In general terms, I'm not extremely strong in close combat, but my class allows me to use any type of weapon, and my enhanced advantages include extreme speed. Additionally, I can perceive any type of situation within kilometers as long as there is a disturbance of energy, such as that mana disturbance in the distance. Medusa introduced herself and briefly discussed her abilities. It didn't take much effort to summon you. I can say with certainty that I could make about 9 more summonings without any problems. Gilgamesh was about to say more when Aerys elbowed him. What's wrong? Aerys gave him a sidelong glance and whispered, Are you sure she's a spirit and not a servant? She may be a bit silly, but she's very beautiful. Did you really just summon her? Haha, of course, aren't I incredible? Gilgamesh was proud of this great achievement. Now he had a cursed spirit to crush those lizard guys traveling in that fortress. Chapter 97, The Servants. I know what's troubling you, but I have no sexual desires, and I feel that my master Gilgamesh has no desire for my body either. Even if he did, I highly doubt it's something he desires to the extent of creating a space for it in his heart. Medusa inclined her emotionless perfect face and responded to Aerys's worries. Did I even ask that? Aerys exclaimed, her white face flushing with embarrassment and the realization of being caught. Haha. I tend to ignore the fact that, even if you're not jealous, you believe that someone could hide your true worth from my eyes. Gilgamesh turned to Aerys and told her directly, you are my fiancé, your value in my eyes is unparalleled, so don't think of something like that. If you want it, we just have to let time pass to get married. You. Right now, why do you say such embarrassing things? Aerys shouted before turning around and heading angrily toward her room, but she also seemed somewhat happy. Medusa, protect her at all times when I'm not around. She is my future wife. I wish I hadn't seen it, but lately, I've been unconsciously using my ability to see the future with her. Gilgamesh returned to his usual self, as if he became softer only in Aerys's presence, as if it were some instinctive reaction to her attitude. If that is your wish, I will watch over her at all times, my lord. Medusa responded with a gentle voice as she disappeared into illusion and her aura headed toward where Aerys had run off to. May I ask who she is? Ghislaine walked out of the shadows toward Gilgamesh, and the only reason Medusa didn't act against this figure is that she had been in the same spot since she was summoned to this world. She is a spirit, and her name is Medusa. She will be responsible for protecting Aerys at all times, no matter the day or hour. Gilgamesh's eyes shone slightly as Ghislaine finally decided to move from her position. May I ask you a question? Ghislaine gave Gilgamesh a meaningful look and asked, why do you act with more kindness when you're with Aerys-sama? What may surprise you is that I do not act in front of her. I respect her, and I have never had any low thoughts when I'm with her. I'm simply becoming that way, and I'm okay with it, but she is very vulnerable. Gilgamesh looked at the darkening sky and said, I have special eyes, I can see both the past and present of people I choose. Upon hearing that, Ghislaine was like a lightning bolt, looking at Gilgamesh with disbelief and asking, what did you see? I analyzed her future without my presence, and it was truly tragic. If I hadn't appeared in her life, she wouldn't end up marrying me. She would lose her parents in the mana explosion that is forming right now, and then her grandfather would be beheaded after revealing his intentions to use the Greyat family fortune to rebuild the Fatoa region destroyed in that disaster. Gilgamesh sounded very serious when he said that, but after that point, he decided not to continue looking into Aerys's future and certain special people around him. Of course, most of that timeline would never exist in the first place due to my presence. I stopped looking into the future when I knew we got married in the timeline where I exist, nothing more than that. Who beheaded Soro-sama in that future you saw? Ghislaine sat down next to Gilgamesh, her tone sounding normal, but a hint of fury was seeping through her words. Gilgamesh smiled, sat down, and said, that doesn't matter because I've already killed them. That future doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. When did you acquire this ability? Ghislaine, now understanding a bit more about the boy beside her, knew that he must have spent many years seeing possible futures and pasts of the people around him. If that's the case, each of his decisions is a choice that will bring him more benefits and a peaceful life in the future. Gilgamesh recalled his past life and replied, considering those memories, I was born this way, the perfection of men in life. I am the light that can rule this world if I so choose. I declined when I thought about it, and only the desire to live a peaceful life passed through my heart for a long time, but people won't let me rest. When did all this start? He didn't want to be a king, at least that's what he thinks right now. But that part of him that loves humanity and wants to guide it on the right path, educate it, and harness its potential makes him naturally gravitate towards the throne. So why do you want to be king now? Ghislaine might have been the only one who, when Gilgamesh mentioned that he would be king, had a different intention, not seeking power. People don't live the right way in this world, Ghislaine. I see it that way, and it tears at my heart. When I see those nobles revel in their vain power, it makes me want to crush their heads and trample their hearts because around the corner, there's a girl being enslaved, crushing any desire for a life that's just beginning. Gilgamesh smiled and said, maybe that part of me led me towards the throne, where I will guide everyone to a new world where all can be happy. Realms that don't know how to govern according to my principles will be conquered by my banner, and I will make every idiot disappear from power. Ghislaine listened in silence. The only thing she felt deep within her was the urge to cry. Somehow, Gilgamesh's words had touched her deepest side. She looked at the boy beside her, and for a moment, the silhouette of an adult Gilgamesh appeared in her view. She knew that the adult Gilgamesh was sad, but when she thought she was hallucinating, she returned to reality. It's been a long time since I felt this way, Ghislaine. Do you trust me? Gilgamesh looked at Ghislaine. Every word of yours is trustworthy, but I believe that this time, it's not solely your responsibility. I'm sure that by the time you become king, there will be people who support you. Will you be one of them? Of course. Chapter 98, The Changes in the City of Ours. Welcome to the City of Ours, a city that has been slowly transformed by our hands. The 4 towers surrounding the city all belong to Uruk. As for the platform floating in the sky, that's the Mage Tower, and it's where we're heading. Kaelin looked proudly at the massive floating platform. It had been given to them by Gilgamesh, who had told them it was a temporary place for them to learn magic. A sacred place, a unique site where magic would naturally and progressively flourish. Sylphie gazed at the enormous tower with a mixture of excitement and wonder. She had never seen anything so incredible in her life. In just a few seconds, numerous questions flooded her mind. How does that thing float? How many mages are there in that place? Are all of them mages under Gilgamesh's command? As the ship passed through the clouds, they saw numerous ships unloading what appeared to be large crates of food, books, and many other items. Who are they? Sylphie asked when she noticed a group of children who seemed afraid of their surroundings. Ah, them. Kaelin looked toward the port, where dozens of large ships were unloading not only goods but also young children, elderly individuals with magic staffs, and teenagers who appeared to be excited by the sights. They are new recruits for the Mage Tower. These children were trained before coming here to learn magic, as they were once slaves. As for the elderly and the young, they have joined the Mage Tower to enhance their powers and explore magic that is forbidden in other places. Kaelin explained with pride. He, a simple mage of Saint class, had become an emperor after being integrated into this tower. It didn't take a genius to understand that this place was unimaginable for any mage, an incredibly prestigious place where one could live and die solely for magic. Both he and everyone else who had come here were here to learn about magic and, above all, to seek new opportunities in their lives. The elderly became teachers, the children became apprentices who spent their days casting unnamed magic and depleting their mana reserves. Those who were formerly slaves would be educated in other basic doctrines while enjoying the rest of the day playing. How many people are here? Sylphie would have wished for Rudius to be in this place, but those thoughts were slowly erased as she remembered her father's words, where he said that everyone had an adventure waiting for them and that there were amazing things in every corner of the world. No more than 15,000. You should know that most adult mages are in buildings or libraries, learning magic, while others are in training chambers, and the rest are simply teaching the younger ones. Kaelin replied as he disembarked from the ship along with the knights and the body of the woman who had been a human god's apostle. Sylphie had so many questions, but she limited herself to asking the most basic ones, so she continued, are they all mages? Kaelin smiled and shook his head, no, of course not. There are cooks, tutors, masters of other doctrines, and guardians to protect the younger children. As they arrived at the floating platform known simply as the Mage Tower, interesting things were about to begin for them, and even more astonishing things were happening elsewhere. City of Roa, several months later. Gilgamesh stood atop a mountain overlooking a massive construction that was nearing completion on its exterior. This structure was a fortress hidden amidst towering mountains. This place would be where most people would be relocated before the magical eruption, which was estimated to occur in about a year, perhaps sooner according to Gilgamesh's calculations. In the area, there were mages, mercenaries, and knights, along with workers who were diligently following the construction plans as Gilgamesh had instructed. Why does this structure look so strange? Rudius asked. Since the last time he had spoken with Gilgamesh, he had become somewhat reserved in his behavior, both towards Gilgamesh and Aerys. Don't be silly. This structure is a dome that surrounds what's inside. Even though it may look basic from the outside, inside the place is an incredible area where everyone would wish to live for the rest of their lives. Aerys replied, dressed in much lighter clothing. I still think it's just a strange-looking ball. Do you know why they're building this in the middle of nowhere? Rudius didn't understand why so much effort was being put into constructing this place in such a hidden and remote location. I have no idea, but there must be an explanation for it, Aerys said as she glanced at Gilgamesh, who was unusually silent. In the distance, Gilgamesh frowned as he watched a heavily armored woman carrying large wooden crates while engaging in a stamina race with a man in the same location. That woman was Amy, one of the spirits summoned by Gilgamesh and one of the most troublesome among the 9 spirits he had brought to this world. Medusa, have you analyzed a way to prevent the mana explosion from damaging the surroundings of this place? Gilgamesh asked as he considered the various possibilities. My lord, if you were to ask Flora to use her magic to reinforce the structure and then somehow create a barrier to contain magical attacks, we could potentially mitigate the final waves of damage. Medusa replied with her indifferent voice. Gilgamesh sighed and said, in the best-case scenario, I'll deflect that energy with my best attack. Perhaps I can maintain the state of half of Fatoa if I do it that way. That is also a plausible idea within the realm of possibilities, Master. Medusa replied with a hint of amusement in her voice. Gilgamesh, can we go inside and take a look? Aerys approached slowly, attempting to catch Gilgamesh's attention as he was conversing with his spirit. Of course, let me give you a tour, Gilgamesh nodded as he descended the main stairs leading to the entrance of the fortress. Chapter 99, A New Way to Look. This structure is pure engineering, and with the skill of magic, the masters who created this place achieved the impossible. Gilgamesh walked with his hands behind his back, his gaze focused on the massive structure that, from a distance, looked small, giving everyone an understanding of how incredible this place was. Inside, the place was much more incredible than anyone could imagine. It was like a mini-city with enormous buildings inside, and the sky, which should have been covered by huge ceilings, was constructed in a way that there were rectangular glass panels that provided both light and darkness. It was simply breathtaking to see what was being built by thousands of people. The sky was clear, there was vegetation and drainage beneath the ground. In addition to that, there were rivers where rainwater flowed through the entire hidden mini-city under a dome. For what purpose is this being built? Aerys asked the same question as she looked at Gilgamesh walking ahead. Well, I don't know, we are preparing for a complete reconstruction of Roa, so this city will be a temporary replacement where the people of Roa can live in the meantime. Gilgamesh smiled mysteriously as his eyes turned to Borious, who was standing beside Aerys. That sounds very interesting, Borious said with a frown. A fortune must have been spent on this place. There's nothing like having money to spend it on anything that comes to mind. The money Borious was talking about wasn't estimated to be much. Most of the materials were obtained from these same mountains with the help of mages. The processing of the materials was handled by the older slaves that Gilgamesh had bought, and everything else was left to the contracted workers. After a long tour of the place, Gilgamesh spoke, "Amy, stop playing around and come here." Boom. A burst of air was felt as Amy appeared beside Gilgamesh in her heavy armor. She usually stayed in this place, and besides protecting the area, she made sure there were no problems. "What are your orders, my lord?" Amy asked respectfully. "I want you to tell Flora that after finishing what she's doing, she should take care of the rest. Don't let her sleep anywhere and hit her if she investigates weird things again," Gilgamesh said in a tired tone. This solo trip was just to pass the time. Gilgamesh had lived for over 50 years if you considered his past lives. So, as someone who had lived so long with experiences far beyond any other human, his mental age prevented him from enjoying most of the things a child would do. That's why he spent most of his time training his soldiers, looking for any trace of the human god in books, and teaching Aerys her new combat style, which she was learning herself. The little time he spent with Aerys, they talked about things that had happened in their days. Maybe it was too boring, but being in one place for a long time, things couldn't be that interesting. If Gilgamesh were an ordinary human, he might have found many of the things around him interesting. However, he had no need to train, let alone learn, because his strength was so great that all he did was rest. "Your orders will be communicated, my lord." Amy bowed respectfully and disappeared from everyone's view. "Very well, let's go back." Gilgamesh glanced at Aerys and, after lightly touching her head, continued walking back to the exit. Borious remained silent as he watched that heavily armored figure move incredibly fast, something he hadn't seen in anyone else. Undoubtedly, there were things much more interesting than magic. In his view, Gilgamesh was somehow different from the others, and the strength that followed him was far superior. He didn't know if this level of power was what princes and princesses in this kingdom enjoyed, but it was certainly very impressive. "I guess what you can do will be impossible for me to achieve," Borious muttered as he walked far behind Aerys and Gilgamesh. Aerys Greyrat's birthday party was just around the corner, so preparations started much earlier than planned. As expected, the response letters from many prestigious noble figures arrived almost immediately, accepting the invitation to the Nodo's family's birthday party in Fatoa. Knowing that the guests would be prestigious, Gilgamesh also wanted to match the quality of the party and decided to take charge of all the organizational events. Of course, apart from the beautifully remembered venue, there were numerous tables specifying the seat of each guest. The most curious thing was that in the center of this birthday party, there was a battle platform, designed with motifs of combat. Anyone who saw this specific area would wonder what the meaning of this was. "Ha ha ha, all those nobles will cry at my dear granddaughter's birthday party." Soros, who was discussing this with his son, couldn't help but laugh at what was about to happen. As a noble, he had seen Gilgamesh's capabilities up close, as well as all of his subordinates who had come to this mansion. There was no possibility of anyone trying to harm him, they wouldn't even dream of challenging his authority. "I hope no one dies that night, it wouldn't be good at all." Philip was very calm but also expressed his concern on this occasion. "Don't be a coward, we'll clean the kingdom of those damn bastards who only want to drink," Soros said hypothetically as he drank from a large bottle of wine. Chapter 100, A Special Ceremony. Turning 10 years old is a special occasion, and according to noble customs, birthdays at ages 5, 10, and 15 should be celebrated with grand parties. Therefore, the mansion's courtyard would be open to receive gifts from the citizens, and nobles from the city would also be invited to attend. That's what would have happened if this birthday party were ordinary. However, because the official engagement between Aerys Greyat and Gilgamesh Asura would be announced, additional noble invitations were sent, with some attending merely out of curiosity to find out what the prince had been doing during his year at the Greyat mansion. Initially, due to Soros being a coarse and pragmatic person, the original plan was to have a free buffet-style party with plenty of wine. However, Philip intercepted the plan and changed it to a dance, reasoning that it would make it easier for nobles to attend. However, Gilgamesh had proposed that instead of a boring, standard dance where everyone followed the same aesthetics, there would be a fight instead. Who would engage in this combat? Of course, it would be Gilgamesh against Aerys, showcasing his new combat style that would surpass any other sword style. The Golden Lion sword style, one that combined perfect fighting, defense, movement, and long-range attacks. A style reserved only for members of the Tower of Uruk, as anyone else who used this sword style and did not belong to this organization would be killed immediately. But concerning the party, in the days leading up to the date, the person facing the most headaches was Aerys. Because she was incapable of dancing, not even the simplest of dances. It's a serious problem when the leading actress can't dance. These were the words of the servants in the mansion, which gave Gilgamesh the idea to completely change the boring customs for something much more interesting. Nobles fear the unknown, which is why Gilgamesh would leave a deep impression on their minds. They would be the voice that spread rumors, so by the time Gilgamesh took over this place's problems, everyone in the kingdom would know about his engagement. It might sound more normal than it seems, but that engagement would bring certain waves of chaos, considering that the Nodo's family supports Prince Grabble's faction. What do you think will be the consequences of the fourth prince now being connected to Aerys Greyat? Of course, a clear division of power. After the preparations had started, 5 weeks had passed, and finally, the long-awaited party date had arrived. Boom. Aerys collided with Gilgamesh, her sword covered in a unique golden aura from the Golden Lion sword style. 9 powerful techniques, a single combat method to resolve any type of enemy. On every occasion when Aerys swung at Gilgamesh, she was repelled with double the force, causing her small body to stagger back, her sword nearly slipping from her hands. Boom. 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 A beautiful sound of swords clashing echoed in the private training room that had been constructed by one of the spirits Gilgamesh had summoned to this world. That's enough, your training with the Golden Lion sword style ends today. What follows will be done on your own. You've learned all the techniques, so now it's a matter of improving your precision, strength, and battle aura. In a few minutes, you should go prepared to receive the guests. Although Gilgamesh spoke to Aerys in a stern tone, he was actually struggling to hide his surprise. Aerys Greyat was an incredible swordswoman, and her potential was truly formidable. She mastered all 9 sword techniques, even though she can only execute 3 of them decently. Within her learning, she has met my expectations. Aerys has been blessed with great sword handling ability, it's in her blood. But whatever happens in the future, her strength is still too weak. Gilgamesh had seen much of the future, and there was nothing suspicious before the mana explosion. However, he couldn't let his guard down against annoying enemies who, although they couldn't harm him, could potentially harm Aerys. At that point, he might take the search for the human god more seriously. However, even though he wasn't currently focused on the search for the troublesome god, he was spending his time peacefully, which didn't bother him. In fact, it reminded him of his previous life when he was a king. What mattered most to him right now was laying the foundation for a peaceful place where anyone could step forward and solve problems without him having to be bothered. After Aerys's birthday was announced, Gilgamesh made 1,000,000 gifts, all in the city of Roa. They were gold coins with his adult face printed on them. These coins were special, as anyone who possessed one could take a ride on a floating ship and visit a magical place. Gilgamesh didn't mind losing millions of coins. In fact, this plan was designed so that on the day of the magical catastrophe, most of the citizens living here could at least save their lives. Gilgamesh had seen a future where he completely eliminated the anomaly in the sky, and half of Fatoa, including the entire city of Roa, was pulverized, leaving those who survived with severe injuries. Everything was chaos, so Gilgamesh at least wanted to prevent that if there were even bigger problems in the future. There was something special in him that hadn't changed even after living many years here, and that was his love for humans. He knew they only needed a good leader to guide them down the right path. So, Gilgamesh would do that without fail, preparing for everything to be done absolutely right. Of course, not everyone would receive that coin, as Gilgamesh needed victims to unmask the nobility and let the world see the faces of their rulers. Aerys wiped away the sweat, and her body had grown much more than it would have even without undergoing a blood ritual. She had a figure that would draw the attention of many, but to Gilgamesh, she was just another beautiful girl, a flower that had not yet fully blossomed and would lose its beauty if touched. Aerys. Yes, Gil. Remember that from today, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You don't need to shine for others because in my eyes, you'll be something greater than any diamond. Today, our engagement is announced, so I will take care of you as much as possible. Aerys's ears turned as red as a tomato, but she kept her composure and nodded. Although she would usually blush or shy away from Gilgamesh's presence, this time, she stayed and showed a completely different expression from her usual self. An expression that matched Gilgamesh's stature, given their respective proportions. Today, will our engagement finally be officially announced? Aerys continued to wipe the sweat from her neck with a faint smile. In Gilgamesh's eyes, she had been influenced by his aura. Although he had kept a certain distance in his interactions with Aerys, he knew that this could happen, and he didn't really mind. Though it might sound harsh, the status a woman can achieve by marrying a king is a direct step to the top. Envy and admiration would surround her, and it was her job to maintain her dignity and prove herself worthy of the men she had married. Gilgamesh was a natural ruler, the most powerful in the world, and a man who had never experienced these things before. So, in his eyes, the status Aerys would receive was unparalleled. By the way, I have prepared an unparalleled gift, Gilgamesh said as he approached Aerys. What do you plan to give me? Aerys's refined voice, without a hint of embarrassment, addressed Gilgamesh, who was getting closer. Gilgamesh's smile, charisma, and handsome face drew closer and closer to Aerys, who remained indifferent, but her heart was beating faster and faster, something Gilgamesh noticed. So, when he was close to her face, he turned slightly and whispered in her ear, I will give it to you in front of everyone. This gift will be incredibly beautiful, and you'll love it. After saying that, Gilgamesh left the private training room and said, Don't be late, the guests are arriving. When Aerys finally heard Gilgamesh leave the room, she let out a long sigh and murmured with a blushing face, Damn Gilgamesh, how can you do that without getting nervous?